This video continues with Chapter 40, 5, The Thriller Bark. Pirate, Kaido's son, will take over Wano Country. Chapter 40, 5, The Thriller Bark. After retreating from the earth-shattering war at Enel's lobby, the new Leviathan plunged into this death triangle, nicknamed the Graveyard of the Sea by sailors, to evade the Navy's subsequent frantic pursuit. The sky was gray, and the sea was also gray. There was no sunlight here, only a perpetual, thick fog. The air was filled with a strange odor of rotting wood mixed with sea salt, so quiet it was unnerving. In the captain's cabin, Anaitsu swirled the red wine in his glass and got straight to the point. Mr. Tom, in the eyes of the world government, you are already a dead man. You cannot return to Water 7, but Wano Country has everything you desire. Unlimited sake, iron ore, countless workers and assistants, and an unrestricted shipbuilding environment. Tom laughed heartily, slapping Anaitsu hard on the shoulder. A resounding proposal. As long as I can build a warship that surpasses the Oro Jackson, I'd gladly go to hell, let alone the land of samurai. Frankie, wearing a Hawaiian shirt, jumped onto the table. That purple-haired freak saw my face, so I'm considered a wanted criminal too. I don't want to go back either. Anaitsu looked at the blue-haired youth whose face screamed trouble, and a wicked smile curved his lips. My ship is just missing a madman who dares to stuff sea stone into an engine. Anaitsu extended his hand. Welcome aboard, Chief Engineer Frankie. That planet collapse cannon is still waiting for you to improve it. Super. Frankie struck his signature embarrassing pose, his eyes shining. You said it. I'm going to turn it into a monster capable of blasting away the red line. As for Iceberg, who is still in Water 7, neither of you need to worry. I have already arranged for people from the intelligence department to contact him, helping him take control of the Galila Company and further grasp the key node that is Water 7. Before Anaitsu finished speaking, the ship suddenly experienced a violent tremor. Young master, the radar is malfunctioning. The voice from the sea, T broadcasted, laced with a hint of tension. The magnetic field is completely chaotic, and the surrounding fog has thickened. Visibility is less than 10 meters. Anaitsu pushed open the door to the captain's cabin and walked onto the deck. Yamato was already leaning on the railing, holding her spiked club, looking excited, trying hard to see through the mist. Anaitsu, is it true what Frankie said about singing skeletons and transparent ghosts here? Perhaps so. Anaitsu pushed up his goggles and activated his observation haki. Deep within the dense fog, an aura so vast it was heart-stopping was approaching. It wasn't the aura of a strong fighter, but a massive presence mixed with decay, coldness, and death. Ah, there's a ghost. Frankie suddenly let out a pig-slaughtering scream, pointing at a broken wooden barrel floating on the sea. A red eye just popped out of that barrel. Where? A shrill and low horn sound, as if a summons from hell, pierced through the layers of mist. Immediately after, the sea waves began to churn. A ship, no, that could no longer be called a ship. It was a moving island. A colossal shadow instantly enveloped the new Leviathan. On the mainmast that soared into the clouds hung a tattered, gigantic piece of canvas, upon which was drawn that chilling emblem, a skull with wings. Thriller Bark. It was like a giant deep-sea beast with its mouth wide open, aimed directly at Anaitsu's ship. Two massive iron gates slowly opened, revealing the dark, deep inner sea within. Is that the flag of the beast's pirates? A hysterical roar suddenly came from the ship's loudspeaker. The voice was sharp, hoarse, and carried a strong sense of neurosis. Kaido, why would even his brat come here to mock me? Unforgivable, unforgivable. It was Gecko Moria. A full 10 years had passed since his crushing defeat by Kaido in Wano Country. 10 years had not allowed him to hone his skills. Instead, hatred and fear had twisted his soul. He hid in this fog, no longer trusting his own strength, turning instead to the illusion of creating an undead zombie army. Little ones, get them. Moria's roar echoed across the sea. Seize this ship. Capture that kid with glasses. I'm going to cut off Kaido's son's shadow and stuff it into the body of the strongest demon, Oars. Roar. Following his command, countless grotesque zombie soldiers on the deck of the giant ship let out inhuman roars. Is this a Shichibukai? Anaitsu stood at the bow, looking at the foul-smelling giant ship, his eyes devoid of fear, only deep disdain. Yamato, time to get to work. Anaitsu took off his gloves, revealing his long fingers. Someone wants to treat us as raw materials. Then we'll teach him what true fear is. Just then, the air beside Yamato suddenly twisted strangely. Heh, what a premium beauty. If this body were my bride. A lewd voice sounded next to Yamato's ear. Invisible man Absalom. He was still young at this time, relying on the power of the clear fruit. He swaggered onto the new Leviathan's deck, holding a tranquilizer gun, preparing to ambush Yamato. There's something furry in the air. Yamato twitched her nose in confusion, her golden beast pupils instantly locking onto that empty space. And it stinks, like a beast that hasn't bathed. Who are you? What? Impossible, I'm invisible. Absalom was greatly alarmed. Too loud, your heartbeat sounds like thunder. Yamato frowned in disgust, not even turning around, just grabbing backward. Slap. The palm, covered in armament haki, accurately grasped the air. Absalom's figure was revealed, his face filled with terror, struggling desperately while off the ground. I don't know who you are, but you're thinking very rude things, aren't you? Yamato grinned, revealing her cute little fangs. Go back and take a bath. Thunderbagua throwing style. Bang! Yamato exerted force with her arm, throwing Absalom out like a javelin. Accompanied by a scream, the invisible man turned into a shooting star, smashing through the outer wall of thriller bark. Horo tilde, what a rough wild girl tilde. A light, floating laugh came from above. Everyone looked up and saw a pink-haired little girl in a gothic Lolita dress, holding a small parasol, floating in midair. Ghost Princess Perona. This is Lord Moriah's territory. Bullying my comrade like this means you'll be punished, O tilde. Perona waved her small hands, and several white, translucent ghosts passed through the deck, rushing straight toward Yamato. Ghosts, is this what Frankie was talking about? Yamato excitedly swung her spiked club. Watch me knock you all away. However, physical attacks were completely ineffective against spirits. The ghosts passed right through the spiked club and through Yamato's body. The next second, Yamato, the Oni princess who had just instantly defeated the invisible man and dared to punch Akinu, suddenly dropped to her knees with a plop, hands braced on the deck, radiating a gloomy aura. I'm sorry, I'm such trash. Yamato wept, her voice choked. I shouldn't have swung my club. I'm worse than a sea cucumber. If there is a next life, I want to be a shell, stepped on under people's feet. Nanny. Frankie and Tom were so shocked their jaws dropped to the floor. Horo, this is the power of the negativity ghost. Perona spun triumphantly in the air. Next is that man with the goggles. Several ghosts turned toward Anaitsu. Anaitsu looked at Yamato kneeling on the ground drawing circles and shook his head helplessly. Little girl, the prank should end now. Buzz! A dark red wave of Conqueror's haki instantly erupted centered on Anaitsu. He precisely controlled this pressure, like an invisible giant hand, fiercely gripping Perona in the air. Yalla! 13-year-old Perona had never seen such a scene. The terror from the depths of her soul made her instantly collapse, and all her negativity ghosts dissipated on the spot. Don't eat me, waya. Perona cried and flew back to the castle. Anaitsu helped up the bewildered Yamato and looked toward the eerie castle. Let's go, we'll pay a visit to this shadow master. Chapter 46, Killing Through the Moonlight Pirates. Thriller Bark, Main Castle Hall. The interior of the massive castle was cold and damp, with eerie portraits hanging on the walls, and it felt as though withered bones could reach out from the cracks in the floor at any moment. Step. Ghost Moon's leather shoes clicked against the shattered stone slabs, the sound crisp and rhythmic. Behind him, Yamato carried her wolf fang club, and Frankie held up the cannon on his left hand. The three of them moved as if there was no one there to stop them. Is that it? No one else. Yamato grumbled discontentedly. I still wanted to settle the score with that little girl who releases ghosts. Careful, Yamato. Ghost Moon stopped in his tracks, his gaze locked onto the area in front of the stairs leading to the throne. A figure stood there. It was a zombie samurai wearing a tattered kimono and wooden geta, his body wrapped in bandages. Although his skin was withered and blue, and his eyes were hollow, his posture as he stood there was like an unshakable mountain. At his waist hung a famous sword with black and red patterns. Even in the dim candlelight, it still emitted a soul-chilling cold light. One of the 21 O Wazamano, Black Blade Shusui, and the legendary dragon-slaying samurai, Ryuma. Zombie Ryuma spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and carrying an ancient tone that did not belong to this era. My body craves battle. Since someone has intruded, I shall simply cut them down. At this moment, Ryuma did not yet have Brooke's shadow inside him. To animate this strongest of corpses, Moriah had inserted the shadow of a pirate captured in the New World, one who possessed great power but only knew crude swordsmanship. Although the shadow could not provide good swordsmanship assistance, the muscle memory remaining in this body was still top-tier combat power in the world. That sword, Yamato's eyes narrowed. That is the heirloom of the Shimitsuki family. Father said it was stolen. Correct, the sword god of Wano Country has now become a gatekeeping puppet. Ghost Moon took off his trench coat and tossed it to Frankie. He looked at zombie Ryuma, his eyes revealing a hint of respect for a strong opponent. Yamato, you guys stay back. I will personally send this senior to his release. Arrogant Junior. The stone slab beneath zombie Ryuma's feet instantly shattered, and his figure moved like lightning, crossing dozens of meters in an instant. There were no fancy sword techniques, just a pure, powerful, and heavy diagonal slash. Ancient style, iron cutting. Black Blade Shusui sliced through the air, emitting a low roar. This slash was enough to cut through steel as if it were tofu. Well done. Ghost Moon did not retreat but advanced instead. His arms instantly completed a partial beast transformation into his white tiger form. Silvery white metal manes covered his arms, his 10 fingers turned into sharp geng metal claws, and jet black armament haki instantly swirled around them. White tiger, gold-rending claw. Clang! Sparks flew and shockwaves rolled out. The tiger claws and the black blade collided fiercely. Zombie Ryuma's withered arms erupted with astonishing power, pressing down until the floor beneath Ghost Moon cracked inch by inch. What a heavy blade! Ghost Moon's eyes brightened, worthy of being Black Blade Shusui. Oh, you can actually take my blade? A glimmer seemed to flash in Zombie Ryuma's hollow eyes. But this body can still be faster. Zombie Ryuma twisted his wrist, and his sword stance changed abruptly. From extreme stillness to extreme motion, the black blade turned into a sky full of afterimages, slashing toward Ghost Moon like a violent storm. Although the shadow did not understand swordsmanship, the instinct of this body was too strong. Every slash was aimed precisely at Ghost Moon's vitals. The body is crying Ryuma. Ghost Moon dodged with ease amidst the flashing blades. Controlled by a shadow that doesn't understand swordsmanship, this blade is also wailing. Ghost Moon exerted force suddenly, using one claw to knock away Shusui. It's over. Ghost Moon's pupils instantly contracted into pinpricks, and an extremely sharp killing intent erupted from his body. No style, geng metal, instant kill. A streak of silver light flashed by. Ghost Moon's figure instantly appeared behind Zombie Ryuma. Snap! Zombie Ryuma maintained his sword-swinging posture, standing rigid in place. The next second, a crisp sound came from his chest, and his withered, iron-hard sternum instantly shattered. My blade, has it lost? Zombie Ryuma looked down at the large hole in his chest. There was no blood, only dust falling. Truly a satisfying strike. A black shadow crawled out from his mouth, screaming as it dissipated into the air. The legendary physical body lost its support and slowly fell backward. Ghost Moon reached out and steadily caught the falling corpse, as well as the black blade Shusui. Rest in peace, Ryuma. You did not lose. The one who lost is the person controlling you. Ghost Moon drew Shusui. The blade was heavy, as if it carried the destiny of Wano Country for hundreds of years. I will take this blade home. Bastard, that is my general zombie. That is my greatest masterpiece. A deafening roar came from the depths of the castle. Gecko Moriah finally appeared. He stood atop the high throne, looking at the defeated Ryuma. His already sinister face was now twisted like a demon's. Kaido's child, that bastard ruined my crew 10 years ago, and today you come to ruin my zombies. Unforgivable, I will turn you into minced meat. Moria was completely insane. He suddenly spread his arms, and his shadow spread frantically like a black tide, instantly covering all of Thriller Bark. Shadows Asgard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shadows inside all 1,000 zombies on the island, whether they were soldier zombies, animal zombies, or surprise zombies, were forcibly extracted at this moment and gathered into Moria's body. His body began to swell violently, his purple skin stretched until it was almost transparent, and his muscles tore and reorganized. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a black giant 100 meters tall, like the embodiment of a nightmare. He power, this is power. Giant Moria's voice sounded like thunder. He raised his massive foot, which seemed capable of blocking out the sky, and brought it down fiercely toward Ghost Moon. Go to hell, Ant. The massive shadow enveloped the entire hall, making Frankie feel a sense of suffocation. Is this the full power of a Shichibukai? Frankie swallowed hard. However, Ghost Moon did not dodge. He looked up at the bloated giant, his eyes filled only with disappointment. Moria, you really are washed up. Ghost Moon shook his head. Do you think devouring 1,000 shadows makes you stronger? You've only turned yourself into a balloon stuffed with garbage. True powerhouses dominate their own self, not external objects. Ghost Moon slammed his hands onto the ground. Devil Fruit Awakening, White Tiger Domain, Jeng Metal Purgatory. Rumble. The entire castle began to tremble. Not because of Moria's stomping, but because of Ghost Moon's ability. All the metal in the castle, the massive chandeliers, railings, armor, and even the iron nails in the walls, were assimilated, liquefied, and then reshaped by Ghost Moon at this moment. Rise. As Ghost Moon pointed with one hand, countless liquid metals instantly shot into the sky, transforming into hundreds of silver execution spears tens of meters long. Like a forest of metal thorns flowing against the current, they pierced fiercely toward that massive ball of flesh. Pache, pache, pache. There was no suspense. Although Moria's massive body had terrifying strength, its defensive capability had become extremely fragile due to its excessive size. Those hundreds of metal spears pierced through his limbs and torso instantly, as if stabbing through butter. Moria let out a shrill scream. Although he was not hit in any vital organs due to his massive size, the excruciating pain caused him to instantly lose control over the shadows. He opened his mouth wide, and countless black shadows gushed out from it like a black fountain, scrambling to escape this collapsing container. The massive body shrank rapidly like a deflated balloon, finally turning back into that middle-aged man with a paunch, falling heavily into the ruins from midair. Bang! The smoke and dust cleared. Moria rolled his eyes, foaming at the mouth, lying limp on the ground, having completely lost consciousness. One strike. In the face of the absolute control of Devil Fruit Awakening, a Shadow's Asgard that simply piles up numbers appears so ridiculous. Too weak. Yamato carried her Wolf Fang Club, somewhat incredulous. You wanted to challenge Father with just this? You couldn't even take a single strike from my club. It is because his heart died in Wano Country 10 years ago. Ghost Moon walked up to the unconscious Moria, looking down at this pathetic loser from above. He did not kill him. The death of a Shichibukai would invite unnecessary trouble. In the corner, 13-year-old Perona hugged her stuffed bear, shivering, already scared out of her wits. Ghost Moon glanced at her and casually tossed a handkerchief over. Tell him, if he wants to get even, he should stop playing with corpses. Ghost Moon patted the black blade Shusui at his waist. If he wants this blade, he should come to the new world and pay with his life. Stop hiding in this fog and dreaming. Half an hour later, the new Leviathan smashed through the fog and was once again bathed in sunlight. Ghost Moon stood at the bow, looking at the red rock wall that spanned across the world ahead, the red line. Finally going back. Ghost Moon stroked the hilt of Shusui, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Over this mountain lies Dressrosa. Doflamingo, I hope your dark empire is ready to welcome a real major shareholder. Chapter 47, Cooperation with Doflamingo. Rumble tilde. Purple lightning tore through the thick nimbus clouds, and violent waves crashed against the backside of the red line. This was the New World. The sea currents here had no logic, and the climate defied common sense. One second it might be raining marshmallows, and the next it would turn into hail capable of piercing a ship's deck. However, in such harsh sea conditions, a gigantic ship, entirely black with a matte metallic sheen, moved steadily through the wind and waves like a mobile steel fortress, advancing at high speed. Ha 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 ha, roaring waves, now this is what I call the ocean. Inside the bridge, the horned fishman Tom was leaning over the chart table, his eyes shining with excitement. The compass in his hand quickly marked routes on the nautical chart, as if this turbulent new world wasn't hell, but an amusement park waiting for him to conquer. Teacher, this is too extreme. Frankie gripped the handrail tightly, his face pale. These waves are at least 50 meters high. An ordinary ship would have fallen apart long ago. Super terrifying. Don't make a fuss, Frankie. Anaitsu sat in the captain's chair, swirling a glass of crimson wine. He had changed into a well-tailored black suit, draped in his signature black steel coat. The scar near his right eye looked particularly stern under the lightning. This is only the entrance to the New World. If you can't adapt, how can you forge a weapon to conquer these seas? Anaitsu turned to look out the window. At the end of the storm, a massive island outline could vaguely be seen. It was an island filled with passion, flowers, and false peace, Dressrosa. Young master. The voice from the crow's nest came through the communicator. Enemy fleet sighted at 12 o'clock. It looks like the people we are looking for. Anaitsu put down his wine glass, a meaningful arc curving at the corner of his mouth. Finally found him, that clown codenamed Joker. On the sea surface, 3 pink sailboats flying strange smiley-face pirate flags were surrounding a world government transport ship in a triangle formation. It was the Donquixote pirates. At the bow of the main ship, the Numintier Flamingo, a tall man wearing a pink feather coat and red sunglasses was squatting on the railing, letting out strange bursts of laughter. Donquixote Doflamingo. Although he was already famous in the North Blue at this time, in the New World, he was still just an ambitious man who had just gained a foothold. His eyes burned with a crazy flame as he prepared to execute the plan that would shock the world, hijacking the Tenryubido's ship. Phew phew foo foo, what wonderful fear. Doflamingo looked at the trembling world government officials on the transport ship opposite him, lightly flicked his fingers, and his invisible parasitic strings manipulated a few marine soldiers into killing each other. Hand over all the treasure, and tell the Gorosei that if they don't want this Tenryubido's ship tribute to sink to the bottom of the sea, they must exchange it for a position as a 7 warlords of the sea. That's the tribute for the celestial dragons. You madman, the official screamed in despair. Precisely because it is tribute, it holds bargaining power. Phew foo foo. Just as Doflamingo was about to order a full assault. Well, a low, oppressive blast of a ship's horn suddenly drowned out the thunder. Doflamingo's smile froze on his face, and he abruptly turned his head. Under the churning dark clouds, a black and gold warship, 3 times larger than his flagship, smashed through the giant waves like a deep-sea whale breaking the surface, driving directly between the Donquixote fleet and the transport ship. The massive black steel hull radiated a suffocating industrial violent aesthetic under the illumination of the lightning. The ferocious white tiger cannon at the bow was coldly aimed at the deck of the Flamingo. That is, Doflamingo's sunglasses reflected the unique flag, a variant flag of the Beast's pirates. Kaido of the Beasts, no, that symbol. Doflamingo's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Is it that mechanical tyrant who has been making waves recently? The madman who destroyed Enai's lobby? Young master, it's Anaitsu, that monster with a bounty of 1.35 billion berries. The sniffling Treball behind him said nervously, what is he doing here? Is he after the Tenryubido's ship too? Fufufu, interesting. Doflamingo stood up, his fingers twitching slightly. If he's here to steal our food, then I'll slice him up too. However, the black ship did not open fire. A hydraulic gangway slowly lowered. Anaichsu, bringing Yamato with him, walked swaggeringly onto the deck of the Flamingo. The surrounding Donquixote family executives, Diamante, Lao Ji, Gladius, and others, instantly drew their weapons and nervously surrounded them. Don't be tense. Anaichsu ignored the dozens of guns pointed at him and walked directly to a spot 5 meters in front of Doflamingo before stopping. First meeting, Doflamingo. Anaichsu pushed up his goggles, his eyes as calm as if looking at an old friend. I am Anaichsu. You can call me Ghost. I am here to discuss a business deal with you. Business, fufufu. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead throbbed, and a violent conqueror's haki instantly erupted, attempting to intimidate the uninvited guest. Invading my territory and interrupting my hunt, is this how you conduct business, brat? The dark red haki swept across the area like a tangible shockwave. The ordinary pirates nearby instantly rolled their eyes and fainted. However, Anaichsu, at the center of the storm, didn't even have his coat ruffled. Buzz! An equally terrifying, even more condensed, black-red conqueror's haki burst forth from Anaichsu's body, colliding head-on without yielding. Zizizai! The two waves of conqueror's haki collided in the center of the deck, generating black-red lightning that caused deep cracks to appear in the sturdy deck. Doflamingo's expression changed slightly, and he took half a step back, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Is this the haki that repelled Akinu? Anaichsu retracted his aura, casually pulled over a chair, and sat down as if this were his own backyard. Can we talk properly now, Joker? 10 minutes later, the atmosphere on the deck remained tense. Doflamingo sat on a wooden barrel opposite him, his face grim. Speak. What do you want? If you intend to swallow my family, then we fight now. Swallow? No, I'm not interested in your pirate dress-up game. Anaichsu snapped his fingers. Although Yamato looked reluctant, she still threw the black briefcase over. Doflamingo, I know your plan. Anaichsu took out a cigar but didn't light it, merely twirling it between his fingers. You want to use this Tenryubido's ship to threaten the world government in exchange for a position as a 7 warlords of the sea. Then return to Dressrosa and reclaim the throne you once lost. Doflamingo's pupils contracted sharply. You investigated me. That's not important. What's important is that I have my eye on the geographical location of Dressrosa. Anaichsu opened the box. Inside were blueprints for a Smile artificial devil fruit factory and a plan for an underground arms port. I need a production base to cultivate artificial devil fruits. I also need a transit hub to dump the weapons I produce in Wano Country across the world. Dressrosa is perfect. Anaichsu pushed the documents over. If you can take this country, I can hand these industries over to you to manage. You act as the middleman and take a 20% profit share. Doflamingo glanced at the documents, greed flashing in his eyes, but he quickly sneered. Fufufu, what big talk. I am a man who will become the pirate king, not your factory manager. As for Smile, artificial devil fruits. Doflamingo looked at the concept drawings on the plan, his brow tightly furrowed. This legendary technology is considered taboo even by the world government's Vegapunk. Does your beast-heavy industries actually possess it? No, not yet. Anaichsu shook his head, but I know who possesses it. In the Marine Science Division, there is an arrogant madman. He has always lived in Vegapunk's shadow, desperate to prove that he is the world's #1 scientist. He possesses the application technology for lineage factor, but he lacks money, lacks courage, and lacks a boss brave enough to let him do as he pleases. Anaichsu pointed at Doflamingo, then pointed at himself. I provide the money, you provide the location. We will dig that madman out from under the government's nose together. You mean Caesar Clown? Doflamingo's intelligence network had clearly heard this name. Exactly. That guy is still working for the government now, but he's long wanted to strike out on his own. Anaichsu stood up, his gaze profound. I have already sent someone to deposit the latest experimental funds, 300 million berries into his secret account. Once he starts conducting that forbidden experiment in Punk Hazard, he won't be able to turn back. That being said, King Riku has extremely high prestige in this country. Taking back the throne won't be that easy for me. At this point, Doflamingo revealed a cruel smile. However, I already have a plan. As long as I use my ability to control that foolish king to commit murder. That's your business. Anaitsu coldly interrupted him, a trace of undisguised disgust showing in his eyes. How you seize power, how you manipulate people's hearts. That's your twisted pleasure. I won't interfere, nor do I want to participate. I only have 3 demands. Anaitsu held up 3 fingers. First, I want Green Bit. The Tontata tribe there are natural cultivation experts. From now on, they will be under my protection. Second, I want the underground port. You must lay the foundation before I transport the factory equipment here. Third, Anaitsu stood up, walked in front of Doflamingo, and looked down at him condescendingly. Do not use your insane tricks on my business. I require stable output, not a madhouse that could explode at any moment. If you mess up my factory. Anaitsu's right hand instantly transformed into a silver tiger claw, lightly resting on Doflamingo's shoulder. I will personally return and tear your bones apart. Doflamingo's body stiffened for a moment, then he erupted in even more arrogant laughter. Fufofo, fufufofo. You describe a devil's bargain so elegantly, Anaitsu. He slapped away Anaitsu's hand and stood up. Fine, I agree. As long as I can make money, I'll help you grow those damned fruits. As for the Tontata tribe, as long as they behave, I can't be bothered to kill a bunch of insects. Deal. Anaitsu turned and left without any hesitation. Yamato, let's go. Is that it? Yamato, carrying her spiked club, looked at Doflamingo with dissatisfaction. Anaitsu, this guy doesn't look like a good person. Do we really have to cooperate with him? Yamato. Anaitsu stopped walking, his back to Doflamingo, his voice calm. There are no good people or bad people in this world, only valuable people and worthless people. He is a useful knife. Although he's a bit dirty, he can help us cut open the cake of the new world. Watching the backs of the two as they left, the smile on Doflamingo's face gradually faded. Young master. Treball crept over. That guy is too arrogant, actually treating us like subordinates. Shut up. Doflamingo looked at the Smile Factory blueprints in his hand, his eyes under the sunglasses flashing with a dangerous light. Fufufu, let him be smug for a while longer. Once I use his resources to stabilize my position, once I master this technology, it's not certain who will be the boss then. On the new Leviathan. Young master, are you really going to cooperate with that madman? Tom looked worriedly at the departing flamingo. That man's eyes are filled with a desire for destruction. Precisely because he is a madman, he is suitable for doing these dirty, difficult tasks. Anaitsu stood at the stern, looking toward Dressrosa in the storm. We only need results. Chapter 48 Conquest of Dressrosa. In Dressrosa, flames and whales intertwined, staining the island known as the Land of Love and Passion blood red. Looking from the deck of the new Leviathan, King Riku's palace was burning. Soldiers controlled by strings were forced to swing their blades at their own citizens, and desperate cries drifted in on the sea breeze. Ghost Moon. Yamato gripped the railing tightly, her knuckles turning white, her golden, beast-like eyes filled with rage and confusion. Did you know this would happen all along? That Doflamingo, he's controlling those soldiers to kill people. What kind of hero is that? This is a coup, Yamato. Ghost Moon stood beside her, his expression as calm as a deep pool, carrying a hint of solemnity. King Riku is a good man, but he is too weak. In this new world where the strong prey upon the weak, weak kindness cannot protect anyone. Even without Doflamingo, this country would sooner or later be swallowed by other pirates. So we're just going to watch them die. Yamato gritted her teeth, grabbing her wolf fang club and preparing to rush out. You cannot go, but we must watch. Ghost Moon pressed down on Yamato's shoulder, his voice steady and powerful. Doflamingo is a villain, but he can bring order. On this chaotic sea, order is more expensive than justice. At this moment, a pink figure descended from the sky. Doflamingo made an entrance like a savior, defeating the crazed army and accepting the cheers of the citizens. Do you see clearly now? Ghost Moon pointed at the ironic scene. This is the truth of the world. People don't care about the truth, they only care about who can keep them alive. We are not participating in the slaughter, but we will use this chaos to establish a new set of rules. 3 days later, Dressrosa, King's Plateau. The Don Quixote family's smiley face flag was already planted all over the royal palace. By the swimming pool, Doflamingo, who had just been crowned king and was about to receive the title of Shichibukai, was lying on a beach chair, enjoying the thrill of power. Phew, Ghost Moon, you're late. Doflamingo looked at his partner walking in, his face wearing that iconic maniacal laugh. It's a pity you missed a wonderful execution show just now. Ghost Moon was wearing a crisp black striped suit, followed by a conflicted-looking Yamato and Frankie. He ignored Doflamingo's showing off, stepped over a broken-legged toy under his feet, and pulled up a chair to sit down. I have no interest in executions, Doflamingo. Ghost Moon's voice was cold. I came here to inspect my factory. I heard you're stuck over at Green Bit. Mentioning this, blue veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead. Those damn fairies, the Tontata tribe. Doflamingo crushed the wine glass in his hand. I sent Diamante to catch them to plant trees, but those little things have astonishing strength and are fast. They refused to work for pirates and even injured my subordinates. I was just about to send my top executives to burn that forest down and capture them all as slaves. Stop. Ghost Moon interrupted him, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. You want to burn my raw material production site and capture the best gardeners in the world. Ghost Moon stood up and straightened his tie. Put away that barbaric pirate style of yours, Joker. Do you want to make a one-off deal, or do you want to do long-term business? What do you want to do? Doflamingo snorted coldly. I'm going to go talk to them. Ghost Moon's lips curled slightly in a businessman's way. Green Bit Underground Forest. This is the kingdom of the Tontata tribe. At this moment, the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Thousands of Tontata tribe warriors held sewing needles and toothpicks, watching the intruders vigilantly. But this time, there was no murderous pirate army, only Ghost Moon, Yamato, and Frankie. Stop, big human. This place does not welcome accomplices of villains. The Tontata tribe chief, Gancho, brandished his spear. Although he was only the size of a palm, his presence was imposing. Villains. Ghost Moon stopped, not getting angry, but instead crouching down with a gentle smile on his face. I think you misunderstood. I'm not here to fight, I'm here to recruit. Recruit, the Tontata looked at each other. Being simple-minded, this was the first time they had heard the word. That's right. Ghost Moon took out a document with exquisite patterns from his pocket and said solemnly, I am the chairman of Beast Heavy Industries. I heard that the Tontata tribe possesses the most magical planting technology in the world and can grow any plant. HMPH, of course, there isn't anything we can't grow. The Tontata tribe chief puffed out his chest proudly. That's exactly right. Ghost Moon said, seizing the opportunity, I have a very precious and very difficult fruit tree in my hands called Smile. It is said that only the top gardening masters can grow it. Ghost Moon sighed and shook his head feignedly with regret. It's a pity. That new king, Doflamingo, says you are a bunch of savages who don't understand planting at all, and he is preparing to burn down the forest to build a parking lot. What? The Tontata tribe instantly blew up. That flamingo villain dares to question our skills and calls us savages. Too much. So I stopped him. Ghost Moon pointed to Frankie and Yamato behind him. I told him that the Tontata tribe is the greatest race on this land. To prove this, I specifically brought a contract. As long as you help me plant the smile fruit and prove your skills. Ghost Moon held up a finger. I will pay you a salary, settled in human currency or the supplies you like. At the same time, I will declare this forest a special protected area in the name of beasts. That villain, Doflamingo, will definitely not dare to come and harass you again. Really? The simple-minded Tontatas' eyes lit up. Not only was someone praising their skills, but they were also getting paid, and they could drive away that flamingo villain. But is planting that fruit a bad thing? A little princess named Mancheri asked timidly. Ghost Moon looked at the princess who possessed the heal fruit ability, his eyes softening. How could it be a bad thing? Smile allows people to gain the power of animals, allowing the weak to protect themselves as well. You are helping more people become stronger. Ghost Moon was not lying. He just concealed the side effects and the purpose of this army. For the Tontata tribe, this was a sufficiently righteous reason. Wow, that sounds amazing. Great, we have a salary. The simple-minded Tontata tribe instantly boiled over, completely wrapped up in Ghost Moon's rhetoric. Amidst Yamato's shocked expression of it can actually be done like this, the Tontata tribe chief solemnly pressed his handprint on Ghost Moon's contract. Very good. Ghost Moon stood up and clapped his hands. This kind of smile fruit tree is very delicate. They don't drink water, they can only drink a special nutrient solution, sad. Ordinary gardeners simply cannot control the dosage of this nutrient solution. Once the seedlings are watered too much, they will wither and die. In this world, only the Tontata tribe, who possess the hand of nature, can perceive the state of the plants and grow this fruit of the gods. Wow, is it really that difficult? The Tontata tribe chief, Gancho, trembled with excitement, his beard shaking. Is that water called sad very difficult to control? Very difficult. Ghost Moon nodded. This is the greatest challenge to your skills. We accept the challenge. The Tontata tribe ignited with fighting spirit instantly. There isn't a tree that the Tontata can't grow. On the side, the Don Quixote family executive, Diamante, was hiding behind a tree, dumbfounded. The labor force that was supposed to require a hard battle to capture had actually been tricked by this man with a few words into becoming employees, and they were even full of enthusiasm. This is called vision. Ghost Moon glanced at him faintly as he passed by Diamante. Doflamingo stood on the high platform, looking at the bustling construction below, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes behind his sunglasses. Phew, it really is annoying, Ghost Moon. Doflamingo walked to Ghost Moon's side. You not only took the biggest profit, but also became the great hero in the hearts of those little people, while I became the flamingo villain in their mouths. Isn't this exactly the role you excel at? Joker. Ghost Moon swirled the red wine glass in his hand, looking at this massive underground empire. You are the clown in the dark, responsible for creating chaos and fear. And I am a businessman, responsible for establishing order and reaping profits. We each take what we need. Ghost Moon tossed a black gold card to Doflamingo. This is the first dividend. Take it and recruit soldiers. Stabilize your throne, and don't let me hear news of the factory shutting down while in Wano Country. Doflamingo took the gold card and grinned. Phew, happy cooperation partner. So are you leaving? Yes. Ghost Moon took out that special transponder snail with the gas mask features. Our scientific brain has also flown out of the government's cage, and I need to prepare a suitable experimental base for him. Chapter 49, Conquering Punk Hazard. 500 meters below the sea surface, near Punk Hazard. In the darkness of the deep sea, a massive black gold behemoth glided silently. The surface of the new Leviathan was covered with a layer of faintly glowing, strange coating. This was a super tough resin film, acquired at great expense from Fishman Island and modified by Tom. Thanks to this technology, this steel warship, which was supposed to ride the wind and waves on the surface, was now smoothly navigating the deep-sea currents like a ghost submarine. Sonar radar shows 3 marine warships patrolling the waters above. Judging by the paint scheme, it's the fleet from G5 branch. In the bridge, the patrol officer stared at the flashing red dots on the screen and reported in a low voice. The G5 branch, the Marines' Mad Dog unit stationed on the front lines of the New World. If they encountered them head-on on the surface, although the Leviathan wasn't afraid, it would still involve a time-consuming and exhausting cannon battle. Ignore them. Anaitsu sat on the captain's chair, looking at the giant island base gradually emerging in the deep sea ahead. Our target isn't to tangle with the marine fodder. It's the heart of this island. At this point in time, Punk Hazard was neither the ice and fire hell later smashed by Akinu and Aokiji, nor the ruins filled with deadly poison gas. On the contrary, Punk Hazard at this moment was a pinnacle scientific base and living ecosystem that the world government prided itself on. The island not only contained extremely advanced scientific research facilities, but also preserved vast expanses of lush primeval forest, even hosting ancient rare and exotic beasts restored by Vegapunk through genetic technology. Frankie, adjust the buoyancy tanks. We'll ascend directly through the hollow cave at the island's base and enter the inner lake. Super, no problem. Watch my ultimate microcontrol. Frankie violently pulled down the control stick. The new Leviathan flexibly raised its bow in the deep sea, following a hidden trench fissure at the bottom of Punk Hazard, rapidly climbing upward. Punk Hazard, central inner lake. The previously calm, mirror-like lake surface suddenly surged with massive bubbles. Pop! As the coating bubble wrapped around the hull burst, the black gold warship violently surfaced. Water splashed everywhere, startling several Archaeopteryx with colorful feathers in the lakeside primeval forest. Sunlight streamed through the gigantic glass dome onto the deck. The island was shaded by green trees and teeming with life, the air filled with the fresh scent of vegetation, creating a stark contrast with the huge, futuristic, purely white research institute in the distance. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Yamato jumped onto the bow, carrying her spiked club, and took a deep breath. It feels bigger than the forests in Wano Country. Is there meat to eat over there? Yamato's keen beastly intuition had already sensed the presence of giant creatures deep within the forest. Today we are here to steal things, not to hunt Yamato. Anaitsu tidied his black trench coat and stepped onto the gangway. His leather shoes made a crisp echo on the metal boardwalk outside the Research Institute. At the end of the boardwalk, the alloy main door of the Institute, rumored to withstand the bombardment of a battleship's main cannon, was wide open as if welcoming a master. No alarms, no automated cannons, not even a single patrolling robot dog. A man wearing a loose white lab coat, with two horns growing from his head, floating in midair like gas, stood in the center of the main gate. Shiroraro, Shiroraro. Caesar let out his signature, spine-chilling, strange laugh. His eyes flashed with fanaticism and greed as he watched Anaitsu approach him. You really came, Ghost. I thought you were just bragging on the den mushy. The 300 million berries in experimental startup funds I promised you have arrived. How could I go back on my word? Anaitsu walked up to Caesar, his gaze sweeping past him toward the palace representing the world's highest level of science. You turned off the defense systems. Of course, Shiroraro. Caesar spread his hands proudly, as if he were already the master here. Monitoring, thermal sensing, laser nets, I cut them all off. Today is truly blessed by the gods. That arrogant old fool Vegapunk was picked up by a government ship this morning to attend some boring science hearing at Mary Geoise, and that annoying bodyguard Sentimaru went with him. Now, besides those brainless guards, I'm the only one in charge on this island. Hearing that Vegapunk was absent, a satisfied curve appeared on Anaitsu's lips. This was a once-in-a-lifetime window of opportunity. Well done, Caesar. Now, according to our contract, let's start moving the goods. Anaitsu turned to look at the ship behind him. Frankie, take your people and start dismantling the equipment. Leave it to me. Super Demolition Squad, move out. Frankie charged into the Research Institute with several heavy engineering robots and a group of Tontata tribe little people sitting on his shoulders in a grand procession. Listen up, little ones, Frankie commanded the mechanical arms. The target is the SAD core reactor in the central energy room. Ignore the outer casing, just rip out the core matrix by the roots. Little guys, you're responsible for crawling into the pipes and cutting the energy locks. Understood, Boss Frankie. The little ones excitedly waved their tools and crawled into the precision instruments inaccessible to humans like industrious ants. Meanwhile, in the Institute's main control room, Caesar's fingers flew across the keyboard of the giant supercomputer. Shiroraro, old man Vegapunk, your life's work is mine. On the screen, countless complex data streams were rapidly copying onto the special storage devices Caesar had prepared. Lineage Factor Sequence Atlas, initial model for biological gigantification experiments, unstable state calculations for artificial devil fruits. This top-level secret information, capable of triggering a world war if leaked, was continuously flowing into Caesar's pocket and would become the core capital for the Beast's Pirates' future troop expansion. Anaijsu ignored the data. He walked alone down the corridor to the deepest room in the Research Institute, a secret chamber marked Top Secret Failed Product Storage. After forcefully dissolving the door lock with liquid metal, Anaijsu pushed the door open and stepped inside. In the center of the secret room, there was only one bulletproof glass display case. Inside the case lay a peach-colored, apple-shaped fruit covered in strange spiral patterns. Artificial devil fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form. This was the first artificial devil fruit cultivated by Vegapunk, using Kaido's lineage factor. However, for some unknown reason, the perfectionist Vegapunk had classified it as a failed product and sealed it here. Its effect is clearly good. The brain circuits of a genius are truly incomprehensible. Anaijsu's right hand transformed into a sharp, silver tiger claw, casually slicing through the bulletproof glass capable of resisting cannon fire and grasping the pink fruit. Sensing the faint yet familiar mythical beast fluctuation within the fruit, a sharp glint flashed in Anaijsu's eyes. Perfect replication. With this, I can not only research the evolutionary direction of the perfect smile, but even. Anaijsu unceremoniously stuffed the priceless treasure into the inner pocket of his trench coat. Just then, will. A harsh red alarm suddenly echoed wildly throughout the entire Research Institute. Emergency red lights on the walls flashed frantically, casting the originally pure white corridors like hell. What's going on? Caesar, in the main control room, jumped in fright, cold sweat instantly breaking out as he looked at the red warning boxes popping up on the screens. Damn it, it's the highest level underlying security protocol, that old fox Vegapunk. He actually installed a physically triggered independent alarm system on the base of the SAD reactor. Frankie and the others forcibly dismantled it and triggered the alarm. Caesar roared in frustration. It's all over. The entire island's scientific defense force will be converging here. Why panic? Anaijsu emerged leisurely from the secret room. The sound of his metal-shod shoes on the corridor was steady, without the slightest ripple. If there were no resistance at all, that would mean we were looking down too much on the world government's foundation. Boom! As Anaijsu finished speaking, the metal ceiling of the Research Institute's main hall was violently torn apart by immense external force. Amidst a cloud of dust, 7 or 8 huge dark figures crashed heavily onto the hall floor, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. They were a group of semi-modified humans over 5 meters tall, wearing heavy black anti-explosion armor, Vegapunk's early scientific defense force prototype mecha. They were equipped with heavy ceramic composite armor, their right arms were shockingly large laser emitters, and their eyes glowed with cold red light, devoid of human emotion. Confirming intruders, threat level extremely high. Activating clearance mode. Vroom! All 8 prototype mechas simultaneously raised their right arms, and dazzling yellow light furiously condensed at their muzzles. This was laser technology extracted from Admiral Kizaru's glint fruit. Shiroraro, save me ghost. Caesar was so scared he immediately liquefied and clung to the ceiling, trembling. Leave it to me. A white lightning bolt smashed in violently from outside the Research Institute's main gate. Yamato had long been stimulated into a frenzy by the alarm. She unhesitatingly activated her human-beast form, pale ice flames coiling around her body. Her spiked club carried the momentum of destroying everything as she charged directly toward the laser beams. Thunder Bagua. Boom! The spiked club, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, slammed into the chest of the foremost prototype mecha with overwhelming force. The composite armor, rumored to withstand a full-power strike from a New World pirate, crumpled and shattered like paper under Yamato's monstrous strength. The massive mecha was sent flying backward, crashing through the walls of 3 laboratories before turning into scrap metal in a violent explosion. But the laser beams from the other 7 mechas had already been fired.
Swish, swish, swish.
Style 0, Divine Iron Aegis. Anaitsu stood still, merely raising his right hand lightly. Countless silver liquid metal surged out from his sleeves, instantly solidifying in midair into a giant metal shield as smooth and reflective as a mirror. Boom, boom, boom. The dazzling high-temperature lasers struck the metal shield. The heat, capable of melting steel, only left a shallow scorch mark on the shield's surface before being perfectly reflected by the curved surface onto the ceiling. Anaitsu's eyes sharpened. The shield instantly disintegrated, transforming into 7 giant silver scythes, each 10 meters long. Awakening, Zheng Metal's sky-splitting Reaper. The 7 scythes carved deadly silver trajectories in the air, moving so fast they were imperceptible to the naked eye. Screech la! A harsh sound of metal cutting echoed. The armor that the prototype mechas prided themselves on was as fragile as tofu before Anaitsu's blades, wrapped with top-tier armament haki and Zheng Metal energy. The 7 mechas were almost simultaneously cut in half, the cuts smooth as mirrors. The internal energy circuits were severed, triggering violent chain self-detonations. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The massive explosion directly lifted the dome of the Research Institute. A pillar of fire mixed with mecha debris flew everywhere, landing in the surrounding primeval forest. The dry prehistoric vegetation ignited instantly upon contact with the explosion sparks, erupting into a raging fire. The fire spread rapidly, aided by the sea breeze. In just a few minutes, half of this once beautiful ecological island was engulfed in flames. Various rare and exotic beasts roared in terror, fleeing the inferno. Super all done. Frankie emerged from a side door, driving an engineering vehicle loaded with the giant reactor, followed by a group of cheering Tontata tribe members. Young Master, the SAD core reactor is secured completely. All the data has been backed up too, didn't leave a single residue for that old fool. Caesar also flew over carrying a stack of hard drives. Looking at the surrounding sea of fire, he laughed even more maniacally. Everyone board the ship. Anaitsu retracted the silver scythes into his body, his coat rippling in the glow of the fire. Once this island's alarm connects to Marineford, it won't take an hour for the nearest admiral to arrive. Retreat. Everyone quickly returned to the new Leviathan. With the roar of the sea stone engines, the giant black gold warship sank back into the inner lake, using the underwater cave passage to escape into the deep sea. And above them, Punk Hazard, the ecological island carrying the world government's highest scientific secrets, was burning painfully in the raging fire. The towering black smoke could be seen clearly from dozens of nautical miles away. This was not just a robbery. This was a blatant trampling on the world government's ruling authority. Chapter 50, The Eve of the Storm. At the apex of the Red Line, in the Holy Land Mary Giue's, within the Hall of Power symbolizing the world's highest authority, the atmospheric pressure was at its absolute lowest. The 5 elders, the 5 old men standing at the pinnacle of world power, were staring at the top-secret report transmitted via an urgent fax on the table, each of their expressions grim enough to drip water. Punk Hazard has been attacked. Vegapunk's early experimental data has been completely copied, and the core reactor has been forcibly dismantled and removed. The main culprit is confirmed to be the son of Beast's Pirates Kaido, that member of the worst generation with a bounty of 1.35 billion on Aijsu, and the second in command of the former Navy Science Unit, Caesar Clown. The sword-wielding 5 elder, Ethan Baron V. Nasujiro, pushed up his glasses, a chilling, killing intent flashing across the lenses. That brat named Anaitsu has been constantly testing the limits of the government since the NI's lobby incident. But this time, he has crossed the line. SAD and lineage factor technology must absolutely not fall into the hands of pirates. The 5 elder with the handlebar mustache, Topman Warcury, heavily struck his cane. Once this technology is mass-produced, pirates will possess an invincible army composed of devil fruit users. The balance the world government has maintained for 800 years will collapse. Erase him at any cost. Erase that island completely, along with everyone he has contacted, from the face of the world. Let the world know the consequence of touching the forbidden secrets of the gods. These few short sentences sealed a catastrophe destined to be recorded in history. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. The door to the Fleet Admiral's office was violently pushed open. Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked at the 5 Elders' special order in his hand, feeling his temples throbbing wildly. On the nearby sofa, Garp was heartlessly stuffing rice crackers into his mouth, making loud, crunching sounds. Garp, stop eating. Sengoku roared, slamming the document onto the desk. Look at what that little monster born from Kaido has done. He took down Punk Hazard. Ha 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 ha, today's youth are truly incredible, daring to dig out the scientific heart of the government. Garp laughed heartily, nearly choking on a rice cracker. Sengoku ignored his old friend's teasing. His expression was more solemn than ever before. This time, the order issued from above was not a standard buster call, but the highest level of war directive. It required the deployment of multiple admiral-level combat forces for a complete annihilation battle. That bastard Sakazuki, of all times, decided to pursue a pirate crew under Whitebeard deep in the New World. He won't be able to return quickly. Sengoku rubbed his brow and looked at the other 2 people in the office. Kizaru Borsalino, who was clipping his nails on the windowsill, and Aokiji Kyuzin, who was dozing on the other end of the sofa with an eye patch on. Borsalino, Kyuzin. Sengoku took a deep breath and issued the iron-blooded command. You 2 will deploy together, plus 10 top-tier battleships and their attached fleet, and we will forcibly conscript the nearby Shichibukai to participate. Hawkeye Mihawk and Tyrant Kuma are already on standby. Yi tilde how scary tilde Kizaru pouted, slowly putting away his nail clippers. They actually need to dispatch 2 admirals to deal with a mere youngster. Today's pirates are truly monsters tilde. Aokiji pulled down his eye patch, exhaling a blast of cold air, his eyes showing a trace of confusion and gravity. Ara, Punk Hazard. The ecosystem there cannot be casually destroyed. However, since it is the Fleet Admiral's order. The 2 natural-type monsters representing the Navy's peak combat strength slowly stood up. The Navy's massive war machine was fully activated for the sake of one newcomer. New World, the sea area near Thunder God Island. The new Leviathan sailed across the dark, cloud-covered sea. Thick bolts of lightning occasionally struck down from the sky, but they were instantly conducted into the ocean the moment they touched the warship's insulating armor. In the captain's cabin, Anaitsu raised an eyebrow as he looked at the encrypted telegram from the intelligence network. 2 admirals, a fleet of 10 top-tier warships, plus the Shichibukai. It seems the 5 elders are truly desperate. Anaitsu casually tossed the telegram onto the table and took a sip from his wine glass. He knew very well that with his current strength, he was utterly incapable of resisting the full-scale extermination attempt by the world government. We must muddy the waters. Since the government wants an annihilation battle, we will turn it into a world war. Anaitsu picked up the special Den Mushi, wearing black sunglasses, and dialed the dedicated line to Dressrosa. Fufu, Anaitsu, are you insane? As soon as the call connected, Doflamingo's hysterical roar came through. You actually went and robbed Punk Hazard. Now the entire Marine headquarters is going crazy. 2 admirals are rushing over here. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. As the underworld intermediary, Joker, Doflamingo's intelligence network was equally swift. He had assumed Anaitsu was just recruiting people, not that he would completely ransack the place. Calm down, partner. Anaitsu's voice was chillingly calm. The sad reactor is already on my ship. Caesar is debugging it. As long as we survive this wave, the Smile Factory can start full-scale production. You will not only be the king of Dressrosa, but you will also become the sole supplier in the entire underworld. Doflamingo fell silent. Greed and fear battled fiercely in his mind. What do you need me to do? Doflamingo asked through gritted teeth. You must have also received the Shichibukai summons, right? Accept it, and then leak some of the Navy's movements to me. Also, activate all your channels in the underworld, and help me issue a war mobilization order. A tyrannical coldness flashed in Anaitsu's eyes. Tell all the ambitious individuals, mercenaries, and pirate crews in the New World. In 3 days, I will meet the Navy's Supreme Buster Call in the Thunder God Island Sea area. I will be generous to anyone willing to come and lend a hand. Any pirate crew that participates in the battle and survives will receive a 50% discount on any new weapons purchased from Beast Heavy Industries in the future. Furthermore, Smile artificial devil fruits will be prioritized for supply to them. Moreover, this is a chance to etch one's name into world history. An opportunity to gain fame by stepping on the faces of 2 Navy admirals. Such chances are rare. Madman, you truly are a complete madman. Doflamingo burst into maniacal laughter on the other end of the line, using future blank checks to buy the lives of New World pirates to serve as your cannon fodder. Phew. Fine, I'll send it out for you. Once the war mobilization order was issued, the entire underground network of the New World instantly erupted. Profit moves the heart. The lunatics of the New World lacked nothing except desperate outlaws, and the temptation of a 50% discount on weapons and artificial devil fruits was enough to make them draw their swords against a god. North Blue, Germa 66 Mobile Fortress. Vinsmoke Judge, the dictator of the scientific superpower, stared at the bounty poster in his hand, fanatic fire flashing in his eyes. Lineage Factor, Caesar Clown's sad technology. If we can combine it with Germa's cloning technology, the Vinsmoke family will once again rule the North Blue. Wano Country, Onigashima. Earth-shattering snores echoed within the Skull Dome. A massive azure dragon was drunkenly dreaming while hugging a wine gourd. Governor Kaido, Young Master. Young Master not only blew up Enai's lobby, but also robbed Punk Hazard. Now the Navy has dispatched 2 admirals to encircle and suppress him. A beast's pirate's underling knelt on the ground, trembling as he reported. Kaido let out a drunken hiccup and opened one huge, bloodshot dragon eye. Goo. That brat has finally done something truly significant. Kaido was not angry. Instead, he let out a deafening burst of wild laughter. He turned his massive head to look at a figure below him. King, I'm too lazy to move. You take some men and go over there. Kaido exhaled a puff of alcoholic breath. Go see if my seed truly has the qualifications to take over this sea. If he's about to be beaten to death, then fish him back for me. The other 2 poles of the New World. This impending war not only involved the Navy and the underworld, but also firmly attracted the gazes of the 2 emperors, who looked down upon this sea like gods. Moby D **K. Pop's latest intelligence. 1st Division Captain Marco transformed into blue flames of a phoenix and landed on the spacious deck. He handed a battle report to the old man sitting on the huge main seat, covered in IV tubes. Gurararara, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate let out a bold laugh that shook the sea after reading the report. That bastard Kaido, who only knows how to drink and court death all day, actually spawned a formidable brat. Not only does he dare to pluck the Navy's inverse scale, but he also dares to recruit troops across the entire New World. This courage and strategy. Since Roger died, this sea hasn't been this lively in a long time. Pops, should we intervene? If that brat really manages to create an army of devil fruit users, it will be a threat to us as well, Marco asked worriedly. Let's observe the situation, Marco. Whitebeard took a large gulp of sake, his spirit soaring. I have no interest in joining the fun of the youngsters' war. However, tell my sons to keep their eyes wide open. This storm might change the direction of the entire era. Tato Land, Cake Island. Mama, big news. Eldest son Perospero rushed into the palace, licking his giant candy cane. That Anaitsu emptied Punk Hazard, and he's recruiting forces in the New World to meet the Navy admirals. On the throne, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, whose body resembled a mountain of flesh, was frantically stuffing donuts into her mouth. Hearing the news, her movements paused, and a glint of extreme greed flashed in her eyes. Mahaha, artificial devil fruit. Giantization experiment data. That's the kind of technology I've been dreaming of. That brat actually got there first. Big Mom stood up, her terrifying soul pressure frightening the surrounding homies into trembling. Perospero immediately mobilized the intelligence unit. Keep a close watch on the battle situation at Thunder God Island. If that brat is killed by the Navy, we'll go and snatch Caesar back. If he survives, mahaha, then I'll go meet him personally. Whether it's through marriage or seizure, that technology must belong to Tato land. The storm had arrived. Dark clouds pressed down over the sea area of Thunder God Island. This war, triggered by extreme greed and ultimate ambition, was no longer just on Naijutsu's stage. The Navy's full strike, the stirring of the sea emperors, the mad gamble of the underworld. All the undercurrents were converging frantically toward the same coordinates. Chapter 51, The Chaotic War. In the New World, within the waters of Thunder God Island, the sky seemed to be torn asunder. Above this cursed island, there was no distinction between day and night, only endless wild thunder. The deafening roars made one's heart tremble, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of ozone and an extremely violent electromagnetic field. In such a death trap where even sea kings dared not approach, a massive, pitch-black steel battleship, the new Leviathan, stood as still as an immovable black mountain. Anaijutsu stood atop the white tiger turret at the ship's bow, his jet-black trench coat snapping in the gale. The scar at the corner of his right eye flickered in the reflection of the lightning, his gaze as cold as deep-sea ice. "They're here," Anaijutsu muttered, slowly exhaling a cloud of white mist. At the edge of the horizon, giant marine battleships representing the world government's ultimate military power forced their way through the thunder and gales. Like 10 steel behemoths, they crushed the waves as they approached. From the main mast of every warship flew the seagull flag, the symbol of justice. At the bow of the lead flagship sat 2 suffocating figures side by side. There was Kizaru Borsalino, draped in his justice coat with hands in his pockets, and Aokiji Kyuzan, radiating an astonishing chill. Standing below them were 3 equally formidable figures. Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, with a crucifix hanging from his neck and the world's strongest black blade on his back. Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, clutching a Bible and possessing a mountain-like physique, and Joker Don Quixote Doflamingo, wearing a pink feather coat and letting out a fuffa-fuffa-foo laugh. 2 Marine admirals and 3 of the 7 warlords of the sea. This lineup was enough to drive even the great pirates of the New World to despair. My Tilda, what a scary place, Tilda. Kizaru pursed his lips as he watched the falling lightning. His tone was flippant, yet it carried a lethal intent. Fighting in a place like this, it'll be quite a hassle if our clothes get dirty, won't it, Kyuzan? Arara, then let's finish this quickly. Whatever is on that ship cannot be allowed to flow into the sea. Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air and stomped his right foot hard against the ship's railing. Ice Age. Crack, centered on the marine flagship, 2 terrifying glaciers surged across the sea like twin dragons. In just 3 breaths, they completely froze the violent waters for dozens of miles around. The once surging seas of Thunder God Island instantly transformed into a desolate icy plain. Commenced the attack. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of war drums, elite Marine vice admirals led tens of thousands of elite Marines across the ice, charging toward the new Leviathan like a white tide. On the pirate side, allies who had accepted Anaijutsu's war mobilization order let out frenzied roars. The Beast's pirates fleet led by King, the clone army of Germa 66, and various small pirate crews from the New World charged out from the icy mountains on both sides, instantly clashing with the Marines. The hard icy plain instantly turned into a brutal meat grinder. The roar of cannons and the dull thuds of blades severing flesh and bone intertwined into a single cacophony. Warm blood mixed with flying severed limbs, quickly staining the pale ice a shocking dark red. But the true direction of the war was always decided by the battles at the top of the pyramid. Imperial Flame, a mass of burning clouds suddenly exploded in the sky, blotting out the sun. Calamity King transformed into a giant pteranodon, his wings spewing extreme heat capable of melting rock. Like a meteor dragging a long trail of flame, he dove straight toward the Marine flagship with a violent sonic boom, targeting the admirals. Your opponent is me. A hair-raisingly sharp green light tore through the air. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, didn't even look up. He simply drew the black blade Yoro from his back with one hand and gave a casual swing. That seemingly effortless, massive ghostly green sword chi not only split King's flames in half, but also plowed a bottomless, terrifying canyon into the icy plain below. The world's greatest swordsman? Don't be too arrogant. Sensing the threat in the sword chi, King instantly switched to his human beast form midair. He gripped his unique serrated longsword with both hands, and using the terrifying explosive power granted by the Lunarian tribe, he kicked off the air and swung down a sword chi of his own. Clang, clang, boom, the black blade yoru and the strange serrated sword clashed frantically in midair. The deafening metallic booms echoed through the clouds, and every shockwave from their clashing weapons shattered the hard ice below. Mihawk's swordsmanship was as deep as an abyss, flawless and profound. Every casual-looking strike carried the ultimate power to split mountains and seas. However, as a top executive of the Beast's pirates, King was no pushover. Although he couldn't match the others' pure level of swordsmanship, his wide-reaching style was exceptionally ruthless and experienced. He gripped the hilt tightly, using the special serrated structure of his blade to precisely and violently catch the trajectory of the black blade's slashes. Relying on his ancient Zoan fruit and his own incredible brute strength, he forcibly parried and blocked that lethal edge. During the high-speed exchange, sharp green sword chi occasionally broke through his defenses, tearing several gashes across King's chest and arms. However, not a single drop of blood flowed. The flames on King's back burned fiercely to their limit, fully activating the Lunarian tribe's abnormal defensive power, often called godlike by the world, allowing him to easily withstand the aftershocks. Imperial flaming wings. Having gauged the difference in power, King snorted coldly and violently flapped his broad black wings, instantly pulling himself higher to secure absolute air superiority. He swung his blade with one hand, and the extreme heat instantly transformed into a lifelike, giant fire dragon that roared as it dove to swallow Hawkeye below. Faced with this magma-level flame that could vaporize steel in an instant, even Hawkeye had to pause his offensive, swinging his black blade to cut several giant vacuum zones for defense. Relying on his powerful parrying ability, godlike defense mechanism, and overwhelming aerial fire suppression, King managed to hold his own against the man standing at the pinnacle of swordsmanship for a short time. A black and a red figure intertwined frantically in the thunderclouds, making it impossible to determine a victor for the moment. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield at the edge of the ice, a laughable display of Oscar-worthy slacking was taking place. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea who had accepted the world government's mandatory summons, Doflamingo was ostensibly on the marine side. Wearing his flashy pink feather coat, he walked through the air as if on solid ground, his fingers dancing frantically. Fuffa-fuffa-foo, pirate scum, all of you die. 5 color strings. Doflamingo laughed wildly as his transparent strings, sharp as razors, instantly sliced dozens of charging New World pirate fodder into pieces, spilling blood and limbs across the ice. He looked murderous, and to appear dutiful, he continuously used overheat to shatter surrounding icebergs, creating a massive commotion. But in reality, a close observation would reveal that all his attacks perfectly avoided the core area of the new Leviathan and the main forces of the Beast's pirates. He was purely padding his stats with insignificant minor pirates. As he roamed the edge of the battlefield, his gaze suddenly fell on another massive figure nearby. It was fellow warlord tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. At this moment, Kuma was slowly raising his hands, using the pawpaw fruit's power to compress an extremely terrifying paw-shaped high-pressure air bomb between his palms, seemingly about to completely flat the left wing of the Pirate Alliance fleet. That won't do. What if you break my potential customers? A sinister sneer curled on Doflamingo's lips, and he covertly hooked a finger behind his back. Parasite string, eject. Several tough strings, nearly invisible to the naked eye, used the snow and wind as cover to accidentally veer off their original path toward the pirates, and by some stroke of luck, struck Kuma hard on the forehead. Ding! A grating sound of metal clashing rang out. Kuma's action of compressing the air bomb stopped abruptly, and the high-pressure current instantly dissipated. His electronic eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, flickered violently. As an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army, Kuma also had zero desire to work for the world government. After being hit by Doflamingo's highly suggestive accidental attack, he cooperated perfectly and lowered his hands. System, under unknown attack from ally, logic conflict. Determined as defensive posture, Kuma muttered in a cold, emotionless mechanical voice. Then, he simply crossed his arms in front of his chest like a lifeless giant steel statue and began blatantly idling on the ice in a defensive stance. No matter how the surrounding pirates blasted him with cannons, he only used his paws to deflect the attacks, refusing to take even a single step forward. Of the three warlords with terrifying combat power, one was pinned down high in the sky by a calamity, while the other two were performing a double act to slack off. This should have been a massive advantage for the pirates, but the situation on the main battlefield sent a chill deep into Anaijutsu's bones. Because standing before him were two marine admirals in their prime. Chapter 52, A Sudden Turn of Events. Ice block, pheasant beak. A massive ice bird let out a roar as it crashed through the liquid metal filling the sky. Eikiji's eyes were cold as the extreme frost spread wildly across the ground, attempting to freeze all life. Muji Hayaga, Yamato didn't dodge. In her hybrid form, she opened her fanged mouth and unleashed a blast of pale ice flame. The two extreme lows collided in midair. Although the Great Mouth True God's freezing breath was slightly inferior in purity to the absolute zero of the chili fruit, it managed to hold back the massive ice bird through the violent reinforcement of Conqueror's haki. Crack, the frost surged back. Yamato's hands, gripping her kanabo, were covered in a layer of unyielding ice, and a trace of blood leaked from the corner of her mouth. However, the insane vitality of a mythical Zoan meant she never knew the meaning of fatigue. Don't underestimate me. Yamato let out a wild wolf howl, the muscles in her arms bulging instantly as she shattered the ice on her hands through sheer brute force. She pushed through the backlash of the frostbite, moving against the flow as black and red lightning tore through the ice mist. Take this, Thunder Bagua. With a thunderous boom, the kanabo, infused with Conqueror's haki, struck Aokiji squarely, shattering his half-elementalized body into a spray of ice shards. You're too slow tilde Anaijutsu-kun tilde at the same time, a golden flash suddenly ignited behind Anaijutsu. Kizaru's annoying face appeared inches away, his right leg glowing with a blinding light as he kicked down with speed exceeding neural reaction time. Light speed kick. Bam! Even though Anaijutsu transformed high-purity alloy into a divine iron bulwark in 1/100th of a second to block his chest, the terrifying kinetic energy still sent him and his shield flying like a cannonball, plowing a long, deep trench into the hard ice field. Cough, Anaijutsu crawled out of the ice pit. His silver-white tiger armor was covered in charred cracks, and his left arm was severely frostbitten. But in the next second, the terrifying recovery power of a mythical Zoan awakening kicked in. The liquid metal flowed rapidly as if alive, repairing the cracks in the armor, and the broken bones within his body healed at high speed. Is that all, Kizaru? Anaijutsu wiped the blood from his mouth, his legs shattering the ice as he lunged back like a bolt of silver lightning. His fingers transformed into Jengjin claws infused with Conqueror's haki, White Tiger, heaven-rending slash. My tilde Zoan recovery is truly a headache tilde Kizaru, transformed into light particles to narrowly avoid the attack, a few shreds of his suit drifting onto the ice. For the next 10 minutes, the ice field became a gladiatorial arena for gods and demons. Relying on their unreasonable stamina, exaggerated durability, and top-tier haki, Yamato and Anaijutsu were like two frenzied beasts. They were repeatedly repelled by the Admiral's attacks, only to charge back and covered in blood. Aokiji's ice blades left deep gashes on Yamato, and Kizaru's lasers pierced Anaijutsu's shoulders several times. Yet they seemed unable to feel pain, fighting with increasing ferocity. They even broke through the defensive lines several times, leaving bloody marks of retaliation on the two admirals. However, the chasm in strength could not be entirely bridged by vitality alone. Facing two men standing at the peak of the world, Anaijutsu and Yamato's haki gradually began to run dry. Their recovery speed finally failed to keep up with the rate of destruction, and their movements began to slow. No matter how strong your vitality is, it's over as long as you're completely wiped out in one breath, tilde Kizaru keenly sensed the fatal moment when Anaitsu was briefly slowed by Aokiji's frost. He used Moonwalk to ascend into the sky, crossing his hands in front of his chest as countless blinding light particles condensed at his fingertips, turning into a sky full of lethal light bullets. Yasukani no Megatama. Just as this fatal blow, capable of wiping out the entire ice field and the Leviathan, was about to fall. Boom, the thick fog surrounding Thunder God Island was crudely torn open. Two massive pirate ships flying the white crescent-bearded skull flag glided past the edge of the battlefield like ghosts. Standing at the bow were Marco, wreathed in the blue flames of the phoenix, and Jazu, whose body had turned into shining diamond. "That's the Whitebeard pirates' vanguard fleet," the marine lookout shouted in terror. Kizaru's movements froze in midair, the Yasukani no Magatama about to fire stopping in his hands. He curled his lip, his casual expression replaced by a hint of gravity and wariness as he stared intently at the two pirate ships. My, how scary. Even the division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates are joining the fun. I wonder if Whitebeard himself is right behind them. Kizaru sighed softly, and the light bullets in his hands slowly dissipated. To guard against a potential surprise attack from Whitebeard, he was forced to divert at least 2/3 of his focus to monitor the surroundings, using only ordinary lasers to continue suppressing Anaitsu. It was precisely because of this admiral's caution that Anaitsu and Yamato, hovering on the brink of death, finally gained a precious moment to breathe. The meat grinder of the battlefield continued to churn mercilessly. The ice field of Thunder God Island had been stained a shocking dark red with blood. Although the pirate alliance was numerous, their casualties were skyrocketing in the face of the well-trained marine elite. The stalemate in the battle gave the hyenas observing from the shadows the perfect opportunity for betrayal. On a line of uniform warships at the edge of the battlefield, Vinsmoke Judge watched it all coldly. He looked at Anaitsu, whose arm was frozen by Aokiji and who was rolling pathetically under Kizaru's light speed kicks, a cold calculation flashing in his eyes. Kaido's brat is about to reach his limit. The Navy's foundation isn't something rookies like them can contend with. Judge gripped his spear, his greedy gaze landing on the hull of the new Leviathan. Our goal is the SAD and the lineage factor data. Since Anaitsu is destined to fall, there's no need to keep playing along. Ikiji Niji, all troops hear my command. Cease the attack on the Marines. Target shift, assault the Leviathan. Seize that scientist Caesar for me. Understood, father. The Germa clone army, which had been fighting the Marines, turned their weapons in unison like emotionless machines the moment the order was given. Countless multicolored technological beams slammed directly into the unprotected flank of the new Leviathan. You bastards, what are you doing? Frankie, who was repairing the cannons on deck, was blown back by the shockwave of the explosion. Seeing the sudden betrayal of Germa 66, he let out an unbelievable roar, super traitors. However, the changes did not end there. Just as Judge led the clones onto the deck, the sea on the other side of the Leviathan suddenly erupted as if boiling. A coated pirate ship broke through the ice from the seabed. The bow was a giant candy shape wearing a top hat. Perorin, it seems we've arrived just in time. You Germa bastards, don't even think about hogging the toy Mama wants most. The eldest son of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Perospero, stood at the bow, waving his candy cane. Behind him, a swarm of chess homies and elite combatants poured out. The Big Mom vanguard, which had been lurking under the sea, had also chosen this moment when Anaitsu was at his weakest to launch a fatal surprise attack. Their target was also Caesar, hidden in the lower deck. Oh, has the target been exposed? Kizaru, who had been keeping an eye on Whitebeard while kiting with lasers, keenly caught the movement on the deck. If the Big Mom pirates or Germa obtained the SAD technology, it would be equally unacceptable to the world government. That won't do, Tilda. That scientist is the property of the government. Kizaru gave up his suppression of Anaitsu, transforming into a blinding golden light that refracted instantly, appearing directly above the deck of the Leviathan. Germa, the Big Mom pirates, and a marine admiral. The terrifying pressure of three major powers felt like three mountains pressing down on Caesar Clown, who was shivering in his lab. Chapter 53, War Escalation. Shiroraro, I've been found, it's over. If I'm caught by these monsters, I'll be torn to pieces. Caesar looked at the various killing gods rushing in on the surveillance screen, and his already neurotic brain completely broke down. Endless fear distorted his face, turning into extreme madness. You bandits, I'll make you all die. Caesar slammed a transparent glass cover on the console and pressed the red activation button inside. That was the large-scale biochemical weapon of mass destruction he had secretly developed on Punk Hazard, which was still in an extremely unstable state. Slime. SSSSSSS? Accompanied by the piercing sound of gas valves exhausting, a large amount of purple-black, viscous gas clouds, thick like glue, suddenly spewed out from the exhaust vents of the Leviathan. As soon as this poisonous gas came into contact with the air, it expanded madly at an exponential rate. It wasn't just gas, but a corrosive, highly toxic, and even flammable swamp of death. In just a few seconds, a purple tsunami of poisonous gas swallowed half of the ice-field battlefield. My lungs, help, my skin is melting. Piercing screams rang through the sky. Those defenseless low-level marine soldiers, pirate lackeys, and even the Germa clones who felt no pain, the moment they inhaled or came into contact with the poisonous gas, their bodies turned purple, they coughed up fragments of internal organs, and they collapsed in pain, turning into a puddle of pus. What terrifying poisonous gas! Even someone as strong as Kizaru couldn't help but frown when facing such a large-scale biochemical weapon capable of corroding armament haki. Although photonization made him immune to physical damage, it would be a real hassle if this muddy, disgusting purple slime got on his expensive, high-end suit. Oh my tilde, they really are a bunch of unscrupulous madmen. However, if the target is lost, Sengoku will be angry tilde. Kizaru turned into a blinding beam of light and decisively retreated from the range covered by the poisonous gas, ascending straight into the sky. Other forces trying to snatch Caesar also retreated one after another, and the battle fell into a strange standstill because of this indiscriminate biochemical attack. However, Kizaru, hovering in the sky, did not stop. Looking down from above at the new Leviathan swallowed by the purple sea of poison, he hooked his thumbs and index fingers together, aiming at the core area where the poisonous gas was densest below. Laser, scorched earth cleanse. Golden light erupted from his fingertips. Countless laser beams containing extreme heat fell from the sky like a torrential rain, densely and wildly bombarding the poisonous gas layer on the deck. Boom, booms, boom. The continuous, violent explosions not only shattered the sturdy hull, but the terrifying high temperature, sufficient to vaporize steel, forcibly evaporated and blew away the viscous purple poisonous mist in massive patches. In just a few breaths, Kizaru, relying on his unreasonable long-range firepower as an admiral, forced out an absolute vacuum safety zone dozens of meters in diameter in the center of this deadly biochemical swamp. Caesar, who was scurrying away in terror, was exposed defenselessly in the very center of this scorched clearing. Got you a confident arc curled at the corner of Kizaru's mouth. He instantly transformed into a refracting golden flash, closing in on Caesar below with lightning speed, prepared to capture the culprit who caused the chaos in one fell swoop. However, at the critical moment, when Kizaru's fingers were about to touch the corner of Caesar's clothes, rumble, the perennial black thunderclouds over Thunder God Island, were suddenly torn open by an unparalleled, terrifying force. A pitch-black, ink-like, top-tier conqueror's haki that made everyone present tremble to the depths of their souls poured down like an inverted black waterfall, forcibly stopping Kizaru's photonized body in its tracks. Mama, who is bullying my lovely children, give me back my researcher. Accompanied by a hair-raising cackle, a giant burning fireball and a mass of black thunderclouds intertwined. At the center of that storm, the queen with a body like a mountain of flesh, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, had personally descended upon the battlefield. As soon as Big Mom appeared, her eyes, filled with madness and greed, locked onto Kizaru floating in midair. Her obese body displayed a terrifying explosive power completely at odds with her size, stepping on the thundercloud to instantly rush above Kizaru's head. Napoleon, The hat with a face in Big Mom's hand instantly transformed into a giant broadsword. Pitch-black armament, haki and red-black Heishoku lightning madly coiled around the blade. Spear of Elbaf, Ikoku sovereignty. Nanny, Kizaru's pupils shrank violently in midair. He never expected that the four emperors' Big Mom would personally take the field, and right from the start with an unreserved fatal blow. In haste, Kizaru could only draw the Ama no Murakumo, compressing photons to the limit and crossing it over his head as a block. Clang, boom. The sky and earth shattered. Kizaru's light sword let out an overburdened wail the moment it came into contact with that overbearingly powerful Ikoku sword chi. Kizaru let out a muffled groan, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Although he was an admiral, in a pure contest of strength and haki, he was absolutely crushed by this queen, a natural-born destroyer. Like a golden meteor struck by a heavy hammer, Kizaru turned into an afterimage and was slammed directly from high altitude into the hundreds of meters thick glacier below by Big Mom's strike. Boom, the ice field shattered, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, mixed with ice fragments and golden light, announcing the terrifying dominance of a sea emperor who stood above all living beings. The battlefield of Thunder God Island, at this moment, welcomed the true Ragnarok. Big Mom came in person, a cheer of survival after a disaster erupted from the Pirate Alliance, while the Marine side fell into a deathly silence. With the arrival of Charlotte Linlin, the balance of top-tier combat power on the battlefield instantly underwent a terrifying tilt. The pirate side now had a full-health Emperor-level combatant, while one of the Marine admirals had been smashed into the ground. However, Anaitsu, standing on the shattered deck, did not have the slightest joy. He coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with ice shards, his silver beast-like pupils staring fixedly at that laughing mountain of flesh. He knew very well that Big Mom didn't come to save him. She was here to rob him. Once Caesar fell into Big Mom's hands, all his planning would become a dowry for someone else. Do you still want to keep struggling? Anaitsu. A suffocating chill approached from behind. Aokiji Kyuzan walked over, stepping on the ice shards covering the ground. His eyes had completely lost their previous laziness, replaced by a killing intent cold to the extreme. Big Mom's appearance made this Marine admiral completely discard all distractions. Since he couldn't catch Caesar, he had to thoroughly eliminate Anaitsu, this future threat, right here. Your alliance is nothing more than a heap of loose sand. Today, you must die here. Kyuzan's right arm transformed into deep blue-black ice, and a giant ice blade over 10 meters long condensed in the air. Not just Aokiji. The entry of a four-emperor finally made the top-tier Marine combatants, who had been slacking off, realize that if they continued to fish, there was a real risk of the entire army being wiped out. Vroom, in the sky, Hawkeye Mihawk's eyes sharpened, and the sword intent on his body was no longer held back. The black blade Yoru drew a perfect black crescent in the air. Slash, blood splattered. The Calamity King, who was originally able to hold on, let out a scream. The Lunarian tribe flames he was so proud of behind his back were forcibly extinguished for a moment, and his right black wing was torn apart by the sword chi. He fell into the sea of poison like a broken kite. Boom, in the distant ice pit, a golden light more dazzling than the sun soared into the sky. That really hurt this old man. Kizaru rose from the ruins. His originally crisp suit was in tatters, and his golden sunglasses were half shattered, revealing bloodshot eyes overflowing with killing intent. This admiral, who had always presented himself as wretched and nonchalant, finally revealed his fangs as a monster. Ama no Murakumo. Dazzling photons rapidly converged in his hand into a giant sword of light. Kizaru transformed into a refracting bolt of lightning that could not be caught by the naked eye, actively charging towards Charlotte Linlin in midair. Mama, bring it on. Big Mom laughed wildly, swinging the giant sword Napoleon, coiled with Heishoku and flames, to meet the attack. Clang, boom. Lightspeed slashes, and the four emperors' monstrous strength collided madly in the heavens. Every clash of weapons forcibly tore apart large patches of thunderclouds, and the blinding golden light intertwined with the black-red Heishoku lightning into a world-destroying storm. On the vanguard fleet of the Moby D **K at the outermost edge of the battlefield, Marco stood with his arms crossed, coldly watching the earth-shattering chaotic battle ahead, still maintaining a bystander's posture. Pops was right. These lunatics have completely started biting each other. Pass down the order. The entire fleet is to remain on high alert. We are only watching the show and will absolutely not intervene. Unlike the Battle of the Gods high above, the ice field below welcomed the most brutal clearing. The tyrant Kuma, who had been AFK, finally completely deactivated his defense system. He took off his gloves, his massive body flickering like teleportation into the center of the densest pirate position. Pressure cannon? Kuma swung his palms repeatedly, and countless paw-shaped high-compression shockwaves swept out with unstoppable force. Whether it was the Germa clones who felt no pain, the chess homies of the Big Mom pirates, or the elite lackeys of the Beasts pirates, as long as they were grazed by this transparent shockwave, their bones shattered instantly, and they fell in large swathes like wheat being harvested. Before this emotionless human meat grinder, the human wave tactics the pirates were so proud of became a complete joke. After frantically clearing a large area of corpses and blood, Kuma stood steadily in the center, palms facing each other, as a giant, extremely compressed paw-shaped air bullet madly condensed in front of his chest, ready to level the entire sea area at any moment. I have already seen it. If you are allowed to release this move, Mama's fleet will suffer heavy losses. A cold and low voice rang out through the smoke of the battlefield. The strongest sweet commander of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Katakuri, had cut into this death zone like a ghost at some point. He wore a thick fur scarf around his neck, and his sharp eyes, flashing with crimson light, had clearly seen the terrifying carnage after the air bullet's explosion through his top-tier observation haki that could predict the future. Yanagi-machi. Without any redundant nonsense, Katakuri's arm instantly transformed into several thick, pitch-black machi tentacles covered in high-grade armament haki. These tentacles not only had the hardness of steel, but also carried extreme stickiness, coiling up like venomous snakes at a speed difficult to catch with the naked eye, fiercely grabbing Kuma's wrists as they were closing. Immediately after, Katakuri swung his other hand violently, and the famous trident Magura pierced straight towards the core of Kuma's chest with a piercing sound of breaking air and a spiral airflow. Ding boom! A dull metallic explosion suddenly erupted. Facing this extremely fast fatal surprise attack and powerful control, even as an emotionless cyborg, the electronic eyes hidden behind Kuma's sunglasses flickered violently. He was forced to abandon the large-scale destruction that was about to take shape, his arms exerting force to shake off some of the machi, and he struck forward with the violent airflow between his palms that hadn't been fully compressed as a close-range pressure cannon. The powerful shockwave collided violently with Katakuri's trident, and the wild gale instantly scraped 3 feet off the surrounding ice. Borrowing this terrifying reactionary force, Kuma's massive body slid back dozens of meters, slowly lowering his hands to face off coldly on the ice field with this perfect man whose bounty was over 1 billion. The marine weapon of mass destruction that was enough to clear the field was thus forcibly nipped in the bud by Katakuri. The battle situation seemed to have balanced out again, except for Anaijsu's side. Chapter 54, Domination of the Sea. The ice plains of Thunder God Island had now transformed into a veritable Avasai hell. Huff, huff, Anaitsu knelt on one knee upon the cracked, frozen ground. Every violent gasp brought forth mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. The silver-white tiger Jengjin armor he took such pride in was now in tatters. His left arm was completely frozen into a numb, purplish-black state, and the fractures in his sternum made even straightening his back a distant luxury. Beside him, Yamato had already reverted from her human-beast form, her pale glacial flames completely extinguished. This fearless Oni princess had been invaded by extreme freezing chi in her internal organs, losing consciousness entirely, leaving only the sound of faint breathing. Stamina, haki, the vitality of fruit awakening. Everything had been overdrawn to the absolute limit. It's over, worst generation. Kyuzin approached with heavy steps. This usually lazy man, who always wore an eye mask to doze off, now had eyes as cold as glaciers that hadn't melted for 10,000 years. He looked at the young man who had turned the new world upside down and slowly raised his right arm. Ice block partisan. Extreme cold chi compressed frantically in Kyuzen's hand, instantly condensing into a massive heavy ice blade over 10 meters long that emitted a bone-chilling glint. With a whistle that tore through the air, it stabbed down vertically toward Anaijutsu's heart without mercy. At the critical moment, rumble! The black thunderclouds above the firmament began to spin and twist frantically, forming a massive cloud vortex that covered the entire sea area. At the deepest part of that vortex, two giant dragon eyes, crimson like blood moons and radiating endless tyrannical aura, slowly opened. Bang! A pitch-black iron club, entwined with black-red conqueror's hacky lightning as thick as a bucket, fell like a meteor from beyond the ninth heaven, accurately smashing into the giant ice blade Kyuzen had thrust down. Crack, boom, the terrifying monstrous strength and conqueror's hacky infusion attached to the kanabo shattered the ice blade without losing momentum. It transformed into a visible black shockwave, slamming hard into Kyuzen's semi-elementalized body. Even admiral-level martial arts and armament hacky defense seemed inadequate before this strike. Kyuzen groaned as his entire being was hit head-on like a high-speed sea train. His feet plowed two deep trenches several meters into the hard ice, and he was blasted back over 100 meters before barely stabilizing himself, a trace of striking blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Worororaro, Kyuzen, you ice brat! The gale tore through the pervasive poisonous mist, and a demon god over 7 meters tall, draped in a wide feathered cloak with a pair of giant demon horns on his head, crashed down in front of Anaijutsu. Kaido of the beasts. He carried the infamous Hasekai in one hand, his entire body radiating a pressure that felt tangible. That top-tier Heishoku belonging to the world's strongest creature ruthlessly suppressed all life within hundreds of meters. Are you trying to kill my son right in front of me? Kaido's roar turned into a physical sound wave, shattering the surrounding icebergs to pieces. Mama, Kaido, you old thing who only knows how to drink and commit suicide all day, you finally decided to move from that broken island. In the sky, Prometheus and Zeus intertwined as they descended. One of the four emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, slashed through Kizaru's laser as he tried to block her, landing heavily beside Kaido with a wild laugh. With every step her mountain-like body took, the ice groaned in pain. Cut the crap, Linlin. Kaido took a fierce swig of strong liquor from his gourd and casually wiped the wine stain from his mouth. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the two marine admirals ahead. First, completely clear out these ice or marine flies for me. Mama, suits me perfectly. This is a long-awaited sideshow. Big Mom let out a hair-raising cackle, her hands tightly gripping the giant sword that was Napoleon. The two old acquaintances, who once sailed on the legendary giant ship of the Rock's pirates, stood on the same front once again after many years. They exchanged a tacit and extremely cruel look. The next second, the two four emperors standing at the pinnacle of the sea simultaneously raised their weapons high. Buzz, the space of the entire Thunder God Island, emitted an overburdened wail at this moment. Two distinct yet equally violent top-tier Heishoku, like two physical black-red dragons, frantically coiled and entangled around the two weapons, finally merging perfectly. With them as the center, the ice for 1,000 meters around began to collapse and vaporize on a large scale. Even light underwent a bizarre distortion under such extreme compression of power. In the distance, Kizaru and Aokiji's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. Admiral-level top-tier observation, Haki frantically sounded the highest-level alarm in their minds. Not good, Kyuzen, get back, this is. Kizaru could no longer maintain his nonchalant expression. He instantly transformed into the purest photons, desperately refracting and fleeing toward the high altitude with all his might. Ara, this has really stirred up a hornet's nest. Kyuzen also instantly pushed his ice fruit ability to the limit, transforming into a giant ice bird and gliding backward at extreme speed. Hakai. Accompanied by two roars that shattered the firmament, Kaido and Big Mom swung their weapons down simultaneously. There were no fancy moves, only purity of the ultimate destructive power. The two world-destroying forces intertwined into a terrifying energy shockwave over 200 meters in diameter. Carrying the power to erase everything in the world, it shot out like a divine pillar of light intended to end the world. Rumble. The speed of this shockwave was too fast, and its range too wide. Although Kizaru and Aokiji relied on their Logia-type abnormal speed to narrowly avoid the core kill zone in front, the marine fleet behind them was not so lucky. The first to be hit was a top-tier main battleship 200 meters long, fully loaded with over 1,000 marine elites. Before this shockwave named Hakai, this steel behemoth representing the highest industrial crystallization of the world government was like a paper model in a gale. In the absolute instant of contact, the entire warship, along with the marine soldiers who didn't even have time to scream, instantly vaporized and vanished into ash. The shockwave's momentum continued unabated, plowing a vacuum trench hundreds of meters wide and bottomless into the sea around Thunder God Island. The seawater was pushed aside by the violent force and could not flow back for a long time. The entire field was dead silent. In the distant ruins, Doflamingo looked at the erased wreckage of the warship. His legs went weak with fear, and he slumped directly into the slush of ice and water, completely unaware that his sunglasses had slipped from the bridge of his nose. Is this the true power of the Emperors of the Sea? Monsters. They're all monsters. Cough, cough, Frankie. Just as everyone was still immersed in the endless fear brought by Hakai, Anaijsu collapsed on the ground, coughed up a large mouthful of black blood. He forced himself to maintain a final sliver of clarity and used all his strength to let out a hysterical roar into the communicator. Now's the time. Fire, tear their formation to shreds. Super, Roger, this great me has been waiting forever. Main cannon energy filling to 200%. On the scarred new Leviathan, Frankie was shirtless, operating the control console frantically like a madman. Inside the ferocious white tiger ram of this black gold warship, a heavy laser cannon made of high-purity sea stone and liquor ore had already completed its charging in secret. Accompanied by a blindingly bright blue high-energy light, this giant cannon, combining future technology with the blood and sweat of Wano Country's top craftsmen, let out an earth-shaking roar. Boom! A thick blue high-energy laser beam accurately pierced through the smoke kicked up by Hakai. Like a blue sword of light, it stabbed fiercely into the broadside of the second top-tier marine battleship, which was currently in a chaotic turn. The laser beam melted the warship's armor effortlessly and directly penetrated the heavy ammunition depot at the bottom. Boom! The sound of earth-shattering chain explosions detonated on the sea. Thousands of shells and gunpowder ignited simultaneously inside the hull, and the second top-tier marine ship was blown in half. Amidst soaring pillars of fire and the desperate screams of marine soldiers, this giant warship slowly sank into the bone-chilling deep sea during its violent struggle. In less than a minute, the marine side had suffered unprecedented heavy losses. 2 high-cost top-tier battleships were sunk, and thousands of elite soldiers were buried at the bottom of the sea. The invincible alliance of 2-4 emperors, plus Anaijsu's vicious follow-up strike like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, made the victory scales of the battle seem to tip completely toward the pirates at this moment. However, the pirates didn't get to celebrate for long. Puhahaha, young people nowadays really don't know the first thing about respecting their elders. I only left for a little while, and you've already dismantled the marine warships like toys. An extremely resonant, full-throated heroic laugh suddenly exploded over the smoke-filled battlefield. Along with this laugh, a seemingly ordinary black iron cannonball, wrapped in terrifyingly intense armament haki that made one's scalp tingle, smashed hard into the ice less than 10 meters in front of Kaido and Big Mom at a terrifying speed, several times the speed of sound. Boom! This single small cannonball actually exploded with power, no less than a heavy missile. The hard ice was blasted into a giant pit dozens of meters in diameter, and the violent shockwave even forced Kaido and Big Mom to squint their eyes slightly. The wind and waves were roughly split apart. A warship with a doghead ram aggressively crushed through the ice, inserting itself into the very center of the battlefield. Standing at the bow was a burly, white-haired old man. He casually tore off the marine coat symbolizing justice and threw it on the deck, revealing arms as solid as cast steel. The marine hero, Monkey D. Garp. Garp's appearance was like a stabilizing anchor, instantly steadying the Marines' collapsing defense line and morale. Kizaru and Aokiji, having retreated from the explosion's aftermath, regrouped behind Garp. On the ice, Hawkeye Mihawk's black blade rose again, his sword intent pointing directly at Kaido. Tyrant Kuma also stopped his confrontation with Katakuri and slowly retreated back onto the warship. The combat power of all three sides was fully deployed, with nothing held back. On one side were two Emperors of the Sea who reigned over the ocean, plus several Emperor Commander-level combatants. On the other side was the hero Garp, the spiritual pillar of the Marines, two Marine admirals in their prime, and two of the top Shichibukai. If these groups of people truly let loose and fought here, it would no longer be a question of who won or lost. Thunder God Island would absolutely sink, and even the ecology of this sea area would be completely destroyed. Chapter 55, The War Ends. The air seemed to freeze, and even the lightning falling on Thunder God Island appeared to slow down in this suffocating confrontation. In this tense, touch-and-go absolute deadlock. Guiyue, that's enough. A thick, domineering voice, exuding endless majesty, suddenly exploded over the heads of every frenzied warrior through a giant megaphone Den Mushi. It was the voice of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. On the Moby D *** K's vanguard ship at the outermost edge of the battlefield, Marco held up the Den Mushi connected to Whitebeard himself. The blue flames of the phoenix were particularly striking in the night sky, representing the unshakable will of that emperor. If this senseless slaughter continues, it will only lead to an infinite expansion of casualties on both sides, spilling the blood of young men for nothing. Although Whitebeard's voice came through the Den Mushi, the pressure that seemed capable of shattering the sky did not diminish in the slightest. So today, please, give me some face and stop the war. After a brief pause, the voice on the other end of the Den Mushi suddenly rose. The originally calm tone instantly turned into a roar sufficient to make the sea boil and all things submit. If anyone still feels like they haven't had enough and wants to keep fighting, whether it's the Marine, Shichibukai, or Kaido and Linlin, then bring it on. I and my sons will be your opponents. A threat, this was blatant strategic deterrence. In far-off Marineford, inside the Fleet Admiral's office, the resourceful General Sengoku gripped the Den Mushi's microphone tightly. Veins bulged on the back of his hand, and cold sweat had long since soaked the justice coat on his back. Although Garp's arrival had stabilized their position, it hadn't changed the core deadlock. The Marine headquarters was not yet prepared to declare war on all the emperors of the sea in the New World. On Aijutsu, Sengoku's voice spread across the field through the Den Mushi. Though suppressing extreme anger, he remained rational. Hand over the sad reactor and that scientist named Caesar. This is the government's bottom line. In the center of the battlefield, Anaitsu slowly stood up straight under the cover of Kaido's tall figure. He wiped the blood from his chin, his silver eyes flashing with cunning and coldness. He knew very well that knowing when to stop is the high-level wisdom of politicians and overambitious men. If he really stayed stubborn to the end today, even if Kaido and Big Mom could escape unscathed, the new Leviathan and all the technological achievements he had worked so hard to seize today would surely vanish in this chaotic battle. That's impossible, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Anaitsu panted, his voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Sad and Caesar belong to me. You should know that bloodline factor technology is not mature and won't directly cause an imbalance in the world situation. At the same time, I can promise the world government that our research results will be shared with the world government through CP0. We have a deep foundation for cooperation in this regard. Speaking to this point, Anaitsu paused and threw out his final chip. Also, as compensation, within the next 5 years, I, Anaitsu, will not take a single step out of the Wano Country sea area. This was an extremely cunning form of disguised compromise. Sengoku fell silent, waiting for a call from the Holy Land Mary Geoise. Soon, the phone rang. Accept his terms. A deathly silence filled the office, with only Sengoku's heavy breathing audible. After a long time, he bit his lip, blood dripping onto the documents from his chin. To maintain the last fragile balance of the sea, this strategist fleet admiral closed his eyes and issued the most frustrating and humiliating order in marine history. We accept your terms. Remember your words, you wicked brat. If you dare to break your promise, the Marine will flatten Wano Country even if it takes every last soldier. Sengoku took a deep breath and roared into the fleet-wide broadcast. Kizaru, Aokiji, Garp, everyone, retreat. The storm came to an abrupt halt at this moment. Carrying the immense shame of 2 sunken warships, the Marine fleet slowly turned their bows under Garp's cover and sailed away from this cursed sea. In the sky, Big Mom stood on Zeus, coldly confronting the azure dragon in the clouds. Although the Marine had retreated, the greed in her eyes had not faded, as she stared intently at Caesar on the damaged deck of the new Leviathan. Mama, Kaido, do you really want this brat to hog all the benefits? Charlotte Linlin. Before the azure dragon could roar, Anaijutsu, kneeling on one knee on the deck, wiped the blood and ice shards from his face and forced himself to stand up. His silver eyes looked directly at this of the 4 emperors, and he threw out his bargaining chip. I'm keeping Caesar and the sad, but I can guarantee you that the latest research results on bloodline factor gigantification will be shared by beast-heavy industries with Tato land without reservation, letting all races sit as equals around the same dining table. Isn't that the dream you've always had? Big Mom's eyes suddenly lit up, making her family and all the races in Tato land as tall as she was indeed her greatest obsession. Mama, what a clever and sensible brat, much better than your old man who only knows how to fight. Big Mom laughed loudly, extremely satisfied with this proposal. She turned her head to look at Kaido in the clouds, her eyes once again becoming fervent and calculating. Kaido, I'm liking this brat more and more. Since we're going to share research results, why not become even closer? Let him marry my most outstanding daughter. Let our 2 families officially form an alliance. Wororororo, the giant dragon in the clouds let out a thunderous burp smelling strongly of alcohol, sneering mercilessly. Stop dreaming, Linlin. My son's marriage is not for you to interfere with. Being rejected so bluntly in public, Big Mom's face instantly darkened. But for the sake of the gigantification research results, she snorted and stopped pestering. We'll see, Kaido. We're leaving. As Big Mom left indignantly with her vanguard, Germa 66 had also long since fled with their tails between their legs. This Ragnarok of Thunder God Island finally came to an end. Anaijutsu looked at the complete sad blueprints in his hand and Caesar Clown, who was beside him, foaming at the mouth and unconscious from fear. He hadn't died. He had won. Using Thunder God Island as a chessboard and his own life as bait, he had outmaneuvered the Marine and balanced the 4 emperors, ultimately snatching victory from the jaws of death in this meat grinder and achieving almost all of his strategic goals. Wororororo, not bad, brat. The giant dragon in the clouds took a deep look at Anaijutsu, then turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the horizon. A few days later, Wano Country, Onigashima. The new Leviathan, having gone through a bloody battle, was quietly docked in a secret underground port for major repairs. Anaijutsu sat in a large armchair, covered in bandages, listening to Denjiro report on the initial preparations for the sad factory's transport to Dressrosa. Flap flap. A news coup wearing a marine hat flew through the year-round harsh storms of Wano Country and accurately dropped the latest issue of the World Economic Journal and a brand new wanted poster onto Anaijutsu's desk. On the front page was a photo of Anaijutsu looking coldly at the fallen marine prototype mecha amidst fire and lightning. Anaijutsu picked up the bounty poster, which still smelled of ink, and looked at the long string of heart-stopping numbers on it, a wild smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Disaster Anaijutsu Bounty, 1,850,000,000 berries. Chapter 56, The Revolutionary Army's Deal. Violent winds raged across the gloomy sea, and angry waves crashed repeatedly against the several hundred-meter-high natural barrier of Wano Country, that massive waterfall that seemed forever impassable. An armed merchant ship, devoid of any obvious national or pirate markings and entirely covered in a certain wave-absorbing coating, was silently cutting through the wind and waves, approaching the entrance to Wano Country. Standing on the bow deck was a woman with a hot figure, wearing a top hat adorned with a feather and tightly clutching a massive flag in her hand. She was the commander of the East Army of the Revolutionary Army, the freedom giver below Betty. Lord Betty, we're about to cross the waterfall. Should we drop the tow ropes for the giant carp? A Revolutionary Army soldier beside her pulled the ropes nervously. The intelligence says Wano Country is a barbaric, isolationist nation, full of toxic factory, wastewater, and starving corpses. It says the only way to enter this isolationist, barbaric country is to rely on the traction of giant carp, risking a slim chance of survival to sail upstream. Barbaric, that's many years out of date. Below Betty bit her red lips, a hint of complexity in her eyes behind her sunglasses. She yanked off her cloak, letting the water vapor slap against her face. Open your eyes and look closely, boys. What you're about to see is the craziest, most advanced, and wealthiest arms empire on the sea. Look ahead. Following the direction of Betty's finger, the Revolutionary Army soldier's eyes widened in horror. On the originally steep rock wall to the right of the waterfall, a massive, spiraling mechanical waterway had been carved out. It was a heavy ship lift system composed of countless gears and bearings shimmering with a metallic luster, along with massive sea stone floodgates. The merchant ship entered the bottom of the waterway, and as a massive mechanical roar sounded, several mechanical arms steadily lifted the ship, climbing toward the top of the waterfall smoothly and rapidly. Boom! The moment the merchant ship leaped over the top of the waterfall and sailed into Wano Country's inner sea, the sight before them left all the well-traveled Revolutionary Army soldiers completely speechless. There was no toxic black smoke blotting out the sun as expected, no barren mountains, and certainly no dilapidated villages with starving corpses. What lay before them was a steel god nation that perfectly fused classical Japanese style with cyberpunk heavy industry. On the broad inner sea, hundreds of mechanical cargo ships moved in an orderly fashion across the water, with massive gantry cranes rising and falling at the port. Along the distant coastline, towering metal chimneys did not emit black smoke. Instead, through an extremely advanced filtration system, they puffed out pollution-free white water vapor. In the vast farmlands, massive mechanical arms and automated tracked vehicles were performing precise sowing and harvesting. And on the wide asphalt road leading to the core city, the flower capital, squads of samurai clad in light exoskeleton armor, black and gold in color with a mysterious luster flowing on the surface, were patrolling. This is Wano Country? A Revolutionary Army officer swallowed hard in horror, his voice trembling. This incredible level of technology and industrial capacity. Even the Marineford Science Force, which the world government is so proud of, couldn't reach this. Welcome to the headquarters of beast-heavy industries, everyone from the Revolutionary Army. A streamlined patrol boat stopped silently beside the merchant ship. Frankie, with his blue pompadour and wearing a suit in a very mob Godfather style, stood on the boat. He pushed up his sunglasses, his mouth splitting into a confident grin. The young master is holding a high-level meeting in the Flower Capital's boardroom. He's been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me, Super. The once luxurious Tenchukaku had now been completely renovated and transformed into a circular panoramic meeting room overlooking all of Wano Country, filled with a cold, high-tech feel. In front of the massive floor-to-ceiling bulletproof glass windows, around a giant long table crafted from a single piece of shipwrecked red sandalwood, sat the true core of power in Wano Country today. And at the head of the long table sat a slender yet immensely oppressive figure. 5 years had passed, and the member of the worst generation who had once wreaked havoc on Thunder God Island was now 27 years old. Time had stripped away the last bit of greenness from Anaijutsu's face, leaving only the profoundness, coldness, and majestic haki of an absolute ruler. He casually wore his iconic black steel coat, his long silver hair tied back, and the scar at the corner of his right eye made him look like an abyssal beast ready to devour everything under the soft indoor lighting. At this moment, Anaijutsu was leaning back in his leather chair, his slender fingers lightly tapping on the table, listening to the quarterly reports from the 4 executive directors under his command. Boss, this is the financial report for this quarter. One of the former 9 red scabbards, Denjiro, now wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a sharp suit, and exuding the aura of a shrewd businessman, pushed a thick file toward Anaijsu. Thanks to our dumping of third-generation smokeless gunpowder firearms into the New World's underground black market, as well as the legal sale of high-purity C stone armor plates to the world government, Wano Country's GDP has once again achieved a growth of 37.69% this quarter. The beasts coins we issued have completely replaced the circulation of berries in Wano Country. Not only is the currency extremely stable, but we now possess the most formidable trade surplus in the New World. The gold and rare metal reserves in the national treasury already require the expansion of 3 more underground vaults for storage. Very good. What about logistics? Anaijsu nodded slightly, turning his gaze to the other side. The transport lines are as steady as Mount Tai, young master, reported Ashura Doji, whose massive frame was like a mountain of flesh, in a muffled voice. He was also wearing a specially made, oversized suit, but the bandit aura in his bones remained intense. Our heavy armed transport fleet has completely controlled the 6 main undercurrent channels from Wano Country to Dressrosa. Any pirates who dare to eye our cargo ships are blown to smithereens by our shipboard cannons. The port docking on Doflamingo's side is also going very smoothly, and there has been no loss in the transport of sad raw materials. Education and talent reserves must keep pace with our industrial expansion. Anaijsu twirled the pen in his hand, looking at Kawamatsu, who looked like a kappa. Kawamatsu bowed respectfully. Please rest assured, Lord Anaijsu. Since you abolished the isolationist obscurantist policy 5 years ago, we have established 50 basic schools and 10 beasts advanced technical academies across the 6 regions of the country. Now, the first batch of young samurai who have mastered basic mechanical principles, chemical synthesis, and navigation has graduated, which is enough to meet the needs of Wano Country's industrialization process. In the future, we will further promote the development of high-level education. How is the morale of the workers? Anaijsu finally looked at Hyagoro, who sat to the side, short in stature but spirited. Everyone is full of energy. Lord Anaijsu, Hyagoro's beard trembled with excitement, his eyes full of awe and gratitude. Ever since you personally beheaded that beast Orochi, who exploited the people and preyed on the locals, in the flower capital square and completely shattered his rotten rule, the people of Wano Country have welcomed a true rebirth. Now, no one even glances at Orochi's grave, which is covered in the spit of the commoners. Motivated by your generous performance bonuses, the factory's production efficiency is unsurpassed across the 4 seas. The workers say that even if you ordered them to attack Marineford right now, they would charge into battle with their swords. Garbage from the old era like Orochi, who only consumed food, deserve to die. Maintain the workers' benefits. I don't need slaves, I need excellent employees who can create excess surplus value, Anaijsu commented indifferently. Just then, the heavy alloy doors of the boardroom slid open to both sides. Frankie walked into this power center that decided the fate of Wano Country, leading below Betty and several Revolutionary Army officers. As soon as Betty entered the room, she felt the sharp, almost tangible gazes from the several executives at the meeting table. Whether it was Denjiro's inscrutability or Ashura Doji's violent killing intent, it all made the Revolutionary Army officers secretly alarmed. This legendary arms empire had a terrifyingly deep foundation. Anaijsu raised his hand, dismissing the executives. Denjiro and the others bowed respectfully and exited the boardroom. A grand 7 warlords of the sea, recognized by the world government, is actually meeting in secret with the world government's greatest enemy, us, the Revolutionary Army. If the Gorosei knew about this, I'm afraid your privileges wouldn't be safe, Lord Anaijsu. Below Betty walked unceremoniously to the long table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Her long legs were crossed as she stared intently at Anaijsu. Shichibukai, that was just a political deal I made with those old foxes in the Gorosei 5 years ago to gain time for development. Anaijsu leaned back in his chair, a mocking sneer curling his lips. The government only values the massive Tenryubido's ship I hand over every year and the high-purity sea stone warship armor I specially supply to our marine. In the face of absolute interest, As long as I don't set up my cannons on the red line of merry Giuais, the Gorosei will only turn a blind eye to whom I privately sell secondary weapons. After all, in this world, capital is a more terrifying force than haki. Anaitsu casually tossed a gold-stamped list onto the table, sliding it in front of Betty. Let's skip the pleasantries. 50,000 third-generation smokeless gunpowder rifles, 10,000 crates of miniature stone high-explosive grenades, plus 10 siege cannons capable of destroying medium-sized fortresses. The goods you want have already been loaded onto the ship. Is Dragon's final payment ready? Of course. Betty snapped her fingers, and the subordinates behind her immediately lifted several heavy crates onto the table. Upon opening them, a blinding light instantly illuminated the boardroom. Inside were extremely rare high-conductivity ores scavenged from all over the world, as well as piles of high-purity gold bars. Chief Dragon sends his regards. He said that without your weapon support, our liberation movement in the Four Seas would have been delayed by at least 10 years before reaching its current scale. Betty looked deeply at Anaitsu, her eyes filled with inquiry. But I don't understand. As Kaido's son, the actual autocratic ruler of Wano Country, and a Shichibukai recognized by the government, why are you helping us? Aren't you afraid that, after we overthrow the world government's rule and establish a new order, the next one to be purged will be you, this capitalist tyrant? I only believe in berries and the absolute range of weapons. Anaitsu poured himself a glass of crimson wine, swirling the glass, his eyes reflecting a coldness and clarity that transcended this era. I don't care who wants to be the master of the world. Whether it's the celestial dragons, you revolutionary army, or even the pirate emperors including my father, it makes no difference to me. I only know one thing. As long as your revolutionary army continues to stir up the flames of war across the Four Seas and creates endless trouble for the world government, Marineford won't have the spare energy to manage the affairs of the New World. And my arms can be continuously monetized in this chaotic world, transforming into the steel and technology of Wano Country. I don't need peace, Commander Betty. What I need is for you to maintain a war quagmire of controlled intensity that can never be finished. Anaitsu raised his wine glass, offering a distant toast to Betty. So, it's just each getting what they need. Tell Dragon that as long as his hellfire of resistance against the celestial dragons is not extinguished, the armory of beast-heavy industries will always be open to your revolutionary army. Below Betty looked at this inscrutable man before her, who was calculating the entire world on a chessboard, and an indescribable chill rose in her heart. She finally understood that the person in front of her was 100 times more dangerous than any brutal pirate. Pirates only destroy with violence, but this man was silently reshaping the rules of the entire world with industry, capital, and arms. Pleasure doing business, Lord Anaitsu. Betty stood up and took a deep breath. These arms will completely turn several affiliated nations in the Four Seas upside down. Watching the Revolutionary Army Group leave, Anaitsu drank the red wine in his glass in one gulp. In 5 years, the factory chimneys had burned red. The gold in the treasury had piled up like a mountain, and the external chess pieces were all in place. Next, it was time to prepare to strike. Chapter 57, War Reserves. The originally flat wall silently split open to both sides, revealing a fully transparent explosion-proof elevator leading directly to the core underground base. The elevator descended rapidly, plunging a full 2,000 meters underground. As the elevator doors opened, a complex odor, a mixture of heavy engine oil, ozone produced by high-voltage ionization, and wild beast hormones, rushed out like a fierce wind. Anaitsu, you finally finished that boring accounting meeting. I was about to rust in this basement. A tall, slender, and exquisitely beautiful figure, brimming with explosive power, gracefully leaped down from a steel alloy frame dozens of meters high, landing steadily in front of Anaitsu. 5 years had allowed Yamato to completely shed her youthful immaturity. Now she had grown even more heroic and imposing. Her height had increased, and her physique had been honed to the most perfect combat proportions. She was wearing a white samurai outfit specially modified by beast-heavy industries, lined with super-strong bulletproof fiber. Her silver-white long hair, danced in the wind within the air-filled underground space. She carried the Morning Star Club, Aiken, inlaid with a core of high-purity sea stone, on one shoulder. Black and red Heishoku lightning faintly coiled around the club, and with every movement, she already possessed the aura of a peerless hegemon. As the chief military executive officer of beast-heavy industries, she was the undisputed demon princess. Let's go, Yamato. Let's go see our chief scientist and chief shipbuilder. We need to see if they produced anything decent after burning through 10 billion in funding over these past 5 years. Anaitsu affectionately patted Yamato's shoulder and strode with her toward the depths of the arsenal, which was as vast as a giant underground city. Along the way, countless massive mechanical arms were ceaselessly assembling various terrifying heavy weapons on the assembly lines. Sparks flew, and the bright glare of welding torches intertwined with the deafening sound of heavy hammers, creating a rhapsody of the industrial age. Ziulalalalo, boss, you have finally graced us with your presence to inspect my magnificent masterpiece. As soon as they reached the entrance of the core laboratory, Caesar Clown floated over excitedly like a whirlwind. Over the past 5 years, Anaitsu had given him truly unlimited research funds and the world's top laboratory equipment. He had even opened up all the original bloodline factor data from Vegapunk that he had seized back then. For a mad scientist, a place where one could conduct human and genetic experiments without restraint was simply paradise. Enough nonsense, Caesar. I'm not interested in hearing your lengthy data reports. Just show me the practical combat results from these 5 years. Anaitsu calmly interrupted him. Yes, you always pursue ultimate efficiency. Please look at the big screen. Caesar excitedly pressed a red button. The massive explosion-proof glass isolation wall in front of them slowly rose, revealing an underground combat testing ground behind it, an area the size of 10 football fields, constructed from super-strong composite alloys. Accompanied by heavy and uniform mechanical footsteps, a special unit of 500 men emerged from the darkness of the testing ground. Yamato's pupils contracted sharply, and she unconsciously gripped the Morning Star Club in her hand. The ferocious killing intent washing over them caused even a powerhouse of her caliber to feel a slight tremor. These soldiers were not the defective products that only grinned foolishly, with strange animal organs growing from their bodies, rendering them extremely deformed and uncontrollable. Standing before them were super killing machines that perfectly merged Zoan-type genes with the high-tech exoskeleton armor of Germa 66, capable of switching freely between human form and perfect half-beast form. The front row of soldiers instantly entered half-beast transformation under Caesar's command. Some had their arms transformed into Tyrannosaurus claws, covered in heavy mechanical armor. Others had pterodactyl wings, equipped with miniature missile launchers unfolding from their backs. Even their sharp beast claws were affixed with high-frequency shockwaves, capable of instantly slicing through heavy armor. This is the perfect Smile Generation 2 that I spent 5 years creating, the mechanical beast core. Caesar wildly spread his arms, greedily seeking praise from Anaitsu. By completely eliminating the unstable defective bloodline factors in the SAD raw materials, and supplementing it with the mechanical assistance technology obtained through trade with Germa 66, we successfully suppressed the side effects of the devil fruits. They not only possess the monstrous vitality of the awakened Zoan level, but also overwhelming artificial firepower. No pain, no fear, only absolute obedience to your commands. This is the ultimate work of art that surpasses that old stubborn man, Vegapunk. Anaitsu looked at this torrent of steel exuding terrifying killing intent and nodded with satisfaction. This was the kind of devil fruit user army he truly wanted. Not a group of clowns to be mocked in a circus, but an impregnable war machine capable of tearing apart Marine Vice Admiral units on the open battlefield. However, young master. Frankie, standing nearby, pushed up his sunglasses and pointed at the massive cable network above, his tone carrying a rare solemnity. The energy consumption of this army and the entire base is terrifying. although we utilized geothermal and hydropower from Wano Country to establish a large power station. As the arsenal continues to expand, the load on the energy system is approaching the red line. We need a paradigm-shifting, inexhaustible super energy core. Otherwise, our ultimate weapons cannot be activated at full power. I already selected the target for the energy issue. Anaitsu tilted his head back, his silver eyes seeming to pierce through thousands of meters of rock strata toward the distant sky above Wano Country. Let's go. Next, we'll go see Wano Country's most precious treasure from the past 5 years. Anaitsu retracted his gaze, took Yamato and Frankie, and boarded a rail car heading toward the super-large underground shipyard directly connected to Wano Country's inner sea. Before they even approached the shipyard, a hearty burst of laughter, loud enough to drown out the sound of the waves, penetrated the thick soundproofing walls. Ta-ha-ha-ha, loud and clear. Boys, weld that batch of treasure tree atom keels tight. This is a warship that will bear the weight of the entire new world. Even a single screw must be installed loud and clear. The rail car stopped. Anaitsu stepped into the astonishing shipyard capable of building dozens of giant ships simultaneously. Directing operations beneath the massive gantry crane was a massive fishman with bull horns and a thick beard. The world's greatest shipwright, the legendary craftsman who once built the Orochi for the Pirate King Roger, Master Tom. Little brother Anaitsu, you've finally arrived. Seeing Anaitsu approach, Tom put down the huge blueprint in his hand and greeted him with a loud laugh. His thick arm clapped Anaitsu on the shoulder, shaking Anaitsu's coat violently. Over these 5 years, this old man has poured his entire life's effort into this. Not just me. That kid Iceberg's Galley Law Company in Water 7 has also been secretly transporting the top-tier fluid dynamics data and shipbuilding materials here. Combined with Frankie's weapon modifications and Wano Country's unrivaled sea stone processing techniques. Ta-ha-ha-ha, this old man can proudly say we have created a miracle. Tom turned around, spread his massive arms, and pointed toward the breathtakingly huge fleet inside the shipyard. In the wide underground harbor, 12 Sea Beast-class heavy cruisers, each comparable in size to a top-tier marine warship, were docked neatly. The streamlined hulls of these warships were covered in pitch-black custom sea stone armor, which not only effectively defended against attacks from sea kings in the Comm Belt, but whose armor strength could even withstand a casual blow from an admiral-level fighter. The ferocious metal ram at the bow, and the dense rows of anti-aircraft cannons on the deck silently spoke of their destructive firepower. But what truly made everyone hold their breath was the ultimate flagship, resting quietly like an ancient mythological demon god in the deepest part of the shipyard. It was a super behemoth, more than 3 times larger than an ordinary marine battleship. Its main keel was entirely constructed from the world's toughest treasure tree atom, emanating an indestructible, steady aura. The outer layer of the hull was wrapped in high-purity sea stone composite armor, tempered thousands of times by the artisans of Wano Country. At the bow was an extremely ferocious silver-white tiger sculpture. Hidden within the tiger's gaping maw was a heavy laser main cannon, personally crafted by Frankie, with a bore size that was chillingly large. Moreover, the sides of the ship lacked traditional oars. Instead, they were equipped with extremely advanced ducted turbine thrusters. This meant that this mountain-like massive warship could not only ride the waves at sea, but could also execute short-distance, ultra-high-speed sprints under extreme sea conditions. Flagship Disaster. Master Tom looked at the warship, a trace of excited tears welling up in his eyes, his voice trembling slightly due to extreme pride. Roger's ship carried the romance of pursuing freedom. This ship carries absolute rule and unshakable power. Little brother Anaitsu, this old man entrusts it to you. Use it to make a grand disturbance across this great sea. Anaitsu walked beneath the massive bow of the Disaster, looking up at this crystallization of steel that embodied the world's highest industrial standard. He could feel the ship's heartbeat. It was the industrial pulse belonging to Beast Heavy Industries, and it was the foundation that allowed him to finally wield his scepter as he pleased in this world after 5 years of forbearance. "You have worked hard, Master Tom." Anaitsu turned around, and his silver eyes could no longer conceal the all-consuming ambition and haki within. Chapter 58, Natural Disaster Expedition. The morning sun had just pierced the pure sky of Wano Country when a golden den mushi, wearing a hat symbolizing the highest authority of the Marines, Fleet Admiral, abruptly shattered the silence of the office. Anaitsu sat behind the large Zittenwood desk, idly playing with a pure gold coin stamped with the beast's pirate's emblem. He raised his eyes to look at the exquisite calendar on the wall. The 5-year house arrest agreement he made with Sengoku after that earth-shattering melee on Thunder God Island had just expired. Anaitsu reached out and picked up the den mushi. "This is Anaitsu." On the other end came the deep voice of the current supreme authority of Marineford, the wise General Sengoku. "The agreement is up. Disaster Anaitsu. You've been surprisingly quiet these 5 years, not spreading your mess into the new world, hiding in your Wano country like a turtle in its shell. However, since you still hold the title of a world government-recognized Shichibukai and enjoy the right to legal plunder, it is now time for you to fulfill your obligations." Oh, how rare. Ignoring me for 5 years, has the world government finally remembered its useful vicious dog? Anaitsu replied with sarcasm, leaning back in his chair. "Tell me, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, which reckless pirate do you want me to kill?" "Put away your arrogance, Anaitsu. This is a mandatory conscription that cannot be refused." Sengoku's voice became extremely serious. A massive government cruise ship, transporting extremely important Tenryubido's ship cargo and a highly esteemed Celestial Dragon's envoy, was deliberately surrounded by an unknown force in the first half of the Grand Line. These madmen even cut off the ship's communication. Marineford's fleet is currently rotating shifts and is too far away. We need you to set sail immediately and proceed to the designated sea area for escort. This is a direct order from Mary Geoise. If you refuse, your Shichibukai title will be revoked, and Marineford will restart the highest level warrant for you at any cost. Escorting Tenryubido's ship cargo, and even acting as a bodyguard for those pig-like figures wearing hoods, you actually have the nerve to ask me to do such lowly work? Anaitsu let out a cold laugh, a flash of icy killing intent crossing his eyes. But in just an instant, he suppressed his emotions, a meaningful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. "However, since I've been cooped up at home for 5 years without stretching my limbs, I'll treat it as a seaside stroll. By the way, I can also show the world the shipbuilding craftsmanship of our Wano country over these 5 years. Send me the coordinates, I accept the mission." Click, without waiting for Sengoku to reply, Anaitsu decisively hung up the den mushi. He stood up and walked slowly to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was a vibrant, mechanical roaring steel divine kingdom. In the dawn, samurai swung their katanas in modern training rooms, and massive cargo ships loaded and unloaded huge amounts of supplies at the port. The gold in the treasury had already piled up into mountains, and the bottom-tier pirates who once lived by brute force and blood had long been trained into a well-disciplined, well-equipped regular army. 5 years of dormancy. He had used the originally closed and backward soil of Wano Country to cultivate an iron torrent capable of sweeping the world. Now, he was no longer the pirate supernova who had to risk his life and scheme to survive in the cracks, but a capital emperor controlling the world's most cutting-edge military-industrial technology. Zhang, Anaitsu's right hand rested on his waist as he slowly drew the black blade. Shusui, the national treasure of Wano Country. The black blade, which had not tasted enemy blood for 5 years, emitted an extremely crisp dragon roar of endless slaughter the moment it was drawn. The chilling sword aura even caused a crack to appear in the bulletproof glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. Yamato and Frankie seemed to have anticipated this. The two tacitly pushed open the heavy wooden door of the office. The moment they heard the sword's cry, uncontrollable madness and excitement burned in their eyes. "Anaitsu, who was on the phone? Can we finally go out and fight? My morning star has been thirsty for a long time." Yamato excitedly waved Aiken in her hand, her conqueror's haki uncontrollably overflowing, shattering the vases in the office. "Super, the battleship engines in the underground dock are fully warmed up. We can depart at any moment to let this world feel the shock of technology. Frankie struck his signature bizarre pose, his mechanical arms clanking. Anaijsu retracted the black blade. Shiusui with a swish and casually picked up the black steel greatcoat symbolizing his disaster status, which had been gathering dust for 5 years, draping it over his broad shoulders. Yamato, Frankie, notify the entire army. Anaijsu turned around, his voice not loud, but carrying a tyrannical pressure suppressed for a full 5 years, enough to instantly boil the entire sea. Ignite the engines. It's time to make this sea remember the fear of being dominated by the disaster again. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Wano Country's waterfall, the weather was terribly gloomy, as if the heavens themselves feared some monster about to emerge. Rumble, rumble. The massive curtain of water was suddenly forced apart in the middle by a power of extreme brute force. The ultimate battleship, the flagship Disaster, 3 times larger than the new Leviathan from 5 years ago, completely covered by highly pure custom sea stone armor, resembling a moving sea fortress. Blasted out of the waterfall amidst the deafening roar of its anti-gravity engines, heavily crashing onto the surface of the New World Sea. The resulting violent giant waves instantly submerged several surrounding small islands. Accompanying it were 12 escort-class high-tech cruisers. This black steel fleet, composed entirely of mechanized troops and perfect smile ability users, surged toward the vast ocean like ancient beasts breaking free from 500 years of rusty chains, carrying the terrifying aura of crushing the entire old era's order. That day, the entire world's underground black market intelligence network, the intelligence departments of the Marines, and even the territories of the 4 emperors simultaneously erupted. The highest floor of the royal palace in Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at the urgent intelligence he had just received, his fingers gripping the wine glass trembling slightly, crushing the glass with a crack. Blood mixed with red wine dripped down, but he let out a laugh bordering on fanatical trembling. Phew phew foo foo. The 5-year confinement period is over. That vicious dragon who transformed Wano Country into a terrifying monster is finally out of its cage. The new world is about to completely change its sky. The Grand Line, the White Earth Island, Baldiego. Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Dragon stood in the howling storm, looking toward the sea area belonging to the new world in the east. Beneath his hood, his tattooed face held an incomparably deep gaze. The wind is rising. The fragile structure of this sea is about to be completely torn apart by that man. Marineford. Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked at the red telegram printed on his desk, stamped with the top-secret seal, reading Disaster Anaijsu, confirmed set sail, and let out a deep sigh as if he had aged 10 years instantly. He grabbed a den mushy and issued an order to all Marine generals. Notify all frontline G branches. Raise the danger level for the new world to the maximum. This iron dragon, which had lain dormant for a full 5 years, finally revealed its ferocious fangs, capable of devouring the entire old era. The path of hegemony for beast-heavy industries officially kicked off toward the entire world at this moment with unstoppable momentum. Chapter 59, One-Sided Battle. The calm belt is the quietest sea in the world, without a trace of wind or any current. The sea surface is as smooth as a huge, suffocating green mirror. Beneath that bottomless calm lurk super-large sea kings capable of swallowing islands. It is an absolute forbidden zone for all navigators. However, today, this eternal silence was brutally shattered. Rumble, a deafening low-frequency roar echoed above the sea surface. It was a behemoth tearing through the sea at an inconceivable speed. The flagship, the Disaster, leading 12 escort ships, was marching rapidly through the calm belt. Without any sails, the giant ducted turbine thrusters on both sides of the warship churned the seawater wildly, spitting out powerful white jets that propelled the giant ship forward at a speed that broke conventional understanding. Below the waterline, it was armored with high-purity sea stone forged through 1,000 refinements by the artisans of Wano Country. These special ores, emitting faint oceanic fluctuations, perfectly shielded the warship's aura. In the highest command room of the bridge, Anaijsu leaned back on the wide captain's chair, resting his chin on one hand, watching the monotonous seascape outside the porthole with boredom.
Splash.
Suddenly, the sea surface directly ahead of the warship rose violently without warning. A super-large sea king, enormous in size and possessing 3 heads resembling sea snakes, burst out of the water, blocking the path like a moving mountain. Because the disaster and the escort ships had high-purity sea stone embedded in their bottoms, perfectly shielding all life and mechanical auras, this deep-sea leviathan had not detected the fleet's presence underwater at all. It had merely surfaced occasionally to take a breath. But when its massive head broke the surface and its 6 giant crimson eyes lazily opened, it happened to meet the gaze of the Black Fleet speeding at full throttle. After a brief moment of shock, the greedy instinct belonging to the overlord of the comm belt was instantly ignited. It stared intently at the small iron boxes delivered right to its mouth below, opened its massive maw capable of swallowing several warships, and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Detecting a super-large obstacle. Finally, something blind enough has come to deliver itself. In front of the control panel, Frankie excitedly pushed up his sunglasses, his fingers hovering over a red button. Young master. Anaitsu didn't even lift an eyelid. His silver eyes were filled with coldness. He slightly parted his thin lips, run it over. Yes, sir. Main cannon charging. White Tiger high-energy particle beam fire. The menacing White Tiger figurehead of the disaster suddenly split down the middle. A heavy laser cannon flashing with a dangerous blue light instantly locked onto the Sea King in midair. There was no pause for charging. Boom! A dark blue plasma beam, with a diameter reaching an astonishing 30 meters, carrying a heat capable of instantly vaporizing steel, pierced through the Sea King's 3 heads like a divine punishment spear, piercing heaven and earth, without any obstruction. It didn't even have time to scream. The deep-sea leviathan, comparable to a mountain, was completely vaporized the moment it contacted the beam, leaving not a single drop of blood or flesh behind. All that remained in the sky was a huge white mushroom cloud created by the steam. The disaster did not slow down at all, passing directly through the cloud of steam and speeding toward the first half of the Grand Line. This was the terrifying heavy industrial strength accumulated by beast-heavy industries during 5 years of dormancy. This was a dimensional reduction strike belonging to the new era. Meanwhile, in a certain sea area in the first half of the Grand Line, a giant sailing ship, extremely large, decorated with extreme luxury, even inlaid with gold on its mast, was engulfed in a sea of fire. On the main mast, the cross flag symbolizing the world government was already half burned away by cannon fire. This was a Tenryubido's ship transport vessel responsible for transporting the tributes from the allied nations to the Holy Land Mary Giwais. The ones besieging this giant ship at this moment were not any notorious great pirates from the New World, but a coalition of newcomers formed by over a dozen pirate ships. Ha, boys, charge up. Move all those shiny golden boxes. Standing at the bow of the main pirate ship was an arrogant youth with a mohawk hairstyle wielding 2 large cutlasses. He was the supernova who had just gained notoriety in the first half of the Grand Line this year, Bloody Hand Galt, with a bounty of 95 million berries. Boss Galt, that's a ship flying the world government's cross flag. I heard there are celestial dragons aboard. They are world nobles. Offending them will bring the admirals. An old pirate grunt nearby warned in terror. Nonsense. What bullshit celestial dragons? I am the man who will become the pirate king. Galt kicked the grunt away, his eyes filled with the ignorance of a newborn calf, unafraid of tigers, and the madness of greed. For these newcomers who had just set sail and hadn't even touched the threshold of the New World, the deterrence of the celestial dragons was far less attractive than the overflowing gold on the ship. The treasure on this ship is enough for us to buy a country. Who cares about the government or not? On this great sea, strength is everything. Kill. Under the frenzied assault of the Pirate Alliance, the escorting Marines suffered heavy losses. A vice admiral in charge of command had already been severely wounded by Galt through a combination of human wave tactics and a sneak attack from behind, lying in a pool of blood, his fate unknown. The pirates swarmed onto the deck of the Tenryubido's ship like locusts, on the verge of breaking through the thick alloy door leading to the VIP cabin. You useless Navy trash. If those low-life pirates dare to soil my clothes, I will turn all your families into slaves. Inside the alloy door, a celestial dragon wearing a bubble helmet and a bulky protective suit was scared out of his wits. He frantically smashed precious antiques at the Navy soldiers desperately defending the door while hysterically roaring into the den mushy in his hand. Boom, the alloy door finally had a large hole blown open by the pirates' high-explosive grenades. Galt poked his head in through the hole with a sinister grin, looking at the comical fat man wearing the bubble helmet, greedily licking his lips. Yo, is this the so-called world noble? Looks like a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. Just as Galt was about to swing his blade at the celestial dragon to snatch the gold necklace around his neck, the sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't clouds obscuring the sun, but an extremely massive shadow that enveloped the entire sea area without warning. Galt looked up in astonishment. Immediately afterward, his pupils abruptly contracted to the size of pinpricks, and his heart felt like it stopped beating for a moment. It was a black steel giant ship that he couldn't even imagine in his dreams. No warning, no negotiation, not even a shout to declare identity. Dozens of mechanical hatches simultaneously opened from the edge of the deck of that black and gold flagship. Immediately afterward, over 100 mechanized beast soldiers, clad in exoskeleton armor, half human and half beast, leaped down directly from hundreds of meters in the sky, crashing heavily onto the decks of the Pirate Alliance ships and the Tenryubito's ship. Eliminate all trash not wearing Navy uniforms. Leave none. A voice of extreme coldness blasted into the ears of every pirate through the warship's loudspeaker. F-fire, shoot these monsters to death. Galt snapped out of his extreme fear and frantically pulled the trigger of his flintlock pistol. However, the bullets only sparked comically upon hitting the armor of the mechanized beast soldiers. The next second, the cruel massacre began. This was truly a dimensional reduction strike. The claws of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus easily shredded the pirates' bodies. The micro-homing missiles fired by the winged dragon warriors in midair precisely blasted the pirate ships into burning fragments. The high-frequency shockwaves cut through Galt's proud dual blades like tofu, slicing his body neatly in half. Only 3 minutes. The newcomer Pirate Alliance, which had been roaring wildly 3 minutes ago, had now turned into floating chunks of flesh and burning charred wood on the sea surface. Thousands of pirates were completely erased from this world by this emotionless steel army with an almost artistic efficiency in slaughter. Chapter 60, The Hero Who Saved the Emperor. A deathly silence enveloped the battered Tenryubito's ship. Blood dripped from the cracks in the deck into the vast sea, staining a large expanse of water red. The surviving marine soldiers dared not even breathe, their weapon-gripping hands trembling violently as they stared in terror at the half-mechanical monsters, whose bodies were smeared with pirate blood, yet who stood in neat formation like statues. Tap, 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 the steady and rhythmic sound of leather boots echoed from midair. Anaijsu, stepping on the invisible moonwalk, descended slowly from the bridge of the disaster like a demon god arriving from the abyss, landing lightly on the deck littered with corpses. Following him was Yamato, carrying a spiked club and wearing a bored expression. For such a one-sided massacre, Yamato didn't even have the interest to warm up. The alloy door of the VIP cabin, which had been blown apart, was roughly torn open by several beast transformation soldiers. The celestial dragon wearing the bubble helmet, Chalmaya Saint, stumbled out, supported by several bodyguards covered in blood. When he saw that the crisis was resolved, his deeply ingrained arrogance and stupidity instantly regained the upper hand. You are that so-called disaster Anaijsu, a 7 warlords of the sea. Chalmaya Saint pointed a finger at Anaijsu's nose, his fat face contorted with furious anger as he shrieked, "How dare you arrive so late? Do you know this saint was almost touched by those lowly pirates just now? You are a dog raised by the world government, yet you dare to neglect your master's safety. When we return, I will definitely have the Fleet Admiral strip you of your title." His disgusting gaze then fell upon Yamato, and his eyes instantly erupted with greedy lust. Oh, this woman's horned appearance is quite nice. This saint happens to need a rare female slave. Hey, you, hurry up and put an explosive collar on her. This saint wants to lead her back to Mary Giue's. What did you say, you fat pig? Yamato's eyes sharpened, and the spiked club in her hand instantly became wreathed in wild black-red lightning. She was about to step forward and smash this idiot into a pulp. Anaitsu raised his hand, stopping the rampaging Yamato. He did not draw his sword, nor did he shout loudly. He merely lowered his head slightly, his silver eyes hidden in the shadows, coldly locking onto the celestial dragon who was stamping his feet. Vroom! A top-tier conqueror's haki, compressed to its absolute limit like an invisible, cold steel needle, pierced into Chalmaya Saint's brain without any warning. The celestial dragon's fat body froze abruptly. His eyeballs instantly rolled up, and a large amount of white foam spurted from his mouth. The absolute terror and irresistible pressure originating from the depths of his soul made his legs go weak, causing him to fall directly to his knees on the blood-soaked deck with a thud. A large patch of his crotch even became wet, and he let out a pig-slaughtering scream and convulsed. "You seem to have mistaken one thing, you idiot." Anaitsu looked down from a superior position at the pig kneeling on the ground, his voice as cold as the ice from the Nine Hells abyss. "The mission I received was to escort this ship and your life safely to the base. I am only responsible for keeping you breathing, not for indulging your temper. If you dare say another word, I will cut out your tongue and feed it to the Sea Kings, and then tell Sengoku that you were killed by pirates. Do you understand?" Faced with this naked death threat, Chalmaya Saint trembled frantically, desperately nodding amidst the blood, not even caring that his helmet was stained with filth. "Stop, esteemed 7 warlords of the sea, you have overstepped your bounds." An extremely cold voice came from the shadows behind the celestial dragon. 2 men wearing strange masks and white suits flashed out like ghosts, blocking the celestial dragon. They were agents of CP0, the world's strongest intelligence agency directly subordinate to the celestial dragons. One of the agents stared at Anaitsu with extremely sharp eyes, then suddenly threw a rifle seized from the dead Galt, along with several strangely shaped high-explosive grenades, heavily at Anaitsu's feet. "Lord Anaitsu, your rescue was indeed magnificent just now. However, could you please explain why these pirate thugs, who attacked the celestial dragons and nearly caused a catastrophe, are holding these things?" The agent pointed to the extremely clear gilded steel stamp, BHI Beast Heavy Industries, on the rifle barrel and the grenade casing. "This is the 3rd-generation smokeless powder rifle and miniature stone grenade your Wano Country developed less than 3 months ago. Why would these weapons appear in the hands of a group of pirate newcomers in the first half of the Grand Line?" The agent's voice pressed forward step by step, carrying strong questioning and killing intent. "You, as a government-recognized Shichibukai, are secretly funding pirate rebellion and even providing them with weapons to attack the Holy Land Mary GOIs. Based on this alone, I can apply to the Gorosei right now to execute the highest annihilation order against you." Faced with an accusation terrifying enough to make any arms dealer blanch, Anaitsu didn't even bat an eyelid. He even let out a contemptuous sneer. He bent down, picked up the blood-stained Gauss rifle, skillfully pulled the bolt, producing a crisp metallic clack. "Agent, it seems you people spend too much time in the ivory tower of Mary GOIs and don't even understand the most basic logic of commerce." Anaitsu displayed the ultimate shamelessness and the watertight demeanor of a capitalist. Beast Heavy Industries is a legitimate arms trading group serving the entire world. We build guns, manufacture cannons, and make money selling weapons. I sold this knife to an intermediary. Whether that buyer uses it to chop vegetables or to murder and hijack ships has nothing to do with me. Anaitsu walked up to the agent, looking down at him, and retorted, "If we follow your logic, if these pirates used standard military knives produced by your marine arsenal to kill a celestial dragon, would you still have to send Fleet Admiral Sengoku to a military court and sentence him for treason? This is sophistry." The CP0 agent's face turned ashen beneath his mask, but for a moment, he couldn't find a reason to refute. "This isn't sophistry, this is free trade." Anaitsu casually tossed the rifle onto the agent, then pointed at the heavily wounded and killed Marine soldiers around them, turning the tables. Instead of barking wildly like a mad dog here, you should seriously reflect. Why could a group of newcomers, who don't even know Haki, defeat your elite escort marines so thoroughly with just a few broken guns? This precisely proves that the world government's individual soldier defense equipment is already lagging behind the times. Anaitsu's lips curved into a shrewd businessman's smile. If you had purchased our Wano Country's newly developed lightweight sea stone composite bulletproof vest earlier, these young Marines wouldn't have died today, and this esteemed envoy wouldn't have been startled. This business is always open. Feel free to have your logistics minister come to Wano Country to discuss it with me. He was the one selling the weaponry, he was the one protecting them, and now he was the one promoting body armor. This kind of capitalist maneuver, taking advantage of both ends to the extreme, made the CP0 agent tremble with rage, yet leave him utterly helpless. Chapter 61, Stealing Treasure. Just as Ghost Moon was leaving the CP0 agent speechless on the deck with his flawless capitalist logic, Frankie's hushed, extremely excited voice came through the highly concealed miniature communicator in his ear. Super, young master, we've hit the jackpot. Frankie, who had remained on the Calamity to conduct remote environmental scanning, was staring at the perspective radar map on his screen. Those pirates were just firing blindly earlier, but they blasted a crack in the shielding layer of the Tenryubito tribute giant ship. My deep penetration scanner discovered that in the D4 top-secret cargo hold at the very bottom of the giant ship, there is not only a load of ordinary gold and silver jewelry, but also a giant safe wrapped in the highest-grade sea stone and lead layers. Ghost Moon's eyes flickered slightly, and he calmly extended his observation haki toward the bottom of the ship. Sure enough, he felt a strange aura there that was extremely ancient and contained an incredible energy fluctuation. Can you analyze what's inside? Ghost Moon asked through his microlaryngeal vibration transmitter. I can't see through it completely, but I hacked into their remaining navigation logs. Young master, this is no ordinary tribute. This is a top-secret trophy that the world government recently unearthed from an ancient ruin in the Grand Line. It seems to be the wreckage of some kind of super-ancient anti-gravity energy core from 800 years ago, and those celestial dragons originally intended to keep it as a rare antique. Ghost Moon's heart skipped a beat. A super-ancient anti-gravity energy core. He was determined to have this thing. But in public, with CP0 present, it would be extremely stupid to rob it openly as a shichibukai, as that would directly draw a full-scale siege from an admiral. Ghost Moon gave Yamato a tactical gesture behind his back that only they understood. Yamato understood immediately, quietly stepped back half a pace, and her figure vanished into the shadows of the cabin. All right, agent, let's end this boring argument. Ghost Moon turned his head to look at the still furious CP0 agent. Since the people have been rescued, to prevent any remaining pirate remnants, I will send my subordinates to conduct a thorough security sweep of this ship. No problem, right? There is no need to trouble you, Shichibukai. We will handle the security here. The agent hadn't even finished speaking. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted in the engine room at the very bottom of the Tenryubito tribute giant ship. The terrifying shockwave made the giant ship sway violently as if it were in a storm, and rolling thick smoke instantly engulfed the lower deck. Even worse, the explosion directly cut off the giant ship's main power, and the entire ship was instantly plunged into pitch darkness. What's going on? The CP0 agent was shocked. Enemy attack! More pirates planted a time bomb in the engine room. Following the script, several mechanical beast soldiers screamed at the top of their lungs in the darkness, deliberately creating extreme panic. Damn it, protect the celestial dragon. The two CP0 agents couldn't care about anything else and immediately protected the trembling St. Charlos, nervously guarding against any assassins that might appear in the darkness. And in this chaos and darkness that had been deliberately created, the real master thief had already taken action. Outside the D4 top-secret cargo, hold at the bottom of the giant ship, Yamato activated her human beast form, with pale ice flames suppressed within her body. She took a deep breath. Instead of using her wolf fang club, She used her claws, which were coated in high-level ryuo, to tear a gap in the half-meter-thick sea stone alloy door like it was paper, without making too much noise. A miniature infiltration robot controlled by Frankie slipped in through the gap. Its mechanical arm extended several data cables and plugged directly into the combination lock of the giant safe. Cracking this kind of old password system from decades ago only takes me 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, open. The safe clicked open. Inside lay an irregular meteorite-like core, emitting a faint blue halo and covered with mysterious ancient characters. Just being near it, one could feel the surrounding gravity distorting strangely. Yamato moved extremely fast, grabbing the super-ancient anti-gravity energy core and stuffing it into her bosom. Immediately after, she took a piece of scrap metal from her bag, activated her armament haki, instantly molded it into a similar shape, placed it back into the safe, and closed it again. Retreat, the item is secured, perfect swap. Yamato returned the way she came and used her freezing ability to perfectly seal the torn alloy door physically, so that even if it were checked later, it would be thought to be metal deformation caused by the high heat of the explosion. 5 minutes later, the backup generator on the Calamity was forcibly connected to the Tenryubito tribute giant ship, and the lights came back on. Ghost Moon stood on the deck, his spotless black steel coat fluttering in the wind. He looked at the shaken CP-0 and celestial dragons, his tone carrying a hint of condescending mockery. The sweep is complete. It was just some low-quality bombs left by the pirates. The crisis has been completely resolved. Ghost Moon turned and walked toward the Calamity. I will personally escort your riddled, broken ship to the nearest Marine G8 branch. You don't need to thank me too much. This is my obligation as a Shichibukai. 3 days later, Marine G8 Fortress. When this battered giant ship, but with its treasures and celestial dragons intact, docked at the harbor, the entire marine fortress was in an uproar. After Fleet Admiral Sengoku received the report at Marineford, although he gritted his teeth in hatred that the pirates had used Beast Heavy Industries weapons, he had to swallow his anger in the face of the fact that Ghost Moon had perfectly guarded the ship and defeated the pirate alliance. To demonstrate the majesty of the world government, the next day's World Economic Journal extensively published a commendation article titled 7 Warlords of the Sea, Calamity, Ghost Moon is dutiful, crushing pirate terrorist attack. Meanwhile, on the sea hundreds of nautical miles away from the G8 fortress, the Calamity was sailing steadily through the waves. Inside the bridge, Ghost Moon sat in the captain's chair. He looked at the super-ancient anti-gravity energy core in his hand that was emitting a faint blue glow, and listening to the mindless praise for him in the newspaper delivered by the News Coup. A wild and mocking smile curled on the corners of his lips. Leave the trash in the vault to the celestial dragons. The key that can truly change the era belongs to me. Ghost Moon tossed the core to Frankie, who had stars in his eyes, his silver eyes flashing with deep calculation. Just then, the black encrypted transponder snail, belonging exclusively to the intelligence department, beside the console rang blue-blue. Young Master, the communications soldier reported respectfully. Our informant on the New World underground dark web has sent confirmed news. That Emperor of Gold Guild Tesoro, who spent a fortune to bribe the celestial dragons and built an absolutely neutral amusement city, currently has his giant gold ship, Guiyue Tesoro, cruising in waters less than 300 nautical miles from us. Tesoro, is it? He's come at just the right time. Ghost Moon crossed his fingers and rested them on his chin, sneering. He is quite similar to me a few years ago. This batch of illicit black gold we just intercepted, as well as the massive overseas assets accumulated by Wano Country over these past 5 years, are in need of a sufficiently large and absolutely safe money laundering channel. Change course, Ghost Moon issued a new order. Target, Guiyue Tesoro. It's time to go and set some new world rules for this upstart, who has been blinded by gold coins. Chapter 62, A Smile. In the New World, the world's largest entertainment city, Guiyue Tesoro. As night fell, the sea breeze carried no scent of salt or fish. Instead, it was filled with the decadent aroma of premium champagne expensive cigars, and pungent perfume. On the dark horizon, a golden beast emitting an endless, brilliant light was slowly cruising. It was a supergiant city ship, 10 kilometers in length, pulled by two massive, muscular sea turtles. Gold dust filled the sky, scattering like stars under the ship's searchlights. This was the absolutely inviolable sanctuary that even the celestial dragons were reluctant to leave. To avoid drawing excessive attention from the Marine and the world government, Ghost Moon did not bring a fleet, taking only Yamato with him. He changed into a high-quality, tailored suit and boarded the city that never sleeps in a low-profile manner, using an invisible speedboat. Guiyue Tesoro, VIP Royal Casino. Pushing open the heavy doors embedded with countless gemstones, the deafening roar of the crowd and the crisp sound of clashing gold coins instantly drowned out all other senses. Huge chandeliers made of pure gold hung from the dome, and beneath their feet lay soft, expensive carpets. Countless wealthy tycoons in suits, pirates with bounties over 100 million, and even royalty in casual wear were there, eyes bloodshot, throwing money around like dirt. Today, Yamato had been forced into a sharp, slim-fitting black suit. Although it tightly wrapped her proud figure, which was full of explosive power, her wandering eyes, filled with curiosity about everything, still betrayed the wildness in her bones. Wow, Ghost Moon, look, the fountain over there is spraying nothing but real gold dust. And those pillars, they're all pure gold. This place is too rich. Compared to this, the old man's Onigashima is just like a pigsty, Yamato said, lowering her voice in excitement. Don't act like a country bumpkin, Yamato. Ghost Moon kept one hand in his trouser pocket, his deep silver eyes scanning the decadent hall coldly. His observation haki, like invisible tentacles, pierced directly through the luxurious floor, probing into the depths of the giant ship. The prosperity seen by the eyes is often built upon the filthiest flesh and blood. Every inch of gold here crushes the bones and blood of countless losers who became slaves due to debt, working to death in the sunless engine room. This is the most primitive, cannibalistic face of capital. Hearing Ghost Moon's words, the excitement on Yamato's face instantly faded, replaced by a trace of disgust. She tightened her grip on the sea stone club hidden under the hem of her suit. Then why are we here? Wouldn't it be easier to just beat up the leader here and steal the money? No, violence only destroys. What we want is control. Ghost Moon picked up a glass of whiskey from a waiter's tray. Let's go. Let's play a few rounds first to draw out the master of this place. Just then, Ghost Moon's observation haki keenly captured an extremely special corner deep within the casino. In this casino filled with greed and madness, that spot was strangely quiet, even faintly exuding a deep, imposing aura as heavy as a mountain. It was a high-stakes table for playing dice. It was surrounded by gamblers who had lost everything, their eyes bloodshot. In the center of the table sat a burly old man wearing a simple purple yukata and wooden clogs, his eyes tightly closed. A huge cross-shaped scar ran from his forehead to his left eye, and he held a seemingly ordinary blind man's cane, looking like a compassionate stone statue, completely out of place in this decadent environment. The future admiral, promoted through the world military draft, Fujitora Issho. At this time, Issho should still be wandering the four seas, using those tightly closed eyes to see the suffering of the world. Betting on big. The blind old man steadily pushed the mountain of chips in front of him, worth at least several 100 million berries, into the big area. His calm and gentle tone carried an unshakable certainty. The dealer standing opposite him had beads of cold, sweat on his forehead. This blind man's luck tonight was absolutely diabolical. He had won over 20 games in a row, almost emptying the chip pool of this table. If he continued to win, and the higher-ups blamed him, he would definitely be thrown into the engine room as a slave. A flash of ruthlessness crossed the dealer's eyes. He stealthily moved his foot under the table, where there was an extremely secret trigger pedal. As long as he pressed it, the powerful electromagnet under the table would activate, forcibly changing the result of the special dice inside the cup, which was infused with magnetic metal. If this round is small, I'll really have to sleep on the streets. Yixiao seemed completely unaware of the dealer's covert operation, just smiling gently and tapping his cane lightly on the ground. Just as the dealer took a deep breath, preparing to press the pedal and lift the cup at the same time. Ghost Moon had walked up to the gambling table at some point. He casually pulled out a chair next to Yixiao and sat down, his slender fingers tapping the edge of the gambling table, seemingly inadvertently. Thump! An extremely restrained, high-frequency, electromagnetic pulse instantly spread down along the table. This power didn't even count as armament haki. It was Ghost Moon's absolute control over metal, combined with the Zheng metal chi. In just 0.01 seconds, the cheating electromagnet under the table was instantly burned out and short-circuited, and even the insignificant magnetic lead inside the dice was silently liquefied and reorganized into non-magnetic dead matter. Open, 4, 5, 6, 15 big. The dealer abruptly lifted the cup, and when he saw the numbers inside, his face turned paper-white, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. The cheating mechanism had failed. Oh my, it seems my luck today is truly blessed by heaven. Yixiao pulled the mountain-like pile of huge winnings in front of him. However, his tightly closed eyes turned slightly, and he looked with absolute precision at Ghost Moon, who was sitting next to him. Thank you for the secret help, young man. Although I am blind, I can still feel that extremely exquisite Zheng metal chi. Ghost Moon signaled the bartender to bring 2 glasses of sake and pushed one in front of Yixiao, saying calmly, "The rules of this place are that the strong make the rules. Since you already knew they were cheating via observation haki, why waste time playing with them here? Wouldn't it be more satisfying to just smash this table?" Yixiao picked up the sake, took a small sip, and let out a long sigh. I have traveled the 4 seas and have seen enough of the world's demons and injustices. My eyes were closed by my own hand precisely because I did not want to see too much of the world's filth, ugliness, and tragedy. I thought that in this independent gold city, which claims to be for absolute entertainment, I could find a moment of peace and listen to the sound of rolling dice. Unexpectedly, peeling back this golden coat, it is still filled with fraud, oppression, and blood and tears. Speaking of this, Yixiao tightened his grip on his blind man's cane slightly, and a top-tier observation haki, extremely subtle yet as heavy as the falling stars of the entire sky, instantly locked onto Ghost Moon. However, compared to the filth of this casino, the scent on your body is what truly makes me feel terrified. Yixiao's face with the cross-shaped scar became serious as never before, and the noisy gamblers around them seemed to feel this inexplicable pressure, scattering in panic. Thick smoke, cold steel, and the wailing of tens of thousands of blood and despair. Although I am blind, my nose is not broken, and my ears are not deaf. The 7 warlords of the sea who started the arms frenzy in the New World and plunged countless member nations into war, as reported in the World Economic Journal. Natural disaster, Lord Ghost Moon. Why would you, with your hands stained with sin and the blood of the innocent, deign to help an old man like me? Clang! Feeling the old man's killing intent, Yamato's eyes sharpened, her muscles tensed, and her hand had already grabbed the short club hidden in her clothes, but she was stopped by a look from Ghost Moon. Facing the moral questioning and probing of this future admiral, Ghost Moon not only did not get angry, but leaned back in his chair and let out a few low, piercing laughs, carrying a hint of mockery. Blood and despair. Old man, do you have some misunderstanding about the truth of this world? Ghost Moon picked up a golden chip from the table and flipped it casually between his slender fingertips. Do you think the countries that buy my weapons only go around killing and setting fires because they have guns in their hands? Wrong, dead wrong. It is because of the endless Tenryubito tribute oppression by the celestial dragons. It is because those greedy kings, in order to please merry Guiyue, take away the last mouthful of food from the commoners. It is because of that hypocritical justice of the marine and the world government that only protects the nobles. Ghost Moon slammed the chip heavily onto the table, a dull thud that sounded like thunder in this quiet corner. Without my weapons, those bottom-tier commoners forced into desperate situations wouldn't even have the qualification to resist those tyrants, and would only be slaughtered like pigs. I admit that I am an arms dealer, a capitalist who stops at nothing for profit. But what I sell is not just the steel that kills, but the spark to resist this F***D-up fate. Yixiao fell silent. In his tightly closed eyes, he seemed to be thinking and struggling violently. He had traveled the 4 seas and witnessed too many countries destroyed because they could not pay the Tenryubito tribute. He naturally knew how riddled with holes the Marine's so-called justice was. But he never expected that an arms boss, reviled by the world as a natural disaster and making a fortune from war, could say such a grand and soul-piercing statement from this perspective. What about Wano Country? Yixiao's voice was a bit hoarse. It is rumored that you used force to dictate that closed-off country, turning it into your private arsenal. Are the people there not wailing in your steel cage? Wailing. Ghost Moon stood up, adjusted his tie, and looked down at the swordsman. In my country, there are no starving commoners, no samurai who dare to kill at will. With the profits I earned from steel and arms, I built an industrial utopia where everyone has a job, generous pay, and gains absolute dignity through labor. The sky there is clean, and the people there are smiling. Ghost Moon took out a special eternal pose with the Beast Heavy Industries logo from his pocket and placed it gently in front of Yixiao. Don't use the bullshit newspaper writ by that attention-seeking birdman, Morgans, to judge me. Go to Wano Country yourself, Mr. Yixiao. Use your mind's eye and your gravity to personally feel the pulse of the earth and the breathing of the people there. If after seeing it, you still think I am an unforgivable sinner, my head is always yours for the taking. Having said that, Ghost Moon did not linger, turned around with Yamato, and walked towards the passage deep in the casino specifically for VIPs. Yixiao sat alone at the gambling table, the surrounding noise seeming very far away from him. He held the glass of sake in his hand, his rough fingers gently rubbing the eternal pose, and the corner of his mouth suddenly curled into an unfathomable smile. Wano Country, huh? What an arrogant invitation, yet one that is impossible to refuse. It seems my next journey will not be boring. Chapter 63, Tesoro. After bidding farewell to the blind gambler Yixiao, Ghost Moon's high-profile winning streak at the casino and his undisguised aura of a superior naturally attracted the attention of the top brass of Guiyue Tesoro. Without any obstruction, personally guided by the VIP receptionist Baccarat, Ghost Moon and Yamato took a luxurious elevator made of pure gold, heading straight to the top floor of this city, the King of Gold's chamber. Pushing open the heavy pure gold doors inlaid with countless rare gems, a brilliance that was almost blinding rushed towards them. The floor of the hall was even made of extremely expensive glass tanks, with exotic beasts swimming inside. At the end of the hall, above a high staircase, sat a massive golden throne symbolizing absolute wealth and power. A man wearing a flashy pink suit, with all 10 fingers covered in exaggerated gold rings, and hair slicked back to a glossy shine, was lounging on the throne. He held a glass of crimson red wine, looking down at Ghost Moon, who had just entered. Emperor of Gold Guild Tesoro. The underworld emperor who controlled 20% of the world's berries flow and could even manipulate the decisions of the celestial dragons with money. Welcome to my city that never sleeps, Your Excellency, natural disaster, who has turned the entire new world upside down. Tesoro leaned back on the throne, gently swirling the crimson wine in his goblet, his eyes revealing the shrewdness and greed of a businessman sizing up premium goods. I am very interested in the new military hardware launched by Beast Heavy Industries, as well as those smile ability users without side effects. You are a remarkable arms dealer, Mr. Ghost Moon. Tesoro snapped his fingers, and his subordinates brought over a tray with a gold-stamped contract on it. However, although war is highly profitable, it brings with it piles of illicit black money, as well as the increasingly tight surveillance of the world government. You need a money laundering channel that is large enough and absolutely safe, and I am the best financial magician in this world. Tesoro leaned forward, showing his desire for control as an underworld emperor. Sign this exclusive cooperation contract, and Guiyue Tesoro will open up money laundering channels for you all over the world. In exchange, I want 30% of all overseas transaction profits from beast-heavy industries as a channel fee. And I will enjoy the priority agency rights for the new military hardware. With my financial operations and connections with the celestial dragons, your business empire can truly rest easy. This is a very good deal, isn't it? 30% channel fee? And you want to pull strings for me with the celestial dragons? Ghost Moon did not sit down, but walked straight to the steps of Tesoro's throne, the corners of his mouth curling into an arc as if he had heard an extremely absurd joke. Yamato beside him couldn't help but curl her lip, feeling that this man in the pink suit had something wrong with his brain. Tesoro, it seems that the web of power you have woven with money over the years has protected you too well, to the point where you have developed the illusion that capital can override absolute violence. Ghost Moon raised his head, his silver eyes flashing with extreme coldness and the oppression of a predator. You have mistaken one thing. I came here today not as a client to discuss cooperation, but as an acquirer to issue an ultimatum. Ghost Moon ignored Tesoro's gradually darkening expression and declared the bottom line of this hostile takeover word by word. Starting from today, Guiyue Tesoro's dark web bank will be unconditionally merged into the financial map of beast-heavy industries. You can still sit on your throne, continue to be the emperor of gold on the surface of this ship, and manage daily operations. But I want 51% absolute controlling interest and veto power over this city. Tesoro's hand holding the goblet stopped abruptly, and even fine cracks appeared on the glass surface. 51% meant he would completely degenerate into a high-level employee, and this gold city, which he had poured his heart and soul into creating, would change hands and names. What kind of joke are you playing? The elegance on Tesoro's face disappeared instantly, replaced by extreme gloom and laughter born of rage. Ghost Moon ignored his anger, his eyes filled with mockery that pierced through everything. Do not think it is harsh. I am using my steel fleet to provide a real military umbrella for your golden empire. Otherwise, when the day comes that you, this fat pig, are truly fattened up, do you really think those celestial dragons in merry GOIs will let you, a former slave, go? What did you say? A look of extreme ferocity and offended rage appeared on Tesoro's face. In his own gold city, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this, not even an admiral would dare. Do you think that because you defeated a few marine officers and hang a crappy Shichibukai title, you can be arrogant in front of me? In this world, money is the most powerful force. You are courting death. Tesoro stood up abruptly, his hands opening wildly. His awakened gold fruit ability exploded to the limit. Gold Imperial Fire. In an instant, thousands of nozzles hidden on the ceiling of the entire hall were activated, spraying golden powder all over the sky. Under Tesoro's control, this gold dust instantly turned into an overwhelming golden torrent, rushing towards Ghost Moon and Yamato like a violent tsunami. He even tried to control the tiny gold dust remaining in the air, wanting to seep into Ghost Moon's skin and turn him directly into a lifeless pure gold statue from the inside out. Yamato stepped back. Facing the golden tsunami capable of swallowing giant beasts, Ghost Moon didn't even have the interest to draw his sword. He just slowly raised his right hand, his eyes as cold as if looking at a clown. Your understanding of metal is too superficial. No matter how much gold there is, it is only fit to be a woman's jewelry. It is not worthy of being called a weapon for killing. An extremely sharp, silver-white light that seemed capable of cutting through space itself erupted from Ghost Moon's body. This was not ordinary metal control, but the ultimate killing form, combining the Zheng metal chi of the awakened mythical Zoan white tiger devil fruit with high-level armament Haki Ryuo. No style, heaven-shattering sheer. The liquid silver metal filling the sky instantly condensed in front of Ghost Moon, turning into two supergiant silver scythes dozens of meters long. Accompanied by the crossing of Ghost Moon's wrists, the two scythes turned into a destructive cross of silver light, and with absolute hardness suppression, cut directly into the violent golden tsunami without any fancy techniques. Screech, the teeth-aching sound of metal tearing echoed through the hall. The golden torrent that Tesoro was proud of, and that was indestructible after being strengthened by his ability, was as fragile as butter melting under the scorching sun in front of Ghost Moon's Jeng metal blades. The huge golden tsunami was forcibly cut crosswise from the middle, smashing down on both sides of the throne like dismantled scrap iron, smashing huge deep pits into the luxurious floor. Nanny, my gold was actually. Tesoro's pupils shook violently, looking at his proud power being instantly disintegrated with disbelief. Before he could react from the shock, Ghost Moon had already stepped on invisible moonwalk, crossing the stairs like a teleportation, and appeared in front of Tesoro. Boom! A pure, pitch-black top-tier conqueror's haki filled with the aura of a tyrant, accompanied by Ghost Moon's tangible murderous intent, slammed down without reservation. Tesoro didn't even have time to use armament haki to defend, and felt a 10,000-ton mountain pressing down on his soul. This arrogant Emperor of Gold had his knees soften and was directly pressed to his knees in front of his own golden throne by this terrifying pressure, unable to move his whole body. Gold is indeed a good thing, Tesoro. Ghost Moon bent down slightly, grabbed Tesoro's throat with one hand, and pulled his terrified, twisted face closer, his voice like a whisper from a devil in hell. However, gold is too soft. It can only be used to show off, but it cannot forge a true throne. On this great sea, only the hardest steel and the most extreme violence can set the real rules. I used to be superstitious about the power of money, but Akinu taught me a good lesson, and now I am telling you this truth. Ghost Moon's eyes flashed with a cruelty that understood human hearts, and he accurately pierced the deepest, most unspeakable fear and shadow in Tesoro's heart. By the way, a reminder, I don't need the celestial dragons behind you to back me up. Because I will one day send that group of trash who treat you like a dog to the crematorium. Ghost Moon leaned into Tesoro's ear and gently spat out the name. If the Stella you loved so deeply were still alive, seeing you in this miserable state of only daring to bully the weak while still living as a slave under the shadow of the celestial dragons, she would probably be very disappointed, right? Hearing the name Stella, Tesoro trembled violently as if electrocuted. That painful memory of once being a slave to the celestial dragons, that woman he loved with all his life, but who died tragically in Mary Guiyue's because he had no money. That was a bleeding scar in the bottom of his heart that could never heal and could never be touched by anyone. How do you know? Tesoro's eyes rolled back. The feeling of suffocation in his throat and the trembling in the depths of his soul made him feel for the first time what absolute power gap and dimensional reduction strike meant. Ghost Moon let go. Tesoro collapsed on the steps of the throne like mud, coughing and gasping violently. In the eyes with which he looked at Ghost Moon, there was not only fear of death, but also a more indescribable shock. The man in front of him not only possessed the terrifying strength to easily crush him, but also had the crazy ambition to dare to trample the high-end mighty world government and celestial dragons under his feet. Compared to an upstart like himself, who could only struggle for survival in the cracks with money, this was the real monster. I understand. For a long time, Guild Tesoro lowered his head dejectedly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly stood up, and put away all his arrogance and madness. As an overlord who had struggled in the underworld to climb to this position, he understood how to judge the situation better than anyone else. Guiyue Tesoro's dark web financial system, the casinos and money laundering banks all over the world. From today on, will be unconditionally fully open to beast-heavy industries, accepting your control. Tesoro knelt on one knee, lowering his meticulously combed head. Your Excellency, natural disaster, I hope your steel can really cut the chains of this world. A wise choice, Emperor of Gold. You have kept a city, and you have also kept your life. Ghost Moon straightened his suit cuffs and turned to walk out of the hall. The super channel for laundering funds, the infinitely expanding black money purse, were all in place. Let's go, Yamato. There is nothing interesting here. We should set off for the next stop. Ghost Moon pushed open the pure gold door, and the night wind of the new world blew through his silver hair. He raised his head and looked at the endlessly deep night sky. Chapter 64, Trip to the Sky Island. As the dazzling, star-like golden radiance of Guiyue Tesoro gradually vanished beyond the horizon, the Calamity and its 12 heavy frigates, which had been hiding in the darkness, resurfaced like ghosts. Inside the bridge on the top level of the Calamity, a vast space filled with a cold, heavy metal aesthetic. Young Master, we have exited the waters monitored by Guiyue Tesoro. Where are we heading next? Frankie asked, sipping his cola while typing rapidly on the complex navigation console. The super ancient anti-gravity energy core intercepted from the Tenryubido tribute ship was currently being tightly sealed in a high-strength, explosion-proof glass case beside him, emitting a mysterious, deep blue glow. Although we have obtained this extremely rare ancient energy core, its internal energy circuits and operating principles are incredibly complex. With our current equipment, even with Caesar's help, it will take at least half a month to fully analyze it and integrate it into the Calamity's power system, Frankie reported, pushing up his sunglasses. Ghost Moon, sitting in the captain's chair, nodded slightly. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, and his silver eyes turned toward a giant world map hanging on the wall. Half a month is too long. I don't have the patience to wait for it to be analyzed at such a snail's pace. Ghost Moon stood up, walked to the map, and placed his finger precisely on the coordinates of an island in the first half of the Grand Line. Order the entire fleet to immediately pass through the comm belt and return to the first half of the Grand Line. Target, the waters of Jaya. Jaya, the chief navigator of Beast Heavy Industries, responsible for the fleet's navigation, was stunned. He hurriedly opened the thick nautical records in his hands, cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Lord Ghost Moon, that place. That sea area has an extremely dangerous legend. It is rumored that a terrifying, completely irrational natural disaster exists near Jaya, the Knockup Stream. It is a horrific water column capable of instantly hurling the entire ocean 10,000 meters into the sky. Countless ships that tried to uncover its secrets have been torn to pieces there. And the navigator swallowed hard and pointed overhead. Legend has it that 10,000 meters above, there exists a sky island made of clouds. But that's just a story for children from the fairy tale book, The Liar Noland. It makes no sense in terms of physics. Fairy tales? On this great sea, all fairy tales are often just bloody truths that have been covered up. Ghost Moon turned around, his gaze sweeping over all the senior officers on the bridge. Yamato, Frankie, I will tell you clearly today, not only does a sky island truly exist above Jaya, but it also hides a treasure capable of driving the entire world mad. Ghost Moon's voice was not loud, but it carried absolute certainty, as if he had seen it all with his own eyes. 400 years ago, half of Jaya's land was carried into the sky by the Knockup Stream. On that land lies the legendary City of Gold, Chandra. The gold there is not the vulgar stuff that a nouveau rich like Tesoro uses to pave his floors, but ancient relic gold that has accumulated over hundreds of years, amounting to hundreds or even thousands of tons. Upon hearing hundreds of tons of gold, Frankie, who had been drinking cola, spat it out with a sound, his mechanical eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. Super, hundreds of tons of pure gold? Young Master, then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and empty it out. Gold is merely incidental military funding. Ghost Moon walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the bridge, watching the raging waves outside, his deep gaze seemingly piercing through the thick cumulonimbus clouds overhead. My true goal is an entire space-based strategic system that will allow Beast Heavy Industries to completely surpass the world government. First, there is that frog in a well above the 10,000-meter white sea who calls himself God. Not only does he possess the Logia-type Rumble Rumble fruit, which has immense destructive power and can provide infinite energy, but his clan's bloodline and history also hide the ultimate secret of the fairy Verth. He is the perfect biological battery and star chart guide for us to enter the interstellar era. Second is the geographical location of the sky island itself. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, it naturally possesses absolute air superiority and radar stealth that maritime armies can never reach. Once we take full control of it and transform it into a floating fortress for Beast Heavy Industries, the marine admirals and the celestial dragons of Mary Geoise will only be able to look up like ants on the ground, facing our space-based orbital bombardments from the clouds at any time. In Ghost Moon's eyes, a daunting capitalist ambition and strategic fervor burned. Finally, there are the hundreds of thousands of Sky Island residents on that land. They have lived for years in the extremely thin air of high altitudes, possessing lung capacity and physical strength far beyond ordinary people. And they also master the dial energy processing technology that has long been extinct for us. This is a massive, high-quality, and cheap labor force for the military industry that has never been tainted by the world government. Frankie, you have always been conceiving an ultimate ark capable of escaping gravity. Now we have the perfect soil. Ghost Moon turned around and spread his arms, his black steel coat flapping loudly behind him. An excellent high-altitude arsenal, a continuous supply of labor, the ancient anti-gravity core in our hands, and if we add that thunder-wielding idiot, the battleships of beast-heavy industries will no longer be limited to this ocean. We will tread upon the firmament, establish a steel empire suspended above the world, and mount our cannons upon the stars that even the celestial dragons cannot look up to. Once these words were spoken, the entire bridge fell into a deathly silence. The navigator opened his mouth wide, forgetting even to breathe. Yamato was trembling with excitement, gripping her Wolf Fang Club Aiken tightly, her eyes burning with violent battle intent. Defeat the guy who calls himself God, steal his fruit and gold. Ghost Moon? This kind of adventure that makes one's blood boil just hearing about it is simply amazing. How do we get up there? Just like the most arrogant gamblers on the sea. A crazy smile curled at the corners of Ghost Moon's mouth, his eyes revealing the true nature of an overlord who transcends the laws of nature. Since the anti-gravity engine cannot be used yet, we will borrow the hand of nature. Order the entire fleet. We will go directly against the eruption of the Knockup stream, and, following that sky-reaching water column, forcibly charge 10,000 meters into the sky. A few days later, first half of the Grand Line, Jaya Sea area. When the massive steel body of the Calamity sailed into this cursed sea area, the originally clear sky darkened without any warning. It was not an ordinary cloudy day, but a state of extreme oppression as if the apocalypse had arrived. Directly above the fleet appeared a terrifying cloud mass so vast that it could not be described in words. It was like a black demon blocking out the sky, pressing heavily upon the sea surface, swallowing even the sunlight completely. That was the cumulonimbus that would never produce rain and would never be blown away by the wind, a miracle cloud seemingly frozen in the sky like a fossil. Young master, the current data is completely haywire. The magnetic field is also undergoing violent deflection. The navigator looked at the wildly spinning needles and flashing red alarms on the console, his voice trembling. The sea surface began to undergo eerie changes. The originally calm water began to churn violently, as if it were being boiled. Huge whirlpools with diameters exceeding hundreds of meters formed around the fleet, resembling abyss mouths leading to hell. Those deep-sea beasts, usually fierce, now felt as if the end of the world had arrived and were fleeing desperately toward the open sea. It's here, the breath of nature. Ghost Moon stood on the huge white tiger figurehead of the Calamity, his black steel coat flapping in the strong wind. He did not retreat a single step, his silver eyes staring fixedly at the center of the sea ahead, at the heart of the giant whirlpool that had already sunk dozens of meters deep. Frankie, what is the fleet's pressure-resistant status? Ghost Moon roared without looking back. Super, ready. In the main control room, Frankie slammed down a row of extremely thick red levers. All frigates have completed rigid connections with the Calamity via high-strength titanium alloy chains. The high-purity sea stone armor below the flagship's waterline is fully deployed. The 12 ducted turbopropellers have been preheated to a 120% overload state. Frankie roared through the shipwide broadcast. Listen up, brats. All of you, tie yourselves tightly to your seats. If anyone gets thrown into the sky by this water column, I don't have time to collect your corpses. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Without giving anyone more time to think, a terrifying, massive sound that seemed to want to tear the entire planet apart from the inside exploded deep within the seabed. At the absolute moment, the Calamity sailed into the very center of that giant whirlpool, a massive flow of water, compressed to the extreme by the Earth's crust, and having built up power for who knows how long, erupted from the depths of the seabed like a crystal-clear water dragon containing destructive power, charging straight into the firmament with an unstoppable, overbearing posture. Bang! The Calamity's steel hull, as massive as a mountain, jolted violently upward in the face of this inhuman natural power. If it had been any ordinary wooden sailing ship, its keel would have been snapped, and it would have disintegrated into countless fragments the moment it touched this erupting water column. But the Calamity was different. This ultimate war machine, personally crafted by the world's #1 shipwright, Master Tom, with a main keel made of the world's hardest treasure tree atom and a hull wrapped in custom-made sea stone composite armor from Wano Country, displayed a terrifying hardness that made one's scalp tingle. Amidst the deafening sound of metal friction and the teeth-gritting groans of the hull, the Calamity not only did not disintegrate, but instead, like an enraged steel beast, fiercely rode on the crest of the knock-up stream. Now, turbopropellers, full power thrust. Keep the stance steady for me. Frankie operated frantically in the main control room, the mechanical muscles of his arms bulging high. Boom, boom, boom. The huge ducted turbopropellers on both sides of the Calamity spat out blinding blue exhaust flames. Based on the terrifying vertical upward thrust of the knock-up stream, the warship's engines forcibly cut a route upstream along the surface of the water column. The 12 frigates were tightly tethered by iron chains, and the entire massive black gold fleet, in a manner that defied Newton's laws, absolutely brutal and shocking, soared crazily toward the 10,000-meter-high sky along that sky-reaching water column, which was several kilometers in diameter. Ah, this is so thrilling. Yamato stood beside Ghost Moon, and even though the strong wind distorted her face, she excitedly spread her arms and laughed out loud. Everything around them was falling downward at a speed the naked eye could not capture. Gravity seemed to have lost its meaning here. The roar of the water column covered everything. As the altitude climbed crazily, the air became thinner and thinner, and the temperature dropped sharply. A thin layer of frost even began to form on the ship's hull. 5,000 meters, 7,000 meters, 9,000 meters. When the Calamity forcibly withstood the extreme weightlessness as the water column climbed to its peak, bang. The layer of cumulonimbus clouds, which seemed so thick that it could never be penetrated, was brutally smashed open by this steel beast, creating a huge hole. Blinding, a pure, blinding sunlight, one that could absolutely never be seen on the sea surface, instantly bathed the entire warship. At this moment, the water flow lost its upward thrust and turned into a torrential rain falling downward. The Calamity, relying on its inertia and the final thrust of the turbines, slammed heavily onto a white, strange ocean that was as soft as cotton, yet capable of supporting ships. Splash, huge splashes of water sprayed dozens of meters high. The 12 frigates followed closely behind, landing steadily around the flagship under the traction of the iron chains. The massive steel fleet, after violent shaking, finally returned to calm. Ghost Moon slowly opened his eyes, adapting to the extremely dazzling light. What met his eyes was an endless white sea of clouds. There were no waves, no strong winds, only a tranquility and holiness as if it were the dwelling place of gods. And in the distance of the sea of clouds, one could vaguely see a green island wrapped in giant vines. What a truly nice view. Ghost Moon stepped on the pure white sea cloud layer, feeling the extremely thin air, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He slowly drew the black blade shusui from his waist, the blade pointing directly at the shrine in the distance that represented the highest authority. Now, let us begin the hunt. Chapter 65, White Sun Sea. 10,000 meters in the sky, the White Sea. This is a world completely different from the blue sea below, filled with smoke, slaughter, and the roar of steel. The thin air is devoid of even a trace of exhaust from heavy industry. The pristine, flawless clouds, stacked like layers of impossibly soft cotton candy, stretch out to the very edge of where the eye can see. The sunlight pours down here without obstruction, refracting a near-divine, holy radiance that makes one want to prostrate in worship. However, this eternal tranquility, where time itself seems to have stalled, was today torn apart completely and violently by an existence of absolute brutality. Rumble. The low-frequency roar of engines, accompanied by massive ducted turbine thrusters spewing dazzling blue plasma exhaust, saw the Calamity lead 12 heavy frigates, all painted in black and gold. crushing mercilessly through the calm cloud surface of the White Sea. This fleet was too massive, so massive that even as they quietly docked at the edge of Angel Island, their towering, pitch-black hulls, like city walls, were enough to shroud half the island in suffocating shadow. For the residents of the Sky Island, who had lived in the clouds for generations and had only ever seen dilapidated, light wooden sailboats driven by the wind, this fleet, covered in cold metal armor with main gun calibers large enough to easily fit an adult elephant, was an apocalyptic scene that exceeded the limits of their cognition. The streets around the port, once bustling, had now fallen into a deathly silence. Countless Sky Island residents with small white wings on their backs collapsed onto the cloud-paved streets, their legs weak, their faces pale as paper, and their pupils trembling violently. But what was extremely eerie and hair-raising was that, although the fear in their eyes was overflowing to the extreme, not a single person dared to let out a loud scream or cry. Even the sound of footsteps retreating in terror was tightly and deliberately suppressed to the absolute minimum. A little girl, only 4 or 5 years old, holding a cloud balloon, a local specialty, opened her mouth to cry wah after being frightened by the calamity, which looked like a steel behemoth. Her mother lunged over as if struck by electricity, covering her daughter's mouth with trembling hands, tears swirling wildly in her eyes. Yet she shook her head desperately, looking at her child with an extremely desperate and pleading gaze, her fingers trembling as she pointed to the clear sky above. No sound, absolutely no sound, because God was watching them, listening to them. On the deck of the Calamity, a heavy metal gangway descended slowly with a harsh hydraulic sound, crashing heavily onto the soft clouds of Angel Island. Ghost Moon, wearing his signature black steel coat, had the hem of the coat flapping in the high-altitude cold wind. He led Yamato, Frankie, and a full squad of heavily armed, perfectly synchronized mechanical beast soldier units, their marching so uniform it made one's scalp tingle, down the gangway. Ghost Moon's eyes, sharp as knives and carrying a hint of cold silver light, scanned the surroundings like the most precise radar. With his peak-level observation haki, he could not only clearly hear the thumping heartbeats of these residents due to their extreme fear, but also keenly perceive the suffocating, oppressive atmosphere permeating the air, as if their souls themselves were shackled. What an amusing country, enough to make one laugh. Ghost Moon's military boots stepped onto the soft clouds, letting out a scoff of extreme disdain. He looked at the trembling Sky Island residents, who were so careful even with their breathing, and a cruel, insightful sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Yamato, do you see? There are no cheers, no curiosity about outsiders, and no instinctive anger or resistance when invaded. Even, they don't dare to express their biological instinct of fear with sound. Ghost Moon took a cigar from his pocket. Ghost Moon took a deep puff, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke that looked completely out of place in the pure air of the White Sea. It seems the ruler here is quite skilled at using low-level authoritarian tools like terror and surveillance. He has even castrated the genes of resistance in these civilians on both physical and psychological levels. They are afraid of that thing in the sky. Yamato gripped her massive Wolf Fang Club Aiken, embedded with sea stone, her brows deeply furrowed. As a warrior who was once imprisoned on Onigashima by Kaido and longed for freedom, she was extremely sensitive to and disgusted by this oppressive atmosphere. She could feel that the residents' eyes were constantly, and very covertly, stealing glances at a certain direction in the sky, as if some terrifying, world-destroying disaster could descend from the depths of the clouds at any moment. Meanwhile, at the other end of Angel Island, hidden deep within the giant vines, in the core temple of the God's Island Upper Yard, which symbolized the highest absolute power of the Sky Island. A man with a slender build, bare-chested, wearing long golden earrings, and carrying 4 drums engraved with Tamo patterns on his back, was lying lazily on a soft couch covered in expensive animal furs. One hand supported his head, while the other casually toyed with a red apple that had a bite taken out of it. God Eneru. Yihahaha, how rare. A group of ignorant blue sea bugs actually miraculously climbed up to this 10,000-meter altitude, and even drove a bunch of strangely shaped scrap metal to swagger into God's territory. Eneru put down the apple in his hand, a hint of boring playfulness flashing in his eyes that looked down on everything as if they were ants. His mantra, combined with the electrical waves emitted by his own rumble fruit, formed an extremely terrifying, all-weather super monitoring network that could cover the entire Sky Island and even the surrounding seas. Any rustle, any word of disrespect toward God spoken by civilians in private, or even the frequency of others' heartbeats, was under his absolute monitoring and control. In this country, he was almost an omniscient and omnipotent god. And just now, his impenetrable monitoring network, which originally only contained the heartbeats of terrified civilians, was suddenly intruded upon by a group of extremely harsh mechanical roars filled with violent metal friction. Moreover, the leading blue sea man with long silver hair actually dared to use a tone of extreme contempt, as if evaluating an inferior commodity to evaluate this god's, rule. Treating terror as a low-level tool, castrating genes, yihahaha, what a vocabulary-rich yet incredibly stupid blue sea person. Eneru sat up straight, the air around him beginning to crackle with crackle sounds due to the movement of high-voltage electricity, and a pungent smell of ozone instantly filled the air. He didn't even have the interest to get up and look out the window, just casually raised a slender index finger toward the direction of the Angel Island port. At his fingertip, a cluster of extremely dazzling blue electric light, containing destructive violent energy, was compressing and expanding at an astonishing speed. Since you like evaluating God's way of ruling so much, then let you ignorant bugs be completely reduced to ashes in the majesty of divine punishment. Be grateful and accept it. This is the most magnificent funeral God has bestowed upon you. El Thor, accompanied by Eneru's low and cold verdict. Above the port of Angel Island, the sky, which was clear and filled with golden sunlight just a second ago, split open without warning to reveal a massive black hole with a diameter of over 100 meters. The pure white clouds around it were forcibly pulled by some terrifying suction, violently churning and gathering, instantly turning into pitch-black thunderstorm clouds. A destructive, hair-raising, and terrifying thunderous pressure, like a 10,000-ton mountain made of substance, instantly shrouded the entire Calamity flagship and the port below. The air became extremely dry, and everyone's hair stood on end due to static electricity. God, divine punishment, it's divine punishment, run. God is angry, we are going to be destroyed. Those Sky Island residents who were originally collapsed on the ground had their mental defenses completely collapsed the moment they saw the pitch-black thunderclouds. They no longer cared about the taboo of no sound and erupted into desperate, shrill screams, scrambling to run in all directions, trampling on each other, and the scene instantly went out of control. Rumbled. There was no time for anyone to react. A dazzling thunder pillar with a diameter of over 30 meters, like a sword of divine punishment fallen from beyond the 9 heavens, composed of the purest blue destructive energy, carrying a terrifying high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees capable of vaporizing steel, and a fatal voltage of tens of millions of volts, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom that tore the sky, struck straight down toward the deck of the Calamity flagship where Ghost Moon was. The dazzling light even instantly deprived everyone present of their vision. Young Master, watch out, that's a high-voltage lightning strike. Frankie was shocked, his mechanical arms instantly crossing in front of his chest. A lightning strike of this magnitude, if it hit directly, would cause local melting due to the instantaneous high temperature, even on the layer of high-purity sea stone armor on the surface of the Calamity, and might even trigger a sympathetic explosion of the ammunition depot in the bottom hold. However, Ghost Moon, standing at the very front of the deck, didn't even lift his head. He maintained the posture of one hand in his pocket, a cigar in his mouth. His silver eyes were calm as an ancient well, and he just calmly spat out a sentence. Yamato, this is just an appetizer. Go and snuff out that boring firework for me. Leave it to me. I've long wanted to see exactly how much this so-called God of Thunder, who only knows how to hide in the sky and shoot cold arrows, is worth. Accompanied by an extremely excited shout, as if a long-suppressed prehistoric beast had finally been released. Yamato's long, explosive, powerful, beautiful legs suddenly exerted force. Bang! The incredibly hard, specially made sea stone deck under her feet was actually stomped into 2 indentations several inches deep by her terrifying explosive power. She was like a white meteor defying gravity, rushing straight up into the air, head-on against the world-destroying thunder pillar. In midair, Yamato didn't even activate her great mouth, true god human-beast form. She just gripped the handle of the Wolf Fang Club Aiken tightly with both hands, and in her beautiful eyes, a chilling, violent fighting spirit instantly ignited. Thunder, Bagua. Hum. The Wolf Fang Club in Yamato's hand swung a perfect, full moon arc in midair, full of powerful aesthetic beauty. A violent, deep black-red top-tier conqueror's haki, like black lightning made of substance, accompanied by the internal destruction force of high-level armament Haki Ryu, tightly wrapped around the club, and even the surrounding space produced visible distortion under this power. The next second, Yamato's not-so-broad shoulders collided with the 30-meter diameter destructive thunder pillar in midair. Bangs! A terrifying sonic boom, enough to shatter the eardrums of ordinary people and even cause the surrounding sea of clouds to surge with tsunamis dozens of meters high, exploded in midair. A shocking scene appeared. Yamato's club, wrapped in top-tier conqueror's haki, actually smashed directly into the center of the massive thunder pillar made of pure energy. There was no evenly matched stalemate, no mutual annihilation of energy. That Thor, capable of destroying a town and vaporizing 10,000 people in an instant, was smashed into pieces under the savage, unreasonable, absolute haki destructive power representing the highest combat threshold of the New World. Crack, boom. The sky-filling blue high-voltage electric sparks, having lost their core cohesion, instantly turned into a harmless, brilliant blue rain of light, sprinkling gracefully around Yamato's heroic and beautiful figure. Dead silence. A deathly silence. The entire Angel Island port, those Sky Island residents who had just run halfway and turned back to look at the sky, were now frozen in place as if cast with a petrification spell. Their brains completely crashed, and their worldviews collapsed into powder at this moment. What did they see? A woman from the blue sea, with a stick, smashed the divine punishment sent by the omniscient and omnipotent God, with one blow. And in the distant God's Island, in the highest temple of Upper Yard. Clap! The playful smile on Eneru's face instantly froze. The apple he had just picked up to take a second bite slipped from his powerless fingers, dropped onto the expensive carpet, and rolled far away. Thor was shattered by that blue sea woman, with a physical attack. This god, who claimed to be omniscient and omnipotent, and regarded all things in the world as ants, sat up straight from the soft couch. In his eyes, which were slightly widened due to excessive shock, for the first time, an emotion called incredulity appeared. These blue sea people, what kind of monsters are they? Chapter 66, Instant Kill of the Priest. Far away on the island of God, Apato, inside the high shrine. Crack, the half-bitten red apple in Eneru's hand, was instantly carbonized by violent electrical currents as his palm unconsciously tightened, turning into a pile of black ash that rustled as it fell. The eternal playfulness and arrogance on the face of this insufferable god finally cracked. To think someone could use pure physical strength to shatter my proud Thor. When did the blue sea produce such a monster that defies common sense? The corner of Eneru's eye twitched slightly, but he quickly masked that ripple of inner turmoil with an extremely boisterous laugh. Yahahaha, interesting, truly interesting. Since the insects of the blue sea want to play, then God shall grant you a magnificent sideshow. Go, my priests. Use your mantra and the ordeals of God to show these ignorant iron shells what's what, and bring me the head of that arrogant silver-haired man. Through the electromagnetic waves of the rumble-rumble fruit, his voice instantly crossed dozens of kilometers of the sea of clouds, exploding directly in the minds of his 4 great priests. On the outskirts of Angel Island, the White Sea Port, Yamato had just shattered the lightning pillar, her figure landing back on the broad metal deck of the disaster like a light white feather. Before she could complain to Anaijutsu about how weak the lightning was, 4 sharp bursts of killing intent suddenly erupted without warning from the seemingly calm, pure white clouds surrounding them. Ho 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 ho, what shocking brute force, you wild monkey of the blue sea. But having enraged the omniscient and omnipotent god, your only end is to fall into the endless abyss. Accompanied by a burst of extremely comical, yet murderous high-pitched laughter. 4 eerie figures broke through the rolling sea of clouds, surrounding the mountain-like disaster from 4 tricky angles. The proudest peak combat force of Sky Island, the 4 priests. Forest Satori, round as a giant ball, was juggling surprise clouds that looked harmless, but contained terrifying explosive power. Sky Rider Shura, riding a giant monster bird fusa that could spit high-temperature flames, held a sharp heat spear capable of piercing rock instantly. Sky Breeder Ohm, wearing sunglasses, had a giant cloud dog wholly the size of an elephant crouching beside him, and held a strange cloud sword made of the Sky Island specialty iron cloud that could stretch and transform like a whip. Chief Enforcer Jidatsu, with a strange hairstyle, wore jet dials on his hands that could blast powerful shockwaves, and his eyes were rolled back because he forgot to breathe. These 4 beings, who were as invincible as death gods in the eyes of Sky Island residents, were now looking down at the blackened gold fleet below, their eyes full of mockery, as if looking at dead men. A bunch of hillbillies who climbed up here relying on scrap metal, are you ready for the ordeal of spheres? Satori bounced around in midair like a balloon, shouting triumphantly, before our mantra, any thought, any attack movement, or even the muscle contractions of you blue sea people have nowhere to hide. At 10,000 meters high, you are only fit to be lambs for our unilateral slaughter. Ho 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 ho. Mantra, Anaijutsu stood on the white tiger prow, not even lifting his eyelids much. He took a deep drag of his cigar, his silver eyes scanning the priests in midair as if looking at 4 idiots. Treating the most basic observation hacky as some kind of omniscient and omnipotent miracle. You really are a bunch of pathetic frogs who have been kept in a greenhouse for so long they don't even know how big the well's opening is. Anaijutsu exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his cold voice echoing across the vast deck. Frankie, the laughter of these jumping clowns is giving me a headache. Don't let them dirty my deck. Within 3 minutes, clear out this pile of trash. Super, leave it to me, young master. The door to the control room slammed open, and Frankie, with his blue pompadour and tactical sunglasses, strode onto the deck. He suddenly crossed his arms, striking an extremely arrogant and perverted pose. Frogs in a well, today I'll give you a free lesson to show you what cross-generational firepower dimension reduction looks like. Mechanical Beast Soldier Corps form up. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by a series of uniform, scalp-tingling metallic mechanical sounds like a steel torrent, the heavy armored bay doors below the disaster's deck instantly slid open to both sides. Exactly 200 mechanical beast soldiers, clad in black and gold Germa exoskeleton armor, with a mysterious faint glow on the surface, stepped onto the deck with absolutely synchronized strides, like a death legion walking out of hell. They simultaneously raised their third-generation smokeless powder rifles, which had astonishing calibers and blue electromagnetic charging halos shimmering on the barrels. Meanwhile, 50 pterosaur-form beast soldiers with miniature missile pods mounted on their backs took to the air, seizing air superiority. Ho 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 ho, you want to use guns? How foolish. I've already seen through your shooting angles. Left, right, nothing but openings. Seeing those dark muzzles, Satori not only showed no fear but laughed even more arrogantly. His mantra was sounding a frantic warning in his mind, clearly outlining the trajectory of every gun's aim. He confidently twisted his fat body, preparing to pass through the gaps in the bullet rain the moment they fired, and drop a few high-explosive surprise clouds to sink this iron ship. Fire, Frankie spat out 2 cold words. Bang, 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 bang. There was no smoke from gunpowder explosions, only the ear-piercing scream of electromagnetic acceleration, coils breaking the sound barrier. 200 Gauss rifles spat out lethal blue plasma tongues at the same instant. These were not ordinary lead bullets, but high-strength tungsten steel armor-piercing rounds accelerated by electromagnetic rails to a full 5 times the speed of sound. The extremely dense firepower net, like a glowing canopy of death, instantly covered the 4 priests in the sky with an unreasonable and overbearing posture. "Nanny, this speed?" The arrogant laugh on Satori's face instantly froze. His mantra had indeed perfectly predicted the trajectory of the bullets, and his brain had indeed issued the command to evade to the upper right. However, he made a fatal common-sense mistake that all weaklings who over-rely on observation hacky make. Just because your brain predicts it doesn't mean your frail physical body can keep up with a kinetic strike at 5 times the speed of sound. Puff, 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 puff. Satori's fat body didn't even move a millimeter before being instantly pierced by over a dozen tungsten steel armor-piercing rounds. His proud body was like paper before such terrifying penetration. The surprise clouds on him were instantly detonated by the bullets, and he exploded into a giant fireball of flesh and blood in midair. Without even having time to scream, he turned into charcoal and fell into the sea of clouds. Satori, damn blue sea people, die. Shura, riding the giant bird, had eyes nearly bursting with rage. He violently shook his heat spear, attempting to gain altitude to evade the fire. However, he had barely risen 10 meters. Lock-on complete. Tracking swarm, fire. In midair, 5 pterosaur beast soldiers coldly pressed the launch buttons on their shoulders. Dozens of miniature missiles, only the size of an arm, but loaded with high-precision thermal imaging tracking systems and high-explosive sea stone warheads, trailed long white exhaust flames like a swarm of hornets smelling blood. They carved eerie arcs in the air and bit down hard on Shura. What on earth are these things? Not only can they turn in the sky, but they're faster than my bird. Shura looked in terror at the missile swarm chasing him. He tried to use the high temperature of his heat spear to melt them, but the missiles triggered their proximity fuses when they were still 3 meters away. Rumble, a series of violent explosions erupted in midair. Shura and his giant bird were blown to pieces, and severed limbs along with burning feathers fell like rain. Meanwhile, the priest Jidatsu, who was responsible for the flank and had the strange hairstyle, hadn't even figured out what was happening. He was just about to activate his jet dial for a surprise attack, but due to nervousness, he forgot to breathe again, rolling his eyes and biting his lip. The next second, a high-energy plasma laser fired from the disaster's secondary turret completely vaporized the cloud he was on, along with himself, into nothingness. From the moment Frankie ordered fire to the annihilation of 3 of Sky Island's peak combat priests, the entire process lasted less than 10 seconds. What reject dial, what mantra prediction? Before the saturated firepower coverage of beast-heavy industries, which completely ignored martial ethics and bypassed the era, they were as fragile as a child's toys. This is impossible. Satori, Shura, and Jidatsu were actually instantly. In midair, the only surviving priest, Skybreeder Ohm, was now standing on the back of his giant cloud dog, drenched in cold sweat. At the moment the firing started, he had relied on being the strongest of the 4 and having extremely sharp intuition to instantly pull up a 3-meter-thick iron cloud wall in front of him, narrowly blocking the Gauss rifle fire and barely saving his life. But now, looking at the dense muzzles below that were beginning to electromagnetically recharge, Ohm's hands were trembling uncontrollably. These were no blue sea monkeys. These were demons in human skin. The weapons in their hands were simply more unreasonable than God's lightning. It seems among these 4 useless pieces of trash, there's finally one with slightly faster reactions. Yamato rested her mace on her shoulder, stopping the beast soldiers who were about to fire again. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with excitement as she looked at Ohm in midair. "Hey, sunglasses. From your movement dodging those bullets just now, you seem to have some martial arts foundation. I'll give you a chance to make a move. Come and entertain me." Being so slighted by a blue sea woman, Ohm's pride as a priest was thoroughly enraged. He violently swung the iron cloud sword that could freely transform, the blade instantly extending and twisting like a silver viper. "Don't be too arrogant, blue sea woman. Even if your weapons are strange in a one-on-one fight, my mantra is absolutely invincible. I've already seen through you. Your next move is to attack my left blind spot." Ohm roared, and the iron cloud sword turned into a web of thorns that blotted out the sky, preemptively sealing off all of Yamato's evasion and attack roots on her left. Seen through me? Does that pathetic brain capacity of yours have some kind of misunderstanding about the word speed? Yamato let out an extremely wild and beast-like chuckle. In an instant, a terrifying ancient cold air, as if it could freeze one's soul, erupted with Yamato at its center. Her body shot up in height, mysterious totem patterns appeared on her beautiful face, her long silver-white hair turned into supple fur with a snowy luster, and a large fluffy tail unfurled behind her. Zoan type, mythical beast, dog fruit model, great mouth true god, hybrid form. When Yamato entered this form, which was like a true deity descending, the surrounding air temperature plummeted below freezing, and even the water vapor on the deck instantly condensed into ice crystals. You can see through my movements. Yamato lowered her body slightly. The muscles in her legs tensed to a terrifying limit, and on her mace Aiken, Black and Dread Conqueror's hacky lightning crackled like a furious thunder dragon. Then can you see through? This speed that transcends common sense. Thunder, Bagua. Whoosh, Yamato's figure vanished into thin air in Ohm's retina. This wasn't a metaphor, it was a true disappearance. Because the initial speed Yamato erupted with had, in a very short instant, exceeded the physical limit of retinal capture and broken the sound barrier. Ohm's brain worked frantically, and his mantra indeed outlined Yamato's eerie, lightning-like trajectory in his mind from a godlike perspective. I see it. It's a frontal, extremely violent frontal strike. Ohm's brain issued the command to raise the iron cloud sword and cross-defend within 0.001 seconds. However, the tragedy happened again. At the absolute moment, his muscles received the neural electrical signal from his brain and prepared to exert force to lift his arms. Boom! Yamato's heavy mace, entwined with top-tier conquerors Haki and Ryu, had already slammed solidly and without any fanfare into Ohm's chest. Ohm's body even experienced a brief pause under the massive kinetic impact. Then, his proud iron cloud defense didn't even last a millisecond before it shattered. Crack, the scalp-tingling sound of bones shattering echoed through the sky. Ohm's proud, strong sternum instantly caved in to a terrifying degree under this one strike. Ohm's eyes bulged, and blood mixed with fragments of internal organs sprayed from his mouth. He didn't even let out half a scream before he was sent flying like a heavy shell, fired from a cannon at a terrifying speed exceeding sound, smashing through a giant cloud mountain several kilometers away with a boom, losing all life and being buried in the ruins. And his giant cloud dog had long since been scared into foaming at the mouth, collapsing on the deck and shivering. One strike. With just one strike, Ohm, the strongest priest of Sky Island, was instantly killed. The entire White Seaport fell once again into that deathly, absolute silence where not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The residents of Sky Island were numb. The four priests, who were invincible in their eyes, hadn't even lasted 3 minutes under this silver-haired man's command, being easily wiped out like a few flies being swatted. Truly boring. It doesn't even count as a warm-up to make me sweat a little. Yamato deactivated her hybrid form, shouldered her mace, and curled her lip in boredom as she walked over to Anaitsu. Anaitsu looked coldly at the remains of the priests floating on the sea of clouds, his eyes devoid of any pity. This landslide victory had not only failed to please him, but had completely exhausted his last remaining shred of patience. This is the so-called defensive force of God, simply laughable. Anaitsu slowly drew the black blade Shusui from his waist. The moment this national treasure of Wano Country was unsheathed, a bone-chillingly sharp sword intent that seemed capable of slicing through the clouds instantly enveloped the entire sea. Anaitsu pointed the blade directly at the core shrine of the Island of God, which towered into the clouds and symbolized absolute power. Frankie stopped the meaningless testing. Anaitsu's voice was as cold as a death sentence from the deepest abyss. All ship main cannons, maximum power electromagnetic preheating. Coordinate lock, Apado Core Shrine. Since that idiot who likes playing lightning games refuses to come down and greet us himself. Anaitsu's silver eyes reflected a cold madness. Then we will blast his throne, along with his pathetic arrogance, into ash with one shot. Super received, disaster main cannons beginning charging. The countdown to destruction, at this moment, officially pointed at that high-end mighty deity. Chapter 67, Subduing Enel. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Accompanied by the blinding blue high-energy particle beam fired from the white tiger main cannon of the disaster, the shrine at the very top of Apado, the symbol of absolute ruling power over the Sky Island, instantly turned into burning ruins amidst a deafening explosion. The soaring pillars of fire even reflected a grim-dark red onto the clouds above the White Sea. The gunpowder smoke had not yet dissipated. Zzzzz, crackle, a piercing, scalp-numbing sound of strong electric current exploded over the ruins of the shrine. A thick bolt of blue lightning instantly crossed a distance of several kilometers, carrying high temperatures that could incinerate everything, and slammed heavily onto the front deck of the disaster. The electric light receded like a tide, revealing Eneru's face, which was distorted by extreme rage. The golden staff in his hand pointed directly at Anaitsu on the bridge, and his entire body emitted a high-voltage electromagnetic field strong enough to cause a normal person's heart to stop instantly. Unforgivable, you lowly blue sea bugs, Eneru's eyes were almost spitting substantial fire, and the 4 drums on his back, carved with Tamo patterns, began to rotate and roar frantically. His priests were slaughtered in an instant, and his shrine was leveled by a single cannon blast. For a self-proclaimed omniscient and omnipotent god, this was a humiliation worse than death. Since you are so eager to seek death, then God will grant your wish. Be reduced to ashes in true despair. Eneru threw back his head and let out a wild roar like a beast. 200 million volts, Amaru. Boom, in an instant, Eneru released all the energy of the Rumble Rumble fruit without reservation. His originally slender body, under the extreme compression and expansion of the 200 million volt ultra-high voltage current, instantly transformed into a giant lightning god, avatar dozens of meters tall, composed entirely of pure, violent blue lightning. The terrifying heat instantly evaporated all the moisture on the deck, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of ozone. In this form, every breath he took was accompanied by deafening thunder, as if he were the embodiment of nature's purest will of destruction. Die, bugs! The giant lightning avatar raised its massive hand made of high-voltage electricity and slapped it down toward the disaster below with the power to erase everything. "Young master," Frankie cried out in alarm. "Step back, Yamato." Anaitsu waved his hand, signaling Yamato, who was gripping her club and eager to retreat. Facing the giant 200 million volt lightning hand that blotted out the sun and fell like divine punishment, Anaitsu didn't even use his mythical Zoan, white tiger devil fruit ability for metallic defense. He simply stuck the black blade Shusui into the deck beside him and walked slowly toward the vast sea of lightning with his bare hands. Buzz, at the absolute moment just as the lightning hand was about to touch the top of Anaitsu's head, Anaitsu's fair and slender right hand was instantly covered by a layer of deep, pitch-black haki. Not only that, but on the pitch-black surface, a layer of invisible, highly destructive high-level armament haki, Ryu, was faintly flowing. As Anaitsu raised his hand, a top-tier conqueror's haki, more violent and filled with the aura of a reigning tyrant than the 200 million volt lightning, erupted like a bursting black flood. Black and red lightning coiled frantically around his right arm, and even the surrounding space produced visible distortions under the pull of this power. Anaitsu simply reached out his right hand, and without any flourish but with extreme brutality, grabbed the slamming high-voltage lightning hand. Sizzle bang, a terrifying scene appeared. There was no smell of burnt flesh, nor any paralysis from electric shock. That extremely violent lightning, upon contact with Anaitsu's hand covered in internal destruction-level haki, was like a venomous snake gripped by its vital spot, instantly shattering and disintegrating into countless tiny electric sparks that dissipated into the air. How is this possible? You lowly blue sea person, you can actually shatter God's 200 million volt lightning with your bare hands. From the core of the lightning avatar, Eneru's dilated pupils were filled with unbelievable horror. You've been playing lightning games in the sky for so many years, so you don't know the common sense of the blue sea. Anaitsu's voice was as cold as a death sentence from the depths of the 9 underworlds. Swish, Anaitsu's figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. Relying on speed that broke the sound barrier, he instantly crossed the spatial distance, completely ignoring the violent external electrical defenses. Like a pitch-black sharp sword, he forcibly sliced into the interior of the dozens of meters-tall lightning god avatar and appeared right in front of Eneru's true body. In the face of absolute haki, a devil fruit of your level is nothing more than a third-rate circus act. Eneru was terrified and instinctively wanted to elementalize and retreat, but he discovered in despair that the surrounding space seemed to be locked tight by an irresistible, massive pressure. That was Anaijsu's suffocating top-tier Heishoku pressure, completely intimidating his soul. Boom! Anaijsu's pitch-black fist, coiled with Ryu and Heishoku lightning, slammed solidly into Eneru's abdomen. This punch completely ignored the Logia elementalization defense of the Rumble fruit, forcibly driving that terrifying haki, capable of shattering mountains, into the deepest parts of Eneru's internal organs. Internal destruction. Eneru's so-called invincible godlike body suddenly arched like a cooked shrimp, his eyeballs bulged, and a large mouthful of blood mixed with organ fragments sprayed out. The invincible lightning god avatar, dozens of meters tall, instantly fell apart like shattered glass under this punch, dissipating into a sky full of electric light. Eneru himself was sent flying like a heavy shell from a cannon, smashing through several layers of the deck and landing heavily on the steel floor of the disaster's lower hold, creating a massive crater. This was the purest haki teaching session. Just one punch had shattered all of Eneru's pride and his laughable myth of invincibility. Anaijsu, wearing heavy military boots, jumped down into the lower hold through the hole. He walked slowly to the god who was lying in the pit, coughing up blood and twitching violently. He raised his right foot and mercilessly stepped on Eneru's chest, pinning him down like a C***H. 200 million volts. I am the invincible lightning god. You mere blue sea worm. You can't. Eneru's hands gripped Anaijsu's boot tightly, still unwillingly trying to activate the remaining lightning in his body. Shut up, you frog in a well. The destructive power of the Rumble fruit is indeed top tier, but as its user, you are far too weak. Anaijsu looked down at him from above, his silver eyes devoid of pity. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. Your pathetic brain capacity and narrow vision are simply not worthy of this fruit's true value. Look at this. Anaijsu snapped his fingers. Frankie, who had been watching from the side, immediately understood and pushed over a portable holographic projector newly developed by Beast Heavy Industries. Buzz, a massive holographic 3D projection, emitting a faint blue light, slowly unfolded before Eneru's pupils, which were dilated from pain and shock. It was a Starslaying-class cosmic battleship that combined futuristic sci-fi elements, its surface loaded with dense plasma electromagnetic railguns, possessing a perfect fluid dynamics structure, and its rear installed with a massive anti-gravity thruster matrix. Open your eyes and look closely, you uncultured bumpkin. Anaijsu leaned down slightly, his voice carrying a supreme demonic allure that struck deep into the soul. That broken ship you envisioned, barely cobbled together with wood and a bit of gold, is worthy of being called an ark. You also dreamed of conquering that oxygen-less, endless Earth. Even if you really flew up there, you would only become a pathetic mummified corpse in the absolute zero and vacuum of space. Eneru stared blankly at the battleship blueprint, which was filled with technological beauty and suffocating precision. He even forgot the sharp pain of his broken ribs and his humiliation as a god. As a fanatic obsessed with sailing, he could tell at a glance what kind of terrifying technical content this battleship on the holographic projection held, content enough to overturn the world's understanding. Submit to me, contribute your infinite energy as the power source for this battleship. Anaijsu threw his ultimate bait to this fallen god. I will personally build this true god's ark for you. I will grant you the invincible power to conquer that endless Earth and even the vast sea of stars. The Sea of Stars? A cosmic battleship. Eneru's bloodshot eyes, which had dimmed due to defeat, erupted with an unprecedented, extremely fanatical light the moment he heard these words. Compared to being a make-believe god in this tiny white sea, the boundless universe and that invincible steel beast were the ultimate destination he truly craved. His arrogant heart was completely shattered and reshaped by Anaijsu's incredibly grand vision. Yahahaha, yahahaha. At Anaijsu's feet, Eneru let out a hysterical, almost insane laugh despite the blood still in his mouth. He completely gave up all resistance, his eyes becoming extremely burning and fanatical. Deal, you monster from the blue sea. If you can really create such a miracle, what's the harm in temporarily lending you this name of the lightning god? The covenant of the Sea of Stars was officially forged at this moment. Super, we're rich, we're rich. Young master, we've struck it big. A few hours later, God's Island, the ruins of the ancient city of Shandara. Frankie looked at the mountain of ancient gold before him, which was almost blinding his titanium alloy eyes, and was so excited that even mechanical snot sprayed out as he danced around like a madman. After subduing Eneru, the following matters became extremely simple and crude. Without the obstruction of the god, the mechanical beast soldier corps of beast-heavy industries was like a swarm of locusts. They not only easily found the ruins of the legendary golden city of Shandara, but also, with the help of Eneru's pervasive mantra, excavated all the gold reserves hidden underground, even the gold dust in the cracks of the walls. Gold bars, gold pillars, a massive golden bell, and even various ancient sacrificial vessels made of pure gold. A full 300 tons of top-grade ancient relic gold were all moved into the lower hold of the disaster. Combined with the massive amount of black gold laundered through Guiyue Tesoro, the national treasury wealth of Wano Country had reached an epic scale sufficient to buy all 4 seas and even make the world government envious. Very good. Secure the gold. Eneru, get to the engine room and familiarize yourself with your new workstation. Use your lightning to preheat the anti-gravity core. Frankie, prepare the engine ignition. It's time for us to return to the Blue Sea. We've been away from Wano Country for too long. Doflamingo and the Marines probably have some short-sighted little schemes going on. Anaijsu stood on the bridge, looking with satisfaction at the invincible fleet returning fully loaded. Understood. Captain, although Eneru was still acting proud, the thought of participating in the construction of that cosmic battleship sent him scurrying into the oil-scented engine room with a face full of fanaticism. Weigh anchor, all escort ships take off, fleet turn around. Just as the massive steel body of the disaster began to slowly turn its bow, accompanied by the roar of the ducted turbines, preparing to leave the White Sea and descend to the Blue Sea. Lord Anaijsu, please wait. The radar has detected an extremely abnormal giant mass reaction. The chief navigator in charge of lookouts suddenly let out a scream of extreme terror. He pointed at the massive red dot flashing frantically on the instrument panel, his voice trembling. 9 o'clock. Distance, 12 nautical miles. At the end of the Sea of Clouds. Something is approaching fast, the size is staggering. Anaijsu frowned slightly and stopped the ignition command. Yamato also looked curiously in the direction the navigator was pointing. At the end of the originally empty and boundless White Sea, at some point, a massive black shadow had drifted in, completely obscuring the sunlight on that side. Looking closely, it wasn't an ordinary thundercloud at all, but a floating archipelago made of several massive islands forcibly cobbled together. Those islands just stayed there, defying all physical laws of gravity, silently and with an extremely oppressive dead silence, hovering 10,000 meters in the sky. Even more hair-raising was that as the distance closed, one could faintly hear the constant roar of extremely violent, bloodthirsty mutant beasts coming from the dense ancient forests of those islands. Strange, Yamato scratched her long silver-white hair, her beautiful face full of confusion. Is that island next to us also a sky island? How come I remember that when we first took the knock-up stream, there was nothing there at all? Do sky islands grow legs and run around on their own? It's not that the sky island grew legs. Anaijsu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of extremely dangerous light passed through his pupils. His observation haki, which already covered the entire sea area, pierced through the thick clouds like an invisible blade, accurately sensing the aura in the deepest part of that massive floating island group. It was an aura of extremely old-school, fierce, and endlessly violent and hysterical haki from the old era. It was like an aging but still lethal ancient lion that had once crushed countless powerful foes, now lonely, and licking its 20-year-old wounds high above in the heavens. Chapter 68, Enel Golden Lion. Guiyue's fingers gently stroked the hilt of the black blade, Shusui at his waist, his eyes flashing with extreme desire for a top-tier prey. Old man, I didn't expect to run into you in this ghost of a place. Good. The maximum firepower of our calamity is just lacking a trial stone weighty and world-shaking enough. At the same time, the view rapidly zoomed out, piercing through layers of clouds and the strange jungle of mutated beasts on the floating islands. At the highest point of the main island, on a dilapidated palace throne filled with exaggerated Japanese classical style. A crazed old man with extremely exaggerated golden hair that reached the ground, whose legs below the knees had been cruelly severed and replaced with two famous swords, Sakura Ten and Mokagure, and who even had half a battered ship's helm bizarrely and deeply stuck in his head, was smoking a thick cigar. He watched the massive fleet of the Calamity, just monitored by his subordinates on the large screen. The legendary great pirate who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the pirate King Gall D. Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, jointly ruling that sea. The only living myth to successfully break out of Impel down level 6 by severing his own legs. The user of the Flutter fruit, the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Jai ha ha ha, jai ha 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 ha. Golden Lion exhaled a thick smoke ring, letting out an extremely arrogant, wild, and pathologically insane burst of laughter that echoed in the empty Great Hall for a long time. Interesting, truly interesting. I have been languishing and enduring in the sky for so many years, cultivating so many adorable mutated beasts. I plan to return to the Blue Sea to give that hypocritical world government a painful lesson. Golden Lion slowly stood up, the famous swords that served as his feet scraping harsh sparks on the stone floor. His voice carried an inherent sense of dominance. Leave this fleet, and all that gold you dug out of Chandra, to me obediently. If I'm in a good mood, I might even bestow mercy and let you become my new subordinates in ruling this world. Jai ha 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 ha. Facing this overlord of the old era, a mythical existence in the new world, the ordinary mechanical beast soldiers on the deck of the Calamity found it hard even to breathe. It was a rank suppression stemming from the depths of their souls. However, Guiyue, standing at the highest point of the bridge, did not even take his hands out of the pockets of his trousers when facing Golden Lion's recruitment and threat. There was not a trace of reverence for the legendary senior in his cool silver eyes. He looked at Golden Lion as if looking at a piece of discarded junk already eliminated by history. Just you, Guiyue's voice was not loud, but it was transmitted through the Calamity's amplification system, extremely clearly and coldly, into Golden Lion's ears. Shiki, you've stayed in the sky for too long, so long that even your brain has been completely mashed into a pulp by that half a ship's helm. A cruel sneer curled the corner of Guiyue's mouth. Every word he spoke turned into the sharpest stiletto, mercilessly stabbing into Golden Lion's deepest, most shameful scar. A dog who had his spine for dominance broken by Roger 20 years ago was trampled underfoot like a dead dog by Garp and Sengoku and thrown into Impel Down, and finally could only barely escape by biting off his own legs like a rat. You are not lying quietly in your dark, moldy coffin, yet you dare to boastfully fantasize about ruling the world. Guiyue's gaze held arrogance and coldness. 20 years of hiding, cowardice, and evasion have caused your haki to completely rust. Your era was buried in the mud of the deep sea long ago along with Roger. You now are merely a remnant of the old era, reeking of decay. Do you even deserve to try and steal my fleet? Brat, you're courting death. These merciless words instantly struck Golden Lion's sore spot. His originally arrogant smile completely twisted, and a terrifying aura of extreme frenzy and hysterical killing intent erupted from the throne. The clouds in the sky instantly dispersed under this killing aura. Since you are so eager to see Roger in hell, then I will grant your wish. Before I reign supreme over the world, let you brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth witness the despairing grand gift I have prepared for this sea over the last 20 years. Golden Lion suddenly waved both hands, pushing the awakened ability of the Flutter fruit to its absolute limit. Rumble, rumble, rumble. More than 10 massive floating islands tilted violently in midair. Immediately following this, accompanied by chilling roars that seemed to come from the abyss of hell, countless dense, massive dark shadows surged out from the primeval forest at the edges of the floating islands. Those were absolutely not ordinary beasts. These were supermutated fierce beasts whose bodies had expanded dozens of times, whose genes had completely gone berserk, who were utterly irrational and extremely bloodthirsty, catalyzed over many years by Dr. Indigo's IQ plants under Golden Lion's chief scientist. Giant saber-toothed tigers with 6 eyes, ferocious venomous snakes over 100 meters long, mutated tyrannosaurs covered in hard-bone spurs, and even giant octopuses with wings. Tens of thousands of such monsters, under Golden Lion's gravity manipulation, transformed into a sky-obscuring, black beast-tide waterfall, roaring, opening their stinking, bloody maws, and pouring down maniacally from midair toward the deck of the Calamity. "Fire, all troops, free fire," Frankie roared inside the main control room. The mechanical beast soldiers on the deck immediately pulled the triggers of the Gauss rifles in their hands. Dense plasma bullets shot toward the sky. However, the fur of these mutated beasts was as hard as iron under the catalysis of the IQ plants. The ordinary net of fire could tear apart the beasts in the front row, but it could not stop the desperate tide formed by the massive base numbers. If this quantity and size of monsters were allowed to land on the deck and engage in close combat, it would be an absolute disaster for the fleet's surface armor. However, facing the deadly threat falling from the sky, Guiyue still had his hands in his pockets, not even planning to draw the black blade, Shusui at his waist. He slowly turned around, directing his gaze toward the person beside him. Standing there was a tall man who had just changed into a custom-made black insulated tactical trench coat, printed with the golden logo of BHI Beast Heavy Industries on the back. Eneru, the god of the former Sky Island. What? Scared S***** by the formation of that old man with a helm stuck on his head. Guiyue looked at Eneru, a mocking smile full of oppressive force curling his lips. "Yee ha ha ha, stop joking. A few slightly larger dogs dare to block the path of a god?" Eneru's eyes burned with extremely fanatical fighting intent. He was a man who had just witnessed the blueprints for the star-shattering class battleship. His journey was the stars and the sea. How could he tolerate being blocked by a pack of beasts? Guiyue nodded in satisfaction, his tone becoming extremely cold and unquestionable. "Then what are you waiting for? My fleet never keeps useless freeloaders. Chief Energy Officer, prove to me that you deserve the ticket to board the interstellar battleship." "As you wish, my captain." Zzzz, boom. Before the words even fell, Eneru instantly transformed into an intensely dazzling blue lightning bolt, rising up at a terrifying speed that the naked eye could not capture, charging straight toward the black beast tide pouring down from the sky. Midair, the 4 Tamo lightning drums behind Eneru spun and resonated frantically. He spread his arms, looking down upon the roaring mutated beasts like a true sovereign, his face showing the ultimate arrogance and disdain belonging to the god of thunder. In the face of God's thunder, turn to ashes with gratitude. 200 million volts, Thunder Dragon, 200 million volts, Thunder Bird. In an instant, the sky 10,000 meters high was completely illuminated. Eneru unleashed without reservation the terrifying area-clearing ability of the Rumble Rumble fruit. Billions of high-voltage currents rapidly gathered and compressed in the air, finally transforming into dozens of ferocious thunder dragons hundreds of meters long, and swarms of blinding thunder birds that blotted out the sky. These thunderous behemoths, composed of pure destructive energy, let out ear-piercing shrieks, meeting the pouring down mutated beast tide head-on without any fancy maneuvers. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An extremely magnificent, yet extremely cruel, one-sided massacre was staged in midair. Although the IQ mutated beasts had thick hides and extremely tenacious vitality, in the face of the terrifying high voltage of 200 million volts, all physical defenses became an easily shattered joke. The ferocious lightning instantly pierced their bodies, and the terrifying high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees instantly boiled their blood and carbonized their internal organs in 1/10 of a second. Tens of thousands of massive mutated beasts turned into lumps of scorched charcoal in midair without even having time to let out a single scream, falling down like a black rain of fire, carrying the stench of burning, with a pattering sound into the white sea below. In just one breath, the terrifying beast tide, capable of destroying a medium-sized nation, was forcibly cleared by Eneru alone, in an extremely powerful and domineering manner. Yee-ha ha ha ha, did you see that, old man? This is the power of God. The era has long changed. Eneru hovered in midair, surrounded by lightning, laughing arrogantly at the distant golden lion. Displaying such terrifying destructive power in his first battle against the Blue Sea forces caused his self-confidence, which had just been beaten down by Guiyue, to inflate extremely wildly again. He felt that Logia types were still invincible. The lightning brat of the Logia type is indeed a bit tricky, but you are still 100 years too early to be arrogant in front of me. On the throne of the main island, watching his hard-cultivated mutated beast army of 20 years instantly annihilated, Golden Lion's face became extremely gloomy. He fiercely raised his right leg. The peerless famous sword, Sakura 10, which replaced his calf, drew a deadly arc in midair with extreme ruthlessness. Slash wave. Swish, a brilliant golden sword energy, hundreds of meters long and seemingly substantial, instantly tore through the void, moving toward the waist of Eneru in midair at an unbelievably terrifying speed. A mere physical sword energy wants to injure the god of a Logia type. Truly an extremely foolish old man. Facing this terrifying slash capable of cutting the sea, Eneru not only did not dodge, but instead let out a contemptuous cold laugh. He stood in place with extreme overconfidence, preparing to use the elementalization of the rumble fruit to let this sword energy pass right through his body like a gentle breeze. However, on the bridge, Guiyue's eyes slightly chilled the moment he saw a trace of black light, faintly flowing around the edge of that golden sword energy. Pache! Ah, an extremely shrill scream filled with disbelief echoed high in the sky. Eneru's once arrogant expression instantly froze, then turned into extreme pain and terror. His chest, which should have turned into formless lightning, was actually, solidly, and truly struck by that golden sword energy. Although at the last moment, the intuition of a strong man allowed him to Chinese letter twist his body slightly. Avoiding the fatal blow of being split in two, the sword energy still left a terrifying, deep-to-the-bone bloody gash on his originally invincible, elemental body. A large amount of fresh blood poured out like a fountain. Eneru fell heavily from midair like a bird with broken wings, smashing a large pit onto the metal deck of the Calamity. Cough, cough, wah. Eneru clutched his bleeding chest, laboriously raising his head, his eyes full of incomprehensible shock and terror. How is this possible? My elementalization actually completely failed. Idiot! A heavy and rhythmic sound of leather boots sounded near Eneru's ear. Guiyue walked up to him, looking down at the chief energy officer, clutching his wound, his face full of self-doubt. Did you think this was still your make-believe sky island? Did you think eating the top-tier Logia fruit meant you could walk sideways in this cruel world? Guiyue's voice held no sympathy. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. The sword energy that old man just kicked out was attached with the 1,000 times tempered armament haki. It can directly capture your physical form after elementalization and shatter your arrogance. Zing, Guiyue slowly drew the black blade, Shusui at his waist. The moment this national treasure of Wano Country was drawn, a chilling cold swept the entire scene. The blade pointed directly at Golden Lion, who was sneering on the main island in the distance. Eneru, carve this scar deep into your memory. I will teach you one last lesson. Guiyue took a step forward. On his body, a black conqueror's haki, even more ferocious and dominant than Golden Lion's, as if intending to completely stomp the firmament underfoot, began to surge toward the sky like tangible black flames, instantly shattering the surrounding residual clouds. In the new world teeming with monsters, flashy devil fruits are merely auxiliary toys that add icing to the cake. Only haki is the absolute truth that reigns supreme over everything, capable of severing the throat of the old era. Chapter 69, Fierce Battle with the Golden Lion. Only haki is the absolute truth that stands above all else and can cut the throat of the old era. Ghost Moon's cold, emotionless declaration echoed wildly across the white sea, 10,000 meters in the sky, accompanied by the pitch-black conqueror's haki erupting from his body. On the deck of the Calamity, Eneru, clutching his bleeding chest, gritted his teeth tightly. In those once arrogant eyes, the reflection of Ghost Moon's unshakable, demon-godlike back was visible. Only at this moment did this fallen god of Sky Island truly glimpse the threshold of the top-tier power on this vast sea. Yamato, watch over our chief energy officer. Don't let him die here from blood loss. Ghost Moon flicked his burnt-out cigar into the sea of clouds, his black steel coat flapping in the violent haki currents. He slowly drew the famous blade, Black Blade Shusui, at his waist, the tip pointing diagonally toward the massive main island floating in the center. The entire Calamity fleet is to retreat 5 nautical miles. No one is to intervene without my orders. This is a private handover ceremony between the helmsmen of the old and new eras. Before the words faded, Ghost Moon's figure vanished from the deck. Bang! The air in midair emitted an extremely dull sonic boom. He looked as if he were stepping on invisible stairs to heaven. With every step, he left a clearly visible white shockwave in the air, walking toward Golden Lion's main island with an incredibly domineering posture. Floating main island, the plaza of the dilapidated giant stone throne. Watching the silver-haired youth walking through the air, exuding terrifying pressure with every step, the murky old eyes of Golden Lion Shiki finally shed their previous contempt for newcomers. Replacing it was the extreme vigilance and bloodthirst of a beast encountering a predator of the same level. Jihahaha, what terrifying conqueror's haki. Golden Lion bit the cigar in his mouth in half, and the 2 peerless famous swords on his legs, Sakura Ten and Kyukoku, plowed 2 deep furrows into the hard rocky ground. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Has the sea today bred another monster like you? However, with just this bit of momentum, you want to bury me. You greenhorn, you look down on a legend too much. A legend? Ghost Moon's feet landed steadily on the ruined plaza, less than 50 meters from Golden Lion. He held Black Blade Shusui in one hand, his cold silver pupils reflecting the comical sight of Golden Lion with a ship's wheel stuck in his head. Stop gilding your own lily, Shiki. Legend belongs to Roger. At best, you are just a crazy old man who, after being abandoned by the era, hides in the sky, afraid to face reality. Shut up, what do you wet behind the ears brats know? The name Roger stung Golden Lion's nerves like a needle once again. This former flying pirate completely lost control, and his violent killing intent soared into the sky like a tsunami. Lion, Thousand Cut Valley. Golden Lion's legs kicked wildly in midair, his terrifying swordsmanship at the level of a great swordsman amplified exponentially by the power of the float fruit. In an instant, dozens of brilliant golden sword beams, each over 100 meters long and seemingly solid, wove into an impenetrable net of death capable of slicing the entire island to pieces, twisting and strangling toward Ghost Moon. Every edge of the sword beams was coated with extremely sharp, high-level armament haki. Facing this world-destroying opening move, Ghost Moon's eyes didn't ripple in the slightest. He slowly raised his right arm, and the blade of Black Blade Shusui was instantly dyed a deep, pitch-black color. Furthermore, an extremely violent, blackened red top-tier conqueror's haki wrapped tightly around the blade like furious black dragons, causing even the surrounding space to let out a groan of unbearable strain. Conqueror's haki infusion. Seeing the iconic black-red lightning, Golden Lion's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. No style, sea breaker. Ghost Moon's gaze was icy, and he swung the black blade in his hand down with brute force, without any fancy tricks. A pitch-black blade beam, unadorned but compressing destructive power to the extreme, roared toward the sky-filling golden sword net. 2 currents of Conqueror's haki, belonging to the old and new eras, and representing the peak power of the sea, collided in midair between the two like 2 crashing meteors. Rumbles. An absolute vacuum of sound, where all things in the world lost their voice, permeated the area. Immediately after, a visible ripple of terrifying, twisted black-red haki spread wildly in all directions, centered on the point of collision. Above the 10,000-meter altitude, that layer of cumulonimbus that blanketed the sky year-round, thick enough to seem impenetrable, let out a deafening wail under the tearing force of these two top-tier conquerors' haki. Then, the clouds were forcibly torn open by an irresistible, great force, creating a terrifying abyss cracked tens of kilometers long and bottomless. Sunlight poured down through the crack, illuminating the ruined battlefield. Conqueror's haki collision, sky-splitting. Crack, boom. It wasn't just the sky that was torn apart. Under the sweeping aftermath of this terrifying haki, the smaller floating islands surrounding the main island didn't even have the qualification to withstand it. They disintegrated and crumbled in midair, turning into countless rock fragments of varying sizes, falling toward the blue sea below like a meteor shower. Not only blocked it, but actually managed to produce a sky-splitting collision with me. Golden Lion was forced back several meters in midair by the reaction force of the haki collision. For the first time, genuine shock appeared on his wrinkled face. The last time someone could produce such a sensation with him was over 20 years ago, facing Roger at the Battle of Ed War. Does the silver-haired youth in front of him really possess monster-level combat power comparable to the Pirate King and Whitebeard? Is this your proud flying swordsmanship, Shiki? Weak and powerless, just like a rotting corpse waving a cane. In the center of the haki storm, Ghost Moon stood with his blade, not even a corner of his coat damaged. His cold sarcasm was like a loud slap, fiercely striking Golden Lion's face. Don't get too carried away, you arrogant brat. If swordsmanship can't kill you, then I'll let all of nature bury you completely. Realizing that his swordsmanship alone couldn't suppress the monster in front of him, Golden Lion let out a hysterical roar. He slammed both hands onto the rocky ground beneath him, and the awakened ability of the float fruit was unleashed to its limit without reservation. Lion Majesty, Earth Roll. Rumble. The entire massive floating main island, several kilometers long, seemed to come alive at this moment. The violent earthquake caused the ground to crack crazily. Countless earth, rocks, and even uprooted towering trees, controlled by the float fruit ability, rapidly gathered and rose. In just a few seconds, dozens of terrifying rock-earth giant lions, comparable in size to mountains and hundreds of meters tall, broke through the ground from all directions. They opened their blood-red maws made of giant rocks, let out earth-shaking roars, and covered the sky and sun as they lunged fiercely toward Ghost Moon in the center, biting down. This was no longer within the scope of human power. This was true natural might, a calamity capable of instantly burying a regular army. Die be crushed into meat paste by my island, jihahaha. Golden Lion floated in midair, laughing fanatically. However, facing the dozens of mountain-sized giant lions closing in from all directions like an apocalypse, Ghost Moon, at the center of the desperate situation, not only had no intention of dodging, but slowly sheathed the black blade Shusui in his hand with a click. Toys made of mud and stone, and you dare call them a calamity. Ghost Moon's eyes became extremely deep at this moment, and an extremely sharp, silver-white light that seemed capable of cutting through space itself, and even carried a thick, metallic, bloody scent, erupted from his body. Since you like playing with mud, then I'll let you see what a real heavy industrial meat grinder is. Zoan, mythical Zoan, white tiger form, half-beast form, Jeng metal killing array. Ghost Moon didn't transform into a giant white tiger, but a mysterious king pattern appeared on his forehead, and his hands transformed into sharp tiger claws covered in silver-white metallic scales. He slammed his hands deep into the hard, rocky ground beneath his feet. High-level armament Haki Ryu combined with the unique Jeng metal chi of the white tiger, like countless extremely domineering parasites, injected madly into the deep crust of the island. An extremely piercing metallic resonance, as if billions of blades were rubbing together simultaneously, sounded shrilly from deep underground. Ghost Moon's unreasonable devil fruit ability actually. At this instant, forcibly stripped, liquefied, and reorganized all the iron ore, tungsten ore, and all other metallic minerals contained in the rock layers of this floating island. Rise for me, accompanied by a beast-like low roar from Ghost Moon. The earth exploded. Hundreds, no, thousands of supergiant silver-white metal blades, over 100 or even hundreds of meters long, like a crazily growing forest of steel thorns, pierced through the ground and shot toward the sky with an extremely violent and rugged posture. For a time, the entire battlefield turned into an extremely tragic super meat grinder, filled with industrial violent aesthetics. Bang, crack, rumble. Those huge, roaring Rockearth giant lions, the moment they touched this Jeng metal killing array, encountered complete physical cutting. How could mud and rock go head-to-head with ultra-high-density liquid metal, reinforced by Ghost Moon's haki? The giant earth lions were instantly pierced, dismembered, and cut into countless fragments by those 100-meter-long metal blades. Dust and rock fragments poured down like a rainstorm, and those metal giant blades, flickering with cold, chilling light, danced crazily under Ghost Moon's control, shredding Golden Lion's proud Earth roll defense to pieces. Nanny, you can actually change the geological structure of the island directly. In midair, watching the mountain-sized giant lions he summoned instantly shredded into a pile of rubble, Golden Lion gasped in shock. This ability, which not only possessed Conqueror's haki infusion, but could also perform such large-scale material reorganization, was even more perverted than a logia. Don't rush to be surprised, old man. The meat grinder has only just been powered on. Ghost Moon's voice sounded behind Golden Lion like a ghost. At some point, Ghost Moon had already used Moonwalk, using the metal giant blades shooting into the sky below as stepping stones, breaking through Golden Lion's observation haki lock with an extremely eerie high speed, and arrived directly in front of him. So fast. Golden Lion was shocked, instinctively raising the famous sword Sakura 10 on his right leg to block. Clang! Ghost Moon's heavy fist, covered in metal tiger claws and high-level Ryu, smashed fiercely onto the blade of the famous sword. The terrifying kinetic energy smashed Golden Lion from midair to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! Golden Lion slammed heavily into the ruins, but relying on his battle-hardened experience, he activated his fruit ability the moment he landed, turning the surrounding ground into sharp stone spears to stab at Ghost Moon, while he himself took off into the air again. The two launched an extremely tragic high-speed attack and defense battle in midair. Black-Red Conqueror's haki lightning and golden sword beams intertwined crazily. Ghost Moon perfectly combined the White Tiger's martial arts, Ryu's internal destruction, and the surrounding forest-like metal giant blades. Every punch and kick he threw was accompanied by lethal metal shredding, while Golden Lion, like a crazed, disabled lion, desperately squeezed his already exhausted stamina, engaging in a desperate death struggle with his leg swordsmanship and the sky-filling floating boulders. The terrifying speed of their clash made Eneru, and the fleet members watching below only able to see two streams of light, one black and one gold, constantly colliding and separating in midair. Every shockwave erupted from the collision was structurally tearing this originally massive floating main island apart, piece by piece from the inside. Huff and huff huff. After only a few hundred rounds, Golden Lion's movements showed obvious sluggishness. He gasped heavily, and the half-ship's wheel on his head even began to ooze scarlet blood due to the intense movement. The ruthlessness of time, 20 years of comfort, and the fatal sequelae left by that shipwreck years ago finally exploded completely when facing a monster like Ghost Moon who was still in his prime. What's wrong, Shiki? Your movements have slowed down. Is this the power you wanted to rule the world with? It's so weak it makes one want to laugh. Ghost Moon hovered in midair, his breathing not even the slightest bit disordered. He looked at the blood-covered, disheveled Golden Lion, his eyes revealing a kind of extremely cruel judgment of a hegemon. You damn arrogant brat. Golden Lion gritted his teeth, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. He felt a long-lost threat of death, an absolute despair that he hadn't even felt when facing Roger back then, as if he were facing a heartless meat grinder. But he was Golden Lion. He was the legend who fought Roger for supremacy over the sea. He would rather die in battle than swallow this bitter pill in front of a brat from this new era. Even if I die, I will drag that iron ship of yours down to hell together. Golden Lion let out an extremely shrill, hysterical roar, like a cuckoo crying blood. He raised both arms toward the sky, his 10 fingers digging deep into the void. He didn't even hesitate to overdraw his vitality, pushing the ability of the float fruit to an overload limit that even he couldn't control. Lion Starfall. Accompanied by Golden Lion's swan song, an extremely shocking, world-extinguishing scene appeared. The dozen or so massive islands floating at an altitude of 10,000 meters completely lost the restraint of gravity at this moment. They were forcibly pulled by a terrifying suction force like some kind of black hole, colliding, squeezing, and merging crazily in midair. Amidst the deafening roar, those islands were forcibly fused into a supergiant mixed island with a diameter of over tens of thousands of meters, covering the sky and sun like a true meteorite. This desperate meteorite, carrying a terrifying mass of hundreds of millions of tons, under Golden Lion's control, with the glaring firelight generated by friction with the air, smashed down toward Ghost Moon and the Calamity Fleet below, with the momentum of Mount Tai. Come on, die with me, Jiheohaha. Golden Lion, in the shadow of the meteorite, let out the last crazed, ferocious laugh of his life. Facing this absolute mass capable of leveling everything, Ghost Moon's expression finally became unprecedentedly serious. But he didn't retreat, he didn't fear. He slowly placed his hand on the hilt of the black blade shusui at his waist that had not yet been drawn. An extreme killing intent that would make even the firmament tremble was crazily compressed and brewed within his body. Since you insist on being buried along with your era. Ghost Moon's eyes snapped open, and the silver-white light instantly pierced through the firmament. Then I will use this slash to see you off personally. Chapter 70, The Fall of the Golden Lion. Rumble. A true apocalypse descended 10,000 meters above the sky. It was a painting of destruction enough to plunge any human into instant, extreme madness and despair. Over a dozen massive islands that had originally hovered on the edge of the White Sea were being forcibly squeezed, collided, and fused together by the desperate pulling of Golden Lion Shiki, who was overdrawing his life force. This supergiant hybrid island, with a diameter of over 10,000 meters, covered the entire firmament. Carrying an absolutely terrifying mass of hundreds of millions of tons, it engaged in violent friction with the air as it plummeted at high speed. The bottom of the island ignited with blinding, dark red flames, like a true destructive meteorite crashing from outer space toward the Earth, carrying a suffocating, terrifying wind pressure as it smashed down toward the disaster fleet below. Alarm! Alarm! A superspec mass object has appeared above. The fleet cannot evade. Repeat, the fleet cannot evade. Inside the command center of the disaster, all instruments were blaring alarms, and the needles on the dashboards even snapped due to overload. Even Frankie, who was usually fearless, felt fine beads of cold sweat seep out on his mechanical forehead as he looked at the falling continent burning with flames above his head. Is this the true trump card of the monster who once vied for supremacy over the seas with the Pirate King? Eneru sat slumped on the deck, clutching his bleeding chest. In his pupils, which had lost focus due to extreme horror, the meteorite that was growing larger and larger was reflected. In the face of such absolute mass capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, even 200 million volts of electricity seemed pale and powerless, like a candle in the wind. At the very bottom of the falling meteorite, Golden Lion Shiki hung upside down in midair, his iconic long golden hair dancing wildly in the gale. Due to overstraining the power of the float fruit, blood gushed out like a spring around the broken ship's wheel embedded in his head, staining his crazed face red. Come on, brat of the new era. Since you're so arrogant, then go ahead and turn to ashes in this sky with me, and with my era, gehehaha. Facing this desperate situation where Mount Tai seemed to be crushing down, effectively pronouncing a death sentence, Anaijsu, who was at the very center of the storm, slowly closed his eyes. The gale tore at his black steel coat, but his upright physique remained as steady as a needle fixing the sea. Click! A crisp metallic latch sound echoed. Anaijsu's right hand rested steadily on the hilt of the black blade. Shusui, one of the 21 great grade swords, at his waist. The moment he opened his eyes again, two silver, cold glimmers, like tangible blades, instantly pierced through the extremely oppressive darkness around him. Shiki, you seem to have misunderstood one thing. Anaijsu's voice was not loud, but under the conduction of top-tier observation haki, it rang out extremely clearly in Golden Lion Shiki's mind. I am standing here not to be buried with you, you crazy old man. I am here to personally sever this appendix of an era that has been lingering for 20 years and still reeks of rot. In an instant, a terrifying power that made the entire firmament tremble, and even made the flow of time around it seem to slow down, began to compress and brew within Anaijsu's body. The black-red, top-tier conqueror's haki no longer dissipated wantonly as before, but was tightly, layer upon layer, wrapped and compressed into the blade of Black Blade. Shusui by Anaijsu with terrifying control. Immediately following, the invisible destructive power of the high-tier armament haki, Ryuo, was injected into it like water and milk blending together. Finally, it was the Zheng metal chi unique to the mythical Zoan, White Tiger, which was indestructible, sharp to the extreme, and seemed capable of cutting through the dimensions of space itself. Conqueror's haki, Ryuo, and Zheng metal chi. Three of the top power systems on this sea completed a frenzied fusion within Anaijsu's scabbard. Anaijsu bent his knees slightly, and the air beneath his feet instantly emitted a shrill sonic boom under the terrifying reaction force. Facing the falling meteorite of tens of thousands of meters, he shot up from the ground like a black lightning bolt swimming against the current. Since you insist on being buried with your era, Anaijsu violently twisted his waist in midair, gripping the hilt tightly with his right hand. At that absolute moment of drawing his blade from its sheath, he erupted with a sky-shaking roar that sounded like a dragon's chant and a tiger's howl. No style, star-splitting slash. Clang! A crisp sound of drawing a blade, which could not be described in words and seemed to have completely silenced the entire world under the single strike, rang out 10,000 meters high in the sky. A sharp blade light, deep to the extreme and fused with black, dark red, and silver-white colors, violently broke free from the edge of Black Blade. Shusui. This blade light, with a brutal posture that defied physical laws and cut through everything in its path, slashed straight into the very center of the falling meteorite, which carried the mass of hundreds of millions of tons from bottom to top. SHHH. A scene so shocking that it would be unforgettable to all witnesses appeared. That supergiant hybrid continent, formed from over a dozen islands, incredibly hard, and even burning with meteorite flames on its surface, was sliced perfectly in half from the very center, just like butter being cut by a red-hot kitchen knife, the moment it touched Anaijsu's star-splitting slash blade light. Rumbled. The massive island, perfectly split in two, grazed past the sides of the disaster fleet under the influence of inertia and gravity, and with an earth-shaking roar, fell toward the endless blue sea below. And in the huge gap, hundreds of meters wide, left between the two halves of the island, long lost, brilliant golden sunlight poured down. This is impossible. Golden Lion Shiki floated directly above the gap, his turbid eyes bulging out of their sockets, his pupils reflecting the terrifying blade light that had not only sliced the island, but was also continuing unabated, heading straight for his face. The instinct of a great swordsman allowed Golden Lion Shiki to frantically lift his legs in the last 0.01 seconds of his life. He poured all the remaining armament haki in his body into the two peerless famous swords that replaced his legs, Sakura Ten and Kagurashi, attempting to cross-block this fatal blow. I am the flying pirate. Clang crack. Golden Lion Shiki's desperate roar, accompanied by two extremely crisp, heart-breaking sounds of metal breaking, stopped abruptly in midair. No miracle happened. Those two peerless famous swords, Sakura Ten and Kagurashi, which had accompanied Golden Lion Shiki for most of his life, had killed countless marine generals, and were famous among the 21 great grade swords, were snapped like fragile glass toys in the face of Anaijsu's absolute slash, which fused Zheng metal chi and Conqueror's Haki infusion. Not only were the famous swords broken, but that sharp blade light directly pierced through Golden Lion Shiki's defense, leaving a terrifying bloody wound on his chest, deep enough to see bone, slashing diagonally from his left shoulder to his right waist. Ftwa! Golden Lion Shiki spat out a huge mouthful of blood, and the madness and arrogance in his eyes completely dissipated at this moment. Having lost his leg swords, the power of the float fruit was completely released under the heavy damage. This legend, once on par with Roger, fell powerlessly from midair like a worn-out ragdoll, crashing heavily into a pool of blood on the ruins of a remaining floating island below. Thud! Anaitsu's military boots stepped on the air using moonwalk, and he slowly descended from midair as if taking a leisurely stroll, standing before Golden Lion Shiki, who was lying in a pool of blood and at his last gasp. At this moment, Golden Lion Shiki was soaked in blood, the ship's wheel on his head embedded even deeper due to the impact, and he was retching up bloody foam. In those eyes that once looked down on everything, only thick exhaustion and a trace of extreme unwillingness toward fate remained. Cough, cough, what a terrifying slash. Golden Lion Shiki looked at Anaitsu, who was looking down at him, his voice as hoarse as an old bellows. Does the era that belonged to us, really, end just like this? Anaitsu slowly sheathed the black blade, shusui in his hand. Click! The crisp sound of sheathing the blade seemed to be sounding the final funeral knell for this hegemon of the old era. Shiki, stop having those self-deceiving old dreams. Anaitsu's voice had no ups and downs, like reading a cold verdict. The era that belonged to you old guys was completely buried in the deep sea on the day Roger was executed. Your 20 years of comfort and avoidance in the sky made you think you were biding your time. But in reality, that was just a cowardly excuse for not daring to face the monsters of the new era. Anaitsu turned around, his black steel coat lifting in a cold arc in the wind, his back to the legend who was about to breathe his last. Old soldiers never die, they just fade away. Your broken body had long ago disqualified you from holding a sword on this sea. Take your ambition and go rot in hell. There is no place on the ship of the new era that can accommodate you ghosts. Hearing this, Golden Lion Shiki's body shook violently. He stared fixedly at Anaitsu's receding back, opened his mouth, seeming to want to laugh, or perhaps wanting to roar. But in the end, all emotions turned into an extremely desolate sigh. His eyes, which had once shaken the four seas, completely lost their final luster, staring roundly and fixedly at the vast blue sea he could no longer conquer. The flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, had completely fallen. However, for Anaitsu, the end of the battle was never for any glory, but for the subsequent, stripping of the bone and sucking of the marrow. The Feast of Capital had just begun. Frankie, Yamato, take the Mechanical Beast Soldier Legion and immediately take full control of these remaining ruins. Anaitsu opened the communicator on his wrist and gave the order highly efficiently, not wasting even a second of sentimentality on Golden Lion Shiki's corpse. Conduct a carpet search for me. I want everything of value on this island. Don't even spare a single screw. Super received. Boys, get to work. The Mechanical Beast Soldier Legion on the Disaster were like a pack of wolves that had smelled blood, quickly boarding the ruins of the broken main island. In less than half an hour, the clearing work had achieved extremely astonishing results. Young master, we caught a guy in the collapsed underground laboratory who looks like a clown and has strange stilts on his face. Yamato threw a battered middle-aged man in front of Anaitsu like he was a chick. It was none other than Golden Lion Shiki's chief scientist, the one who had single-handedly concocted the mutant beast tide, Dr. Indigo. Mercy, mercy, Lord Anaitsu, I'm just a researcher. Golden Lion Shiki's crazy plans were all forced on me by him. Dr. Indigo was so scared that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically. I have no interest in your loyalty. Anaitsu squatted down and looked at him. I'll only ask one thing. Where is the core data formula for that ick plant that can cause huge mutations in animals and plants? In the super safe in the laboratory. I'll open it for you right now. All the raw data, extraction methods, and the core lineage samples of those tens of thousands of mutant beasts are inside. In order to survive, Dr. Indigo sold out Golden Lion Shiki's 20 years of hard work without hesitation. 10 minutes later, Frankie ran back, looking fanatical, holding several extremely heavy explosion-proof data hard drives and several large refrigerated boxes filled with dark green mutant serum samples. Young master, these are priceless treasures. Frankie was trembling with excitement. With this batch of ick plant core data, if we take it back and let Caesar fuse it with our sad lineage factor technology, we can completely eliminate all uncontrollability in artificial devil fruits, and can even mass-produce super biological weapons that are more terrifying than those beasts just now and completely under our control. The biochemical technology of beast-heavy industries will usher in an epic qualitative change. Anaijsu nodded with satisfaction. This trip to the Sky Island was simply a huge harvest. Over 300 tons of Shandura's ancient top-grade gold, the god Eneru who possessed infinite energy potential, plus the ick plant biological enhancement technology that Golden Lion Shiki had spent 20 years of hard work on. Take this scientist and all the loot onto the ship. Anaijsu stood up and patted the dust off his trench coat. Weigh anchor. Entire fleet, anti-gravity engines off, ducted turbines ignite downward. Anaijsu stood on the giant white tiger figurehead of the disaster, with Eneru, Yamato, and Frankie lined up behind him. He looked at the blue sea below, which was covered by clouds but still full of smoke and power, and his silver eyes reflected a world that was about to be completely overturned by him. Played long enough in the sky. Anaijsu drew the black blade. Shusui, the blade pointing directly at the sea below, his voice revealing the posture of a peerless hegemon that would make the whole world tremble. Entire fleet dive. Accompanied by the deafening roar of engines, the disaster fleet, fully loaded with countless cutting-edge technological blueprints that span the era, mountains of gold, and the strongest Logia-type combat power, crashed through the thick sea of clouds against the background of the destruction of Golden Lion Shiki's floating island as it completely collapsed and turned into a meteor shower. Chapter 71, Meeting with the Dragon. With a roar like a meteorite crashing into the sea, the disaster fleet, laden with shocking spoils from 10,000 meters in the sky, slammed heavily onto this smoke-filled blue sea. Inside the bridge command room, Frankie quickly confirmed that the entire ship was in perfect condition. Anaijsu took off his smoke-stained black steel overcoat and turned to look at the Darknet liaison officer of Beast Heavy Industries in charge of the intelligence network. Are there results for what I told you to investigate? Over in Alabasta, within Crocodile's Baroque works, has any trace of that woman been found? The intelligence officer respectfully handed over a document. Reporting to Lord Anaijsu, we have fully penetrated the Rainbase Casino, but in Crocodile's list of agents, we did not find Nico Robin, known as the Demon Child. Yamato looked puzzled. Anaijsu, who exactly is that Robin? To think you care more about her than those 300 tons of gold. An ultimate brain. Plus, with what we gained from Sky Island, we have quite a few poneglyphs in our hands now. We can't read those things ourselves. Anaijsu casually tossed the document into the shredder. According to the sea calendar year 1515, there were still 3 years before Nico Robin officially joined the Desert Crocodile's ranks. At this moment, she was most likely still wandering and fleeing among the underground gangs of the West Blue. That waste crocodile has some vision, but unfortunately, he's too slow. A cold, capitalistic tycoon's smile curled at the corners of Anaijsu's mouth as he issued a death order. Notify all underground darknets in the New World and the Four Seas. Even if you have to turn the West Blue upside down, find her for me. Tell those hyenas that whoever can bring Nico Robin to me intact, Beast Heavy Industries will pay 10 times the world government's bounty. Remember, I want her alive. If anyone dares to harm a single hair on her head, I'll slaughter their entire clan. Go do it. Understood. The intelligence officer trembled and immediately withdrew to execute the order. However, just as the disaster was preparing to set sail again, on the previously clear and cloudless sea with a gentle breeze, a shrill sound of wind, like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, suddenly rang out without warning. Warning, atmospheric pressure is plummeting exponentially. Wind speed has exceeded the instrument's measurement limit. The navigator looked in horror at the wildly spinning dials. This doesn't fit the meteorological patterns of the Grand Line at all. This wind. It's almost as if it's alive. The sea surface instantly turned an extremely oppressive dark green. The violent hurricane was like an invisible giant hand, whipping up waves dozens of meters high. Even the mountain-sized disaster shook violently under this incredible force of nature. Interesting, Anaitsu narrowed his eyes slightly. In this violent hurricane, his keen observation haki captured an extremely hidden yet vast, sea-like terrifying presence. Swish! At that moment, a strange seagull, 3 times larger than a normal news-coup and wearing custom goggles, actually forced its way through the hurricane that was strong enough to tear steel. It skillfully bypassed the disaster's dense anti-aircraft fire net and landed precisely on the balcony railing outside the bridge. A red, waterproof metal cylinder was tied to the bird's leg. Courting death, Eneru's eyes turned cold, and dazzling lightning flickered at his fingertips. Just as he was about to roast the reckless bird to a crisp, Anaitsu reached out and stopped him. Anaitsu pushed open the bridge door and walked onto the balcony into the gale. Instead of being afraid, the news-coup nodded to Anaitsu in an extremely human-like manner, then spread its wings and flew high, disappearing back into the storm. Anaitsu opened the metal cylinder and poured out a roll of letters sealed with special parchment. There were no redundant pleasantries on the envelope, nor was there a world government emblem. There was only an extremely striking mark, as if outlined in blood, a dragon-shaped totem with outspread wings. The content of the letter was pitifully short, containing only a set of nautical coordinates. And at the signature, there was a name that could make kings all over the world lose sleep: Monkey D. Dragon. The world's worst criminal. The leader of the Revolutionary Army has actually come looking for us. Yamato looked at the name on the letter and couldn't help but gasp. Although she didn't know much about the various powers on the sea, she had heard the terrifying legends of this man from the newspapers. It seems the batch of arms we sold them to overthrow several affiliated nations in the South Blue has given him a taste of the sweetness of heavy industry. A dangerous glint flashed in Anaitsu's eyes. He clenched the letter in his hand, and with a slight release of haki, the parchment instantly turned into dust and scattered with the wind. Eneru, Yamato, change your clothes and come with me. Frankie, the entire fleet is to stand by on high alert. Charge the main guns. If I don't send back a safety signal within half an hour, completely wipe the island at those coordinates off the map. Super understood. 15 minutes later, a deserted island somewhere on the Grand Line. There was no beach here, only steep black reefs that looked like they had been carved by knives and axes. The gale howled particularly fiercely here, and the waves crashed against the cliffs like maddened beasts, shattering into white foam that filled the air. Anaitsu brought Yamato and Eneru onto this silent island, which wasn't even marked on the charts. What disgusting weather. Eneru frowned, the lightning around him automatically forming a field that repelled all the wind and rain trying to approach. SHH, shut up, someone is ahead. Yamato gripped the mace in her hand, her beautiful face showing an extremely rare look of solemnity. As a mythical Zoan user, her animal instinct told her that the figure standing ahead was extremely dangerous. At the very edge of the cliff, a tall, burly figure stood quietly with his back to the sea. He wore a deep green cloak that flapped loudly in the wind, his face hidden in the shadow of the hood, with only the mysterious dark red tattoo on his left cheek, resembling a tank tread, faintly visible. Dozens of meters behind him stood a youth with short blonde hair wearing a top hat and a strange akama with a giant body and an afro. But all the pressure was concentrated on the man in the green cloak. No introduction was needed. As he stood there, the violent hurricane around him seemed to have life, surrendering at his feet. To be able to meet the famous disaster outside the New World. This wind has indeed blown in a timely manner. Dragon slowly turned around, his deep, weathered eyes, which held an absolute determination, calmly gazed at the approaching Anaitsu. His voice was low and thick, reaching everyone's ears clearly even amidst the gale. No need to beat around the bush, Dragon. Anaitsu stopped 10 meters away from Dragon. Facing the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, who gave the world government a massive headache, Anaitsu showed no hint of awe. Your ability to control the weather is indeed intimidating, but if it's just to feel the wind on a deserted island, you wouldn't need to use the highest level of encrypted mail to find me. Speak, has your revolutionary army's uprising in the South Blue hit a bottleneck? How many tons of heavy firepower that can keep the celestial dragons awake at night do you want to order from my Beast Heavy Industries arsenal? Hearing this opening statement filled with the smell of money and blood, Ivankov, standing behind Dragon, couldn't help but frown. Dragon did not get angry. He looked at Anaitsu and spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of complex emotion. I do indeed represent those civilians who have just regained their freedom in thanking you for the arms you provided earlier. Without the electromagnetic rifles from your Beast Heavy Industries, our revolutionary army could not have defeated the royal guards of 3 affiliated nations in a single month. But Dragon's gaze instantly became as sharp as a hawk's, and a suffocating, invisible pressure swept toward Anaitsu. Though your weapons are sharp, your methods of expanding capital are even more cold and ruthless than the world governments. The arms race you've triggered in the underworld is causing even more blood to flow across this sea. Anaitsu, what exactly do you want to turn this world into? In this desperate questioning, the gale reached its peak. The two sides, representing the absolute idealism of overthrowing the old world and the extreme capitalism of establishing a new order, finally engaged in their first ideological collision on this lonely island, one capable of subverting the world's power structure. Chapter 72, Clash of Ideas. On the edge of the isolated island's cliff, the fierce wind roared like a giant dragon. The weapons you sold us indeed helped the revolutionary army greatly. But Anaitsu, the arms race you've stirred up in the underworld is also causing more bloodshed in this sea. Dragon's deep eyes stared intently at Anaitsu. Your methods are even more ruthless than the world governments. After overthrowing the celestial dragons, what kind of world do you intend to create? Facing this direct and core question, Anaitsu did not evade. He lit a cigar against the wind, exhaling a puff of blue smoke. I want to establish an iron empire driven by industry and capital. Anaitsu looked directly into Dragon's eyes, his tone calm but extremely oppressive. Dragon, your revolutionary army constantly shouts about overthrowing the celestial dragons and abolishing the Tenryubido's ship. But have you ever considered, the day after you actually burn Mary Geoise to ashes, what will you use to feed the tens of billions of civilians across this sea? Dragon replied in a deep voice. Return the wealth originally plundered from the VARIOUS Chinese letter member nations to the people. As long as the heavy taxes of the Tenryubido's ship are gone, civilians will naturally be able to survive in this sea with their own hands. Utterly naive? Anaitsu retorted mercilessly. You blame all the poverty in this world on the celestial dragon's greed. But you haven't seen through the true terminal illness of this sea. Its fragmented geographical environment and its extremely backward feudal small-scale agricultural economy. Anaitsu walked to the cliff edge, pointing at the turbulent sea before them. The Grand Line's magnetic field has turned every island into a blind and deaf entity. Some islands use spears, others build machines. There's no unified market, no logistics, no large-scale industrial output. This means the total wealth of this sea is a stagnant pool. If you abolish the Tenryubido's ship, civilians will still only be able to rely on nature for survival on a few acres of barren land. Encounter a drought, and your new regime will still face widespread starvation. Without a powerful economic engine, your revolution will only collapse again in extreme poverty. Dragon's brows furrowed deeply. As the commander of the Revolutionary Army, he knew that logistics and material scarcity had always been the most troublesome fatal flaw for the insurgents. Anaitsu had precisely struck at the revolution's weakness of only destroying without building. But this did not make Dragon retreat. Do you think we, the Revolutionary Army, are just a bunch of reckless brutes who only know how to destroy? Dragon suddenly took a step forward, meeting Anaitsu's gaze, his voice thundering in the fierce wind. I understand the political structural illness of this sea better than you. Those autonomous member nations control isolated islands. Entrusting the fate of millions of civilians in a country entirely to a genetic lottery of family bloodline inheritance is, in itself, the most absurd and life-disregarding gamble. Dragon's cloak danced wildly in the wind, and the raging fire of revolution burned in his eyes. A wise monarch might bring decades of adequate living, but as soon as a corrupt or tyrannical ruler appears on the throne, even one extravagant mistake can instantly turn an entire island into a living hell, completely destroying the wealth accumulated by generations of civilians. The useless nobles of the Goa kingdom were like this, and the tyrant of the Sorbet kingdom was also like this. Therefore, the ultimate goal of our revolutionary army is absolutely not as simple as merely overthrowing the celestial dragons. Dragon's voice carried an unwavering, absolute conviction, his aura at this moment contending equally with Anaitsu's. We must completely abolish the feudal aristocratic rule of all isolated islands in this sea. Smash those hereditary thrones. We must establish a powerful, highly centralized, unified new government. Only with unified laws, unified material allocation, and absolute political power can we break this geographical isolation, truly connect this sea into a whole, and thoroughly end the tragedy of corrupt rulers. At this point, Dragon's eyes became incredibly sharp, and the fierce wind around him transformed into a roaring vortex. He extremely acutely grasped the fatal core of Anaitsu's words and launched a counterattack. A unified government can solve political instability, but you want to seize the opportunity of breaking geographical isolation to completely hijack the new world's economic lifeline with money. Dragon stared intently at Anaitsu. So, your solution is to use your capital to take over this unified world. Stop your empty promises, Anaitsu. The industrial blueprint you describe can indeed break the stagnant feudal economy, but I also see through the bloodthirsty nature behind your theory. Replacing manors with factories is merely replacing the privileged class of nobles with the privileged class of your capital. The celestial dragons used whips to snatch food from civilians, while you use a scrap of paper called an employment contract to squeeze out the last drop of blood, sweat, and surplus value from workers. This powerful rebuttal was incisive, hitting directly at the fatal flaw of alienated capitalist exploitation. Well said, capital indeed devours people, and it doesn't spit out bones. Facing Dragon's furious accusation, Anaitsu not only didn't refute but generously admitted it, even slowly clapping his hands. But Dragon, since you've seen through the greed of capital, have you seen through your own revolutionary army? Anaitsu's gaze suddenly became extremely sharp, staring at Dragon like an abyss. The dragon slayer eventually becomes a dragon. You are righteous today, but can you guard against your own subordinates? When the celestial dragons fall, when your generals sit on thrones similar to those of the member nation kings, facing that supreme power and endless wealth without external threats, can you guarantee they won't become corrupt? 100 years from now, your new regime will only degenerate into the next batch of new celestial dragons. Facing Anaitsu's soul-piercing counter-question, Dragon stood ramrod straight, his voice as firm as a rock. That's why I want to spread the seeds of thought throughout the world. We awaken civilians not just to give them guns, but to give them the will to supervise and resist. If the future revolutionary government becomes corrupt, the people will naturally raise the banner of resistance again. But that still isn't an excuse for you to enslave them with capital. Capital has no moral bottom line. Who will restrain this beast of yours? Excellent question. The two men's conversation finally perfectly aligned at this moment. Anaitsu spread his arms, presenting the grand political and economic blueprint he truly wished to construct. The celestial dragons' wealth molds in their vaults, but this beast of capital can only survive by continuously creating tangible value. A beast eats people, but a beast can also pull a cart. Anaitsu walked up to Dragon, their gazes clashing intensely in midair. The geographical isolation of this sea will be broken by my beast-heavy industries capital. I will build sea trains and popularize advanced technology to every corner. I will make the pie bigger. And who will restrain me? The answer is you. It's your revolutionary army's new government. Dragon's pupils contracted slightly. You want me to restrain you with political power? Exactly. This is also the meaning of your necessary existence. Anaitsu threw out the ultimate weapon of modern great power competition. Let my capital activate the economy. Then, your new government will step forward and enact extremely strict labor laws to limit my working hours, to support civilians in forming unions, to supervise my factory environment. Use the state power in your hands to firmly cage capital within the iron bars of the system. Most importantly, levy heavy taxes on me, on all capitalists. Anaitsu's voice boomed like thunder on the cliff. Use the ambition of capitalists to break the stagnant waters of feudal dynasties. Then, you use the high taxes collected to perform secondary distribution of wealth, to establish free schools, to build free hospitals, to achieve the social welfare you dream of. I earn massive profits to research interstellar warships, and you use political power and taxation to guarantee a baseline and achieve social equity. Capital acts as the engine providing infinite power, political power acts as the steering wheel and brakes controlling the direction, and civilian unions act as supervisors to prevent both sides from overstepping. This is my answer, a perfect model that can continuously evolve the world upwards. Silence, only the symphony of wind and waves remained on the cliff. Dragon stood still, stunned. This time, he did not refute. The conversation between them was like two extremely hard puzzle pieces that, after the most intense grinding, fit together perfectly. The hybrid system theory of state-regulated capital, secondary distribution of tax revenue, proposed by Anaitsu, not only perfectly filled the Revolutionary Army's economic blind spot after establishing a nation, but also fundamentally put forward a viable path for the mutual checks and balances between state power and capital. Using the chains of state power to restrain the frenzy of capital, then using the milk of capital to nurture the welfare of the state. Dragon murmured softly, and a profoundly shocked yet relieved smile finally appeared on his weathered face for the first time today. He looked at Anaitsu, his eyes filled with equal respect and deep apprehension. Anaitsu, you are truly a devil who can reshape the underlying logic of the world. But I must warn you, if in the future new world, your capital attempts to overstep and control political power, the Revolutionary Army's guns will unhesitatingly turn towards you. I look forward to that day. Anaitsu's lips curved into a confident smile. Deal. Dragon extended his right hand. Slap. Two hands, one large and one small, representing the pinnacle of future New World political power and absolute capitalist industrial hegemony, met firmly on the windswept cliff of the isolated island, each holding its own ground. Beep, 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 beep. Just as the two men released their hands and the wheels of history began to turn wildly, a highly flustered news coup stumbled through the hurricane in the sky, accurately dropping a roll of newspaper, reeking of strong ink, between them. This was a special edition of the World Economic Journal, printed and urgently distributed worldwide by Morgans at the highest specifications. Yamato curiously walked forward to pick up the newspaper. Just one glance at the headline printed in blood-red large characters made her beautiful eyes instantly widen. Anaitsu, something big has happened. The new world has completely changed. Chapter 73, The Four Emperors Meeting. It was a special edition of the World Economic Journal, printed with the highest priority and dispatched worldwide by Morgans. In the massive black and white photograph that occupied the entire page, a one-armed man with red hair and 3 scars over his left eye stood holding a western sword. He was perched atop a mountain giant lying in a pool of blood. The terrifying conqueror's haki, powerful enough to tear through the heavens, seemed as if it would overflow from the rough paper, leaving one breathless. Above the photo, bold characters were printed with striking visual impact. Elbaf's divine departure, the Loki rebellion quelled, a new emperor crowned, the era of the 4 emperors officially arrives. By the edge of a cliff on a desolate island where the wild winds howled, Monkey D. Dragon, the supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army, looked at the newspaper with an extremely grave expression. Red Hair Shanks, that brat who was an apprentice on Roger's ship back then, has actually defeated the Berserk Loki and gained the absolute support of Elbaf, the world's strongest nation. The new world is about to fall into chaos again. Who knows? Watching Dragon's worried appearance, Anaitsu crumpled the newspaper into a ball and tossed it casually into the surging sea. In his silver eyes, an ultimate desire for war and wealth burned, one that even these gale-force winds could not extinguish. No, dragon, your understanding of geopolitics is still too conservative. Stagnation only brings about the solidification of classes. Only this kind of upheaval can bring about a reshuffling of interests. Anaitsu turned around, his black steel overcoat dancing wildly in the storm like an uncrowned king about to rule the world. Since the seats of the 4 emperors are now filled, it means that C has moved from an unordered free-for-all into an era of multipolar checks and balances. To maintain this terrifying equilibrium, the New World will now enter its most frantic period of territorial disputes and extreme internal arms races. Anaitsu strode toward the disaster anchored on the sea, his voice echoing through the gale. Notify the entire fleet. The trial operations in the Sky Island and the first half of the Grand Line end here. Submerge at full speed and pass through Fishman Island. We're going to get our share of the changes in the New World. Half a month later, in the middle of the New World, an outlaw land surrounded by perennial mist and deadly reefs, the ruins of rocks, the remnants of God Valley, Omega Island. Ever since Red Hairshanks ascended to the top at Elbaf, the geopolitical vortex of the New World had accelerated frantically. The 4 top-tier powers were like 4 massive prehistoric beasts, constantly clashing as they fought over strategic buffer zones and vassal states. Every day, tens of thousands of pirates and civilians were turned to ash in border conflicts. To prevent this unrestrained meat grinder from exhausting everyone's foundations, and to prevent the world government from reaping the benefits, a meeting destined to shake the world secretly began on this ruined island that symbolized the fall of the old era's overlord. By the open-air round table in the center of the island, carved from a massive piece of obsidian, the air was now so thick it had almost solidified. This was no ordinary gang negotiation, but a game of great powers in the truest sense. Seated in the first outer ring of the round table were the underworld emperors who controlled the economic lifelines of the New World's underground. Lone Shark King Du felled puffed on an expensive cigar, his eyes flickering. Shipping King Yumit looked grim as he calculated the profits of his next routes. And the Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy, held a wine glass, smiling charmingly on the surface, while the cold calculations of a world government CP0 agent were hidden in her eyes. As the newly appointed Shichibukai and president of Beast Heavy Industries, Anaitsu was also seated in the first outer ring. He didn't put on an arrogant display today, simply wearing a well-tailored black shirt. He sat low-key in the shadows with his legs crossed, smoking a cigar. Yamato and Eneru, who had changed into an insulated trench coat, stood behind his chair like 2 silent iron towers. And in the inner circle of the round table were 4 terrifying mountains, like insurmountable abysses, emitting an aura that made one's soul tremble. In the eastern seat, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin sat like a mountain of flesh, greedily chewing on top-tier desserts filling the table. Behind her stood the expressionless second-in-command Katakuri and the eldest son Prospero. The terrifying pressure unique to a soul fruit user made it so the surrounding underground emperors didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The northern seat belonged to the most brutal overlord of the New World. Beast's Kaido held a massive sake gourd, gulping down strong liquor. He emitted a thick scent of blood and gunpowder. His massive mace, Hasekai, was tossed casually on the table, and every breath he took seemed to carry a dragon's breath capable of incinerating the island. The lead performers, King the Wildfire and Queen the Plague, stood behind him like 2 guardian deities. The western seat was somewhat empty, as the man hailed as the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, had not personally attended. He had little interest in such conferences to carve up interests. Representing the Whitebeard Pirates were the 1st Division Commander Phoenix Marco, who sat with his half-closed, sleepy eyes, and the 3rd Division Commander Diamond Jazu. And sitting in the southern head seat was the initiator of this round-table conference, the new overlord who had just suppressed the Elbaf rebellion with absolute haki, Red Hairshanks. He was casually dressed in a white shirt and 3/4 pants, with the famous sword Griffin at his waist, and his remaining right arm draped over the back of his chair. Though his attire was the most casual, and he even wore a gentle smile, every monster present knew exactly what kind of terrifying power, capable of tearing the era apart, was contained within this man. Since almost everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. Red Hair Shanks was the first to break the dead silence. He casually rested his remaining right arm on the table, his sharp eyes scanning the room. The territory of the New World cannot withstand any more of this bottomless fighting. I propose to formally confirm the current power map, using the 4 main islands as cores to define the absolute borders of the 4 major territorial seas and inviolable buffer zones. Mama, territorial borders. In the eastern seat, the mountain of flesh Big Mom Charlotte Linlin grabbed a handful of top-tier desserts and stuffed them into her mouth, letting out a strange, wild laugh. Shanks, you green brat, you've only just made a name for yourself at Elbaf, and you dare to give me orders. Tato land will expand, and no one can stop it. You want peace? Fine, assign all the rich islands in the middle of the New World that produce sugar and cream to my name, and then have those losers seeking protection pay me monthly tributes of desserts. Shank's expression darkened, and his remaining right hand tapped lightly on the obsidian tabletop. Linlin, your Tato land is built on stripping others of their lifespans and blood. It's already bloated enough. If you forcibly stretch your hand across the center line, the Red Hair Pirates fleet will definitely not sit idly by. Warororaro, Linlin is right. Red-haired brat, you're sticking your nose in too many places. To the north, Beast's Kaido took a huge swig of strong liquor from his sake gourd, his body reeking of violent alcohol fumes. Pirates should live like pirates. The big fish eat the small fish. I have no interest in any bullshit peace buffer zones. I only want the strongest liquor, the most powerful weapons, and the grandest wars. Defining borders. It's like a cowardly king playing house in his own little circle. Anyone who dares to stand in the way of Wano Country's expansion, I'll crush their head. Since you're all so energetic, why don't you go ahead and tear each other apart? Representing Whitebeard, Phoenix Marco leaned back in his chair, his sleepy eyes half open. He boredly ignited a flicker of blue flames on his fingertips, his tone calm yet carrying absolute confidence. Our Pops doesn't have such boring ambitions. As long as you don't bring the flames of war to our seas or touch our family, we have no interest in your territorial disputes. Kaido slammed his sake gourd onto the table, his massive eyes glaring viciously at Marco. That old man Whitebeard is really getting soft in his old age. Occupying the largest and richest sea in the New World, yet living like a waste guarding a game of house. Marco, go back and tell Newgate that if he's so old he can't even swing his Naginata, he should just hand over his territory. Whoosh, Marco lifted his eyelids, and the blue flames on his body instantly flared up. His previously lazy eyes burst with extremely sharp killing intent. Kaido, don't think you can just bark because you're thick-skinned. Back then, Kazuki Odin managed to leave a scar on you. Guess if Pop's Tremor fruit can shatter your dragon scales along with the entirety of Onigashima into powder. Are you looking for death, little bird? Kaido's eyes widened, and black lightning began to dance frantically on his mace. Enough. Shanks barked coldly. Without any extra movement, a terrifying, tangible wave of Conqueror's haki instantly swept across the entire round table with him at the center. This overbearingly powerful force physically suppressed Kaido's erupting lightning and Marco's blue flames. I didn't call you here today to start a war. Shank's gentle face was now filled with a chilling majesty. If anyone wants to fight, I can personally be their opponent right now. But as long as you're still sitting at this table, talk rules with me. The clash of the 4 emperors, even if it was just verbal snapping and the collision of auras, made the surrounding air let out an overburdened wail. The underground emperors in the outer ring felt waves of palpitations, their legs unable to stop shaking. Chapter 74, Arms Embargo. The clash between the 4 emperors, even if just a verbal probing, made the underground kings on the periphery feel a wave of palpitations. Just as the 4 emperors were refusing to give an inch for their respective interests, a man wearing a white suit and a strange mask suddenly stood up from the very edge of the outer seats. It was a top CP0 agent who had infiltrated the venue representing the world government. You pirates, aren't you getting a bit too carried away? The CP0 agent's voice was filled with the arrogance of the world government. The Grand Line belongs to the world government. Do you really think the Marineford is just for show by carving up the sea here on your own? The Gorosei will never allow. Buzz! Before the CP0 agent could finish his sentence, a bone-chilling, cold aura instantly enveloped his entire body. I'm talking. When is it the turn of the government's dog to interrupt? Charlotte Linland's originally smiling eyes instantly turned scarlet, and a terrifying soul pressure descended with a boom. She stared fixedly at the CP0 agent, issuing a death-defying interrogation like a demon from hell. Life or treat. In that instant, the CP0 agent, a top intelligence operative for the world government, felt an uncontrollable fear rise from the bottom of his heart. And in the face of this rule-based ability known as soul pocus, as long as even the slightest bit of fear arose, it was equivalent to a death sentence. Splat, there was no blood, no explosion. A ball of white soul substance emitting a faint light was forcibly ripped out of the CP0 agent's body by some extremely domineering power. The agent, who had been spouting nonsense just a second ago, rolled his eyes back instantly, collapsed like a pile of mud, and died on the spot. Mama, what a low-quality soul, not even enough to get between my teeth. Big Mom shoved the soul into her mouth and chewed it, as if she had just casually swatted a pesky fly. Warararo, well killed, Linlin. Kaido laughed and slapped the table. Shanks didn't even glance at the corpse, and Marco didn't even lift an eyelid. This was the absolute dominance of the four emperors. At this round table, even the face of the world government was as worthless as waste paper. The underground kings on the periphery were trembling with fear, covering their mouths tightly. A drop of cold sweat also dripped down Eneru's forehead. Only at this moment did he truly feel just how terrifying the top monsters on this sea really were. Only Anaitsu remained extremely calm, smoking his cigar, not even changing his sitting posture by a fraction. The fly has been cleaned up. Let's continue. Shanks tapped the tabletop lightly with his remaining right-hand fingers, forcibly pulling the topic back to the core. We can negotiate the territorial dispute slowly. But before that, as an absolute prerequisite for today's roundtable meeting, I demand that all factions in the New World immediately cease fire completely. Warororaro, ceasefire. On the seat on the north side, Kaido slammed his huge sake gourd onto the obsidian tabletop, making the entire round table hum. His eyes, full of violence, stared fixedly at Shanks, letting out a deafening, wild laugh. Shanks, has your brain been flooded? When have pirates ever not fought or died? If you're afraid of death, go back to the Four Blues and be your peaceful dog. Stop being so sanctimonious here. Facing Kaido's highly oppressive mockery, Shanks did not retreat at all. His gaze swept across the entire venue, his eyes gradually becoming incomparably heavy and sharp, and even the surrounding air became scorched due to the fluctuation of his emotions. Pirate conflicts do indeed accompany death, but Kaido, this time it's different. Shanks' voice was low and suppressed, filled with unquestionable seriousness. In the past year, the casualty figures in the New World have been absurdly high. In the past, pirate fights were about swords, martial arts, and well-honed haki, but what about now? Shanks suddenly raised his volume, pointing directly at the core of the war's deterioration. Look at the battlefield now. Those high-explosive artillery shells, biochemical poison gas, and new weapons with range and destructive power far exceeding the warships of the Marineford that are pouring madly into every major combat zone from who knows what dark web channels have completely overturned the rules of war. This is not a pirate duel at all, but a bottomless mass slaughter, turning this sea into a meat grinder with no threshold. Hundreds of thousands of people have been reduced to ashes in the artillery fire, and even those civilian islands with no power to fight back have been directly erased from the map under this kind of ultra-standard carpet bombing. A sense of unquestionable anger permeated Shanks' voice, and his invisible conqueror's haki made the wine glasses on the table tremble violently. As long as these tools of slaughter continue to flow into the battlefield, any so-called ceasefire agreement is just a piece of waste paper that can be torn up at any time. Therefore, in order to prevent the conflict from escalating indefinitely, I must establish a red line here today. Shanks suddenly raised his head. His aura, which crowned the sea, erupted with a boom. I hope to implement a heavy weapons embargo treaty within the territories of the 4 emperors and all buffer combat zones. Except for the most basic defensive firearms, any weapons of mass destruction, poison gas, and new heavy artillery are strictly prohibited from circulation and trading. Only by completely cutting off the fuel for war can the New World achieve true balance. Once these words were spoken, the whole place fell into a deathly silence. The lone shark king and the shipping king looked at each other, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. This move by Shanks to cut the salary from the bottom of the pot was aimed directly at severing the largest and most profitable black industrial chain in the entire New World. Just as Kaido frowned, and his temper was about to flare up. Who in the shadows on the periphery? A long, dense, blue-gray smoke ring was slowly exhaled into midair. Arms Embargo Treaty. Accompanied by an extremely cold voice, filled with undisguised mockery. In the first circle of seats on the periphery, the silver-haired young man who had remained silent from beginning to end, slowly stubbed out the half-burned cigar in his hand into the ashtray in front of him. Anaitsu stood up. Amidst the extreme horror of the underground kings and the surprised gazes of the 4 emperors in the inner circle, he walked forward with his hands in his pockets, extremely naturally and extremely domineeringly. He crossed the invisible boundary that separated the emperor level from mortals, and forcibly squeezed into the inner circle's game. Shanks, have you really started to think of yourself as a moral model for maintaining peace in the New World after playing savior in Elbaf for a few days? Anaitsu's silver eyes met Shanks' murderous gaze without any fear. His voice was not loud, but it carried an extreme arrogance belonging to a capitalist tycoon that transcended all armed force. How the 4 of you monsters divide your territories here, who pays tribute to whom, who marries whom, that's your pirate game, I don't care at all. And I can't control which island those pirates used my shells to flatten. But Anaitsu rested his hands on the edge of the obsidian round table, his body leaning forward slightly, indicating his position to the 4 sea emperors present. Want to ban my arms on the sea and cut off my financial path. Shanks, let alone you, even if those 5 old immortals from Mary Guiyue were sitting here, they would still have to ask if the fleet of beast-heavy industries agrees. Chapter 75 Clash. You want to ban my arms and cut off my financial path in this ocean? Shanks, let alone you, even if those 5 old geezers from Mary Guiyue were sitting here, they would still have to ask my beast-heavy industries fleet if they agree. Anaitsu's declaration, filled with extreme arrogance and provocation, echoed continuously throughout the deathly silent open-air venue. To the underground emperors on the periphery who were already trembling in fear, this young Shichibukai was simply insane. He actually dared to overturn the rules set by red-hair Shanks in public at the 4 emperors meeting, which represented the highest combat power in the world. On the south side of the round table, Shanks lowered his eyes, his red bangs covering his gaze. But the air around him was distorting at a terrifying speed. I see, is this your answer, Anaitsu? Shanks slowly raised his head. His originally gentle face was now completely replaced by coldness and murderous intent. He realized that a simple verbal warning could not stop this crazy military machine, which was completely driven by money and ambition. To forcibly lock down peace in the New World, and to make this extremely dangerous capitalist tyrant learn respect, one must make him face the top-tier military power on this ocean. Since you don't understand the rules, I will use the pirate way to wake you up. Clang, accompanied by a crisp and deadly sword chime, Shanks' only remaining right hand suddenly drew the supreme-grade sword Griffin from his waist. At the very moment the blade was unsheathed, rumble. A top-tier conqueror's haki, unmatched in the ocean and appearing almost tangible, erupted from Shanks as the center. Crack, crack. The entire open-air venue, built of obsidian, began to collapse crazily under the ravaging of that terrifying red-black lightning. The heavy stone ceiling that had originally covered everyone's heads was actually lifted into the air by this conqueror's haki, and then shredded into powder filling the sky. Thump, thump, On the outer seats, except for a very small number of powerful executives, those underground emperors with worth in the billions didn't even have time to scream before their eyes rolled back, and they fainted with foam at their mouths. Careful, Eneru's expression changed wildly. Just as they wanted to step forward, they were oppressed by that overwhelming conqueror's haki, their breathing stalled, unable to move an inch. This was the absolute dominance of Red Hair Shanks, who had reached the pinnacle of the four emperors and was at his peak. And in the center of the storm, facing this terrifying pressure, Anaitsu's eyes instantly narrowed. Zing, without the slightest retreat, Anaitsu backhanded and drew the black blade, Shusui from his waist. Roar, accompanied by a heaven-shaking tiger roar, the extremely sharp Jeng metal chi of the mythical Zoan white tiger forms soared into the sky. At the same time, the high-level armament Haki Ryu wrapped around the blade of Black Blade. Shusui like pitch-black flames, forming an extremely sturdy defensive barrier in front of Anaitsu, forcefully meeting Shank's Conqueror's Haki slash. Boom! The red-black Haki and the silver-white Jeng metal chi had a terrifying collision at the center of the round table, like an asteroid impact. Blinding white light engulfed the entire venue, and the sea surface within a radius of several kilometers instantly sank dozens of meters deep due to the collision of these two forces. However, the gap in strength was, after all, an objective reality. Although Anaitsu's talent and devil fruit abilities were extremely monstrous, he was, after all, still too young. In front of Shank's well-tempered, peak conqueror's haki foundation that was enough to split the sky, Anaitsu's defensive barrier began to tremble violently, and then cracks visible to the naked eye appeared. Bang, an unrivaled force came through the blade. Anaitsu's body was forcibly knocked back 3 steps. Every step he took back, the incredibly hard floor beneath his feet shattered inch by inch, turning into powder. Not until his 3rd step landed did he barely stabilize his figure, and a streak of striking blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth. Anaitsu, Yamato exclaimed. The atmosphere in the venue instantly solidified. This was the barrier of the Emperor level. Even Anaitsu, who dominated the underworld, still appeared somewhat strained in the face of the absolute individual combat power of a 4 emperors. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, facing this crushing power that was enough to break a strong man's will, Anaitsu, who wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, not only showed no anger or loss of composure, but his silver eyes instead erupted with an extremely cold, and even slightly mocking, smile. Hee ha 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 ha, Anaitsu casually sheathed Black Blade. Shusui looked directly at Shanks and extremely calmly straightened his somewhat messy black suit tie. He was very clear-headed, extremely clear-headed. He knew that currently, he indeed couldn't win a one-on-one fight against Red Hair, who was at his peak. But he was sitting here today, bold and unrestrained, not to fight with his fists. Shanks, your conqueror's haki is indeed very strong, strong enough to snap my neck. Anaitsu looked at Shanks, his eyes filled with a kind of dimensional reduction strike-like mockery. But today you cannot kill me. Just as Shanks frowned slightly and tightened his grip on the sword hilt, preparing to apply further pressure. Warorororo, red hair brat, you're meddling too much. Boom, a violent conqueror's haki, not inferior to Shanks in the slightest, mixed with terrifying dark red thunder, suddenly soared into the sky from the north seat, directly and arrogantly shattering Shanks' aura lock. Bang, the huge sake gourd was crushed into pieces, with strong liquor and wood chips splashing everywhere. Beast Kaido stood up like a true demon god. He grabbed the heavy, multi-ton spiked club Hachisai Kai, and with an earth-shattering momentum, stood extremely domineeringly between Anaitsu and Shanks. Kaido's huge, bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Red Hair, and he let out a deafening roar. Shanks, did you get something wrong? Anaitsu is my son, and also the sole supplier of that new type of artillery unit in my hands. If you dare to touch his merchant ships, you are cutting off my source of troops and financial path. What? Do you want to start an all-out war with me right here today? This was the ultimate defense of bloodline and capital superimposed. Anaitsu not only possessed the most formidable Emperor second generation background in the New World, but also used those era-leading arms to completely weld this most terrifying monster of the New World to his own chariot of interests. Want to touch Kaido's most valued cash cow beloved son? You have to ask his spiked club if it agrees first. Before Shanks could respond, another soul-chilling pressure descended once again. Mama, Kaido is right. On the east seat, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin let out a strange, wild laugh. Her crimson eyes flashed with extreme greed. Big Mom extremely disliked this acting as the New World police style of red hair, and she unceremoniously mocked and pressured him. Shanks, you want to teach Kaido's own son a lesson right in front of him? You really don't take us seriously. Furthermore, the gates of Tato land are always open to beast heavy industries arms ships and scientists. What goods enter my territory is not for you to set the rules. In less than half a minute, Red Hair Shanks, who had just suppressed Anaijutsu with absolute military force, was instantly pushed to the edge of the cliff by two other emperors of the sea of the same level, who joined forces on the grounds of protecting their own and greed. Anaijutsu stood behind Kaido's extremely massive body, calmly straightened his suit cuffs that had been disordered by the Conqueror's haki, and a trace of an extremely dangerous, ambitious villain's cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This was the ultimate balance of power in the great power game. Haki might be able to cut through steel, but it absolutely cannot cut through the protection of bloodline and the deepest greed on this ocean. Chapter 76 Negotiations concluded. What, Shanks? Do you want to start an all-out war with me right here today? Kaido's roar, accompanied by dark red Conqueror's haki lightning, completely turned the already fragmented open-air venue into a wasteland. Charlotte Linlin's extremely greedy and sinister laughter followed, and the auras of the two Emperor-level powers were like two insurmountable abysses, blocking firmly between Anaijutsu and Shanks. Red Hair Shanks, who had just suppressed the entire venue with his peak Conqueror's haki, was now trapped in a fatal geopolitical deadlock. Hey, this is quite an incredible scene. On the west side of the tense round table, Phoenix Marco, representing the Whitebeard pirates, yawned lazily. He stood with his hands in his pockets, his body ignited with blue healing flames, blocking all the violent air currents generated by the collision of the two camps. Facing the Emperor-level melee that could erupt at any moment, Marco simply stated his position of absolute neutrality. Pops only cares about the safety of his family. As long as your arms ships don't come to our territory to cause trouble, we have no interest in your dealings. If you want to fight, then fight. The Whitebeard pirates will not get involved. Marco's statement became the straw that broke the camel's back. Shanks gripped the hilt of his famous sword, Griffin, tightly. His observation haki keenly sensed that in the shadows of the ruins hundreds of meters away, those hyena-like world government CP0 agents were holding their breath in excitement, staring fixedly at this place. If he insisted on swinging his sword to kill Anaijutsu today, the thoroughly enraged Kaido and the greedy Charlotte Linlin would definitely join forces to launch an attack on the Red Hair Pirates. Although he had no fear of this, the prospect of the world government reaping the benefits was something he could not accept at all. This completely contradicted his original intention of holding the Round Table Conference to forcibly maintain stability. What a terrifying man. Shanks took a deep breath, his sharp eyes passing over Kaido's massive body, and took a deep look at Anaijutsu, who was standing in the shadows with a sneer on his lips. In this silver-haired youth, Shanks saw a trait even more dangerous than rocks. Rocks relied on absolute violence, while Anaijutsu relied on the ultimate control of human greed. He was actually able to use mere arms and capital to make the power of the four emperors work for him. Clang! In a suffocating silence, Shanks twisted his wrist and slowly sheathed Griffin. The Heishoku that seemed to want to tear the sky apart receded like a tide. Kaido Linlin. Shanks sat back down on the cracked obsidian seat, his voice returning to its usual composure and coldness. Since you are willing to gamble the safety of the New World for a few cannons, then in exchange, the division of territory must be done according to my rules. Seeing Red Hair compromise, Kaido snorted coldly and hoisted his club back onto his shoulder. Charlotte Linlin also contentedly continued eating her dessert. The underground emperors on the periphery who had woken up felt as if they had just walked through the gates of hell, frantically wiping away cold sweat. The subsequent negotiations no longer had any clash of steel, but they were filled with even bloodier carving up of interests. 2 hours later, a New World Free Trade and Territorial Non-Aggression Treaty, worthy of being recorded in the history of the pirate world, was officially signed on this shattered round table. The treaty established the basic framework for the future of the New World. First, the territorial sovereignty of each of the 4 emperors was officially recognized, and inviolable buffer zones were delineated, bringing the world a brief Cold War peace. Second, the development and trade of the underworld would be decided by each sea emperor within their respective territories. From then on, in the territories of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, any merchant ship or arms transport ship flying the flag of beast-heavy industries could pass unimpeded. Any force that dared to plunder the ships of beast-heavy industries would face devastating retaliation from the beast's pirates and a comprehensive economic blockade from the dark underworld. However, within Red Hair's territory, all arms trade could only be conducted at designated locations under the supervision of the Red Hair pirates. There was no other way. Even Shanks had to admit that the arms level of beast-heavy industries far exceeded that of other suppliers, and in the context of an arms race, no one wanted to fall behind. Holding the treaty filled with signatures, Anaitsu stood up. At this moment, he was no longer just one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He had successfully transformed himself into an interest transfusion pump that no top power on the sea could afford to lose, successfully rising above the underground dark web. The meeting concluded, and all parties prepared to leave. What a pleasant meeting. Anaitsu took a pure white handkerchief from his suit pocket and elegantly wiped away the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth that had spilled out earlier due to resisting the heishoku. He tossed the blood-stained handkerchief into the wind, turned his head, and his silver eyes looked at Red Hair Shanks, who was sitting in the main seat with a complex expression. "Shanks, I admit it." Anaitsu's voice echoed in the strong wind, carrying the aura of a warlord ruling the world. "Your heishoku truly stands at the peak of the sea. In a one-on-one fight, I cannot beat you today." Shanks looked up and watched him quietly. "But..." Anaitsu's lips curled into an extremely dangerous and mocking arc, and he opened his arms as if embracing the entire world filled with smoke of gunpowder. In this era driven by interests, the strongest line of defense has never been the haki you are so proud of, but the exchange of interests. Anaitsu turned around, his black steel coat dancing wildly in the wind, leaving the 4 emperors with a haughty back. "I hope your peace lasts a little longer. Yamato Eneru, let's go." Watching Anaitsu's fading back, Shanks' brows locked tightly together. The palm holding the sword hilt was unknowingly sweating. He had an extremely strong premonition. The behemoth of capital he had let go of today for the sake of immediate peace would, in the near future, definitely use a steel fleet capable of covering the sky to crush the old order they had all built into powder. And Anaitsu, who had turned to leave, was not as calm as he appeared. Still not enough. Anaitsu calculated inwardly. Even though he possessed a top-tier mythical Zoan ability and had developed his armament Haki Ryu to a very high level, and even mastered the use of Conqueror's Haki coding, he still felt a suffocating sense of oppression when facing the peak heishoku that Shanks had cultivated for decades. Strategy and capital could indeed smooth out the gap between powers and forcibly reach a draw, but in terms of pure individual combat power, there was still a fundamental difference from the true emperor-level strength. In this world, where personal strength could flatten powers, one's own strength was ultimately the most important thing. Wararero. Heavy and oppressive footsteps came from behind. Kaido, carrying his club, stopped behind Anaitsu like a giant iron tower. This rough father looked at his son's slightly thin back, a trace of imperceptible appreciation flashing in his eyes, but his tone remained as stern as iron. "Finally saw a real monster, didn't you, brat? Your devil fruit ability and brain are indeed very good, but your haki polishing is still far from enough." That brat Shanks didn't eat a devil fruit. He reached this point today by relying on that well-tempered, flawless, ultimate haki. If you want to truly defeat him, you still lack the most cruel life-and-death tempering. I understand, Pops. Anaijsu took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, that abyssal coldness and ambition occupied his eyes once more. Today, I only forced him back with chips, but the moat of capital cannot protect me for a lifetime. Next time, I will personally shatter his Heishoku. Well said, that's my boy. Kaido laughed wildly with satisfaction. Anaijsu. Yamato, standing to the side, suddenly slammed her club heavily onto the steel deck, her clear eyes burning with unprecedented fiery fighting spirit. Once we return to Wano Country, we will immediately start hellish special training. The collision of haki at that level just now was too shocking. I absolutely cannot let you take it on alone. The next time we meet, we will definitely beat that red hair man's haki back together. Not only Yamato, but Eneru, who was standing at the very back of the passage and had always considered himself a god, also fell into a long silence. A wave of capital sweeping across the entire new world had begun, and the devilish training of Anaijsu's team had also started simultaneously. Chapter 77, Closed-Door Intensive Training. At a certain port in Wano Country, the mountain-like disaster broke through the thick fog and slowly docked at the shore. The hatch opened, and Anaijsu stepped out wearing his black steel coat. His eyes no longer held the composure he had when signing the treaty on Omega Island. In its place was an unfathomable, extreme coldness. Young master, Fukurokuju, who had been waiting at the port for a long time, immediately hurried up, rubbing his hands together with a flattering smile. I heard that you showed great power at the round table meeting, not only making red hair that brat Lu's face, but also securing absolute navigation rights in the new world for our beast-heavy industries. Now our artillery business can be sold directly to. Pass on my orders, Fukurokuju. Anaijsu coldly interrupted him, his voice filled with unquestionable majesty. From today on, all external expansion fleets under beast-heavy industries are to temporarily scale back. Except for maintaining the existing black gold route, stop all active provocations and territory seizures. Scale back. Fukurokuju's mouth hung wide open, his face full of disbelief. Young master, this is the best opportunity for us to monopolize the market. Capital can buy this world, but without violence as a moat to absolutely protect it, then no matter how vast the capital, it is just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Anaijsu recalled the peak Heishoku that could tear through space when Shanks drew his sword, and he couldn't help but clench his fists, his knuckles cracking. Yamato, Eneru, Frankie, and I are going to enter the active volcano-restricted area behind Onigashima to begin an indefinite, fully closed-off hellish special training. Without my permission, no one is allowed to come within half a step of the restricted area. After dropping this statement, Anaijsu walked toward the depths of Onigashima without looking back. He knew very well that in the world of pirates, economic sanctions and military suppression were useful, but in front of those monsters who truly stood at the pinnacle, absolute personal force was the only trump card to ensure he never left the table. Behind Onigashima, a scorching hell that erupted with poisonous gas and magma year-round. The temperature here was consistently above 80 degrees, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. Even an ordinary headliner would suffer shock from dehydration and suffocation if they stayed here for an hour. Clang, clang, the heavy sound of metal colliding echoed against the volcanic rock. On the wrists and ankles of Anaijsu and Yamato, high-purity sea stone weights crafted by Wano Country's top craftsmen were locked fast. Anaijsu, this thing, is simply deadly. Yamato was soaked in sweat, breathing heavily. Every time she swung the iron club, which was also mixed with sea stone, it felt like it was exhausting all her strength. Sea stone not only completely sealed their proud mythical Zoan abilities, but was also constantly draining their stamina every moment. Without the super recovery brought by their devil fruit, just standing on this volcanic rock required immense willpower. This is our goal, Yamato. Anaijsu gritted his teeth, his muscles bulging from extreme congestion. He held the unsheathed black blade. Shusui closed his eyes and felt the extremely weak yet endlessly persistent haki within his body, like a wildfire. Red Hair never ate a devil fruit. He reached that step by relying on a body tempered through thousands of trials and flawless haki. Anaitsu suddenly opened his eyes, let out a low roar, and punched the 10-meter-high, hard volcanic rock in front of him. Boom, without using any brute force, the moment his fist touched the rock, a jet-black armament Haki Ryu was injected into the interior of the rock like a sharp drill. Immediately following, a wisp of dark red Heishoku lightning exploded at the core of the rock. The huge volcanic rock instantly turned into powder, filling the sky, turning Heishoku coating into a physical instinct, rather than an explosion when fighting for one's life. Anaitsu looked at the split between his thumb and forefinger caused by the recoil, his eyes becoming increasingly crazed. Continue. Before stamina is exhausted, no one is allowed to stop. Just as Anaitsu and Yamato were pushing their physical limits, a transformation belonging to a god was also taking place beside the lightning rod of the Tenshukaku at the highest point of Onigashima. Rumble, thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and thick bolts of lightning struck the bare-chested man with drums on his back like a rainstorm. God, in front of the monsters of this blue sea, calling oneself a god is simply a joke. Eneru sat cross-legged at the very top of the lightning rod, letting tens of millions of volts of violent thunder rage across his body. At the round table meeting, the oppressive feeling from Red Hair, who made his soul tremble just by his presence, had completely shattered the arrogance of this ruler of Sky Island. He finally understood that the Logia-type destructive power he was proud of was as fragile as paper in front of high-level haki. Since lightning can't kill them, then turn this power into a blade that can tear through their defenses. Eneru took a deep breath, compressed his observation haki to the extreme, and began to finally control every trace of current wandering in his body. He no longer released lightning without reservation, but forcibly compressed the high-voltage current into his limbs and bones, constantly stimulating the activity of his cells. Immediately after, an extremely raw, jet-black armament haki began to struggle to cover his fists, which were flashing with electric light. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The forced fusion of lightning and armament haki produced terrifying high temperatures and repulsive forces, tearing the skin of Eneru's arms and leaving them bloody. But not only did he not cry out in pain, the corners of his mouth curled into an extremely fanatical and cruel arc. A close combat finishing technique that could ignore defenses and perfectly fuse high-level armament haki with 200 million volts of lightning, was being frantically conceived within the flesh and blood of this fallen god. On the other side, in the core laboratory located deep underground in beast-heavy industries, it was another scene of intense activity. Suyuper. Frankie, wearing goggles and shirtless, was waving a high-energy welding gun in his hand. In front of him was a brand-new heavy-armored mecha, 8 meters tall, emitting a despair-inducing metallic luster. Since the body cannot catch up with those monsters in a short time, then use the top technology to build a monster that even an admiral can't smash. Frankie laughed loudly. He extravagantly used Wano Country's unique sea stone purification technology, perfectly integrating sea stone powder into the Wapol metal, creating an absolute defense anti-magic shell for Frankie Shogun 2. What was even more chilling was that the chest of the mecha was emitting a faint blue light. That was the microplasma power furnace that Frankie had dismantled from the disaster. As long as this furnace was still running, this war beast could continuously pour out terrifying firepower capable of vaporizing hills. Whether it was the squeezing of the body, the fusion of haki, or the arming of technology. In this huge melting pot of Onigashima, a crazy transformation of rebirth was taking place in these ambitious people at an astonishing speed. The moment they broke through their limits, the entire new world would feel true fear. Chapter 78, Sparring. The back mountain of Onigashima was a desolate wilderness of jagged, strange rocks. Click, heavy sea stone shackles were violently torn apart and tossed onto the cracked volcanic rock. Phew, finally off with these damn things. Yamato flexed her wrists, accompanied by a series of crisp bone-cracking sounds. A terrifying aura, as if suppressed for 10 million years, erupted from the Oni girl's body. The pure white fur of the mythical Zoan, great-mouthed true god danced wildly in the wind, and the power of extreme frost instantly froze all the surrounding lava for hundreds of meters. Standing opposite her was Anaijsu, who had also shed all his weights. He was shirtless, his originally fair skin now covered in fine bloody streaks and firm muscle lines. He slowly drew the black blade, Shusui from his waist, and a surge of Zheng metal chi, sharp enough to cleave space itself, soared into the sky. Don't hold back, Yamato. In Anaijsu's silver eyes, an unprecedented, extreme fighting spirit burned. Black-red Conqueror's hacky lightning began to jump violently along the blade. Release all the potential you've squeezed out during this time. Let me see, without relying on any technology or outside forces, if our strength has improved. That's exactly what I was thinking. Anaijsu, take this. Boom! The two figures, like hypersonic missiles tearing through the sound barrier, collided fiercely on the wilderness of Onigashima. Having just unchained their sea stone, both their physical energy and haki were at their most overflowing peaks. Yamato swung her pig iron mace, Aiken, with both hands. Without any fancy testing, it was a heavy, powerful sweep. Black-red Heishoku lightning leaped violently on the mace, exploding the air in its path. Clang! Anaijsu gripped the hilt of the black blade. Shusui tightly with both hands, pushing the high-level armament Haki Ryuo to its limit, forcefully blocking the strike. Two violent forces squeezed and tore frantically between the blade and the mace, erupting into a visible circular shockwave that violently overturned the surrounding rocks. For a full day and night, the two fought like two tireless ancient beasts on the back mountain of Onigashima. There was no dodging, only the hardest clashes of slashes and strikes. Every time their weapons met, it was accompanied by deafening thunder. Under this unreserved outpouring of haki, the three active volcanoes on Onigashima's back mountain, which erupted year-round, were actually leveled by the aftershocks of their battle, completely turning into a collapsing basin. Anaijsu, you can't beat me by strength alone. Yamato let out a clear, long cry, and her body instantly grew taller, transforming into the half-human, half-beast, great-mouthed true god form. Extreme frost power erupted from her body, and Namuji Hyoga turned into white breath, instantly freezing the rolling lava and the earth into an absolute zero glacier. Then I'll shatter your ice. Anaijsu was not to be outdone. His silver eyes turned into cold beast pupils as he activated his mythical Zoan, white tiger form. A surge of Zheng metal chi, representing extreme sharpness, soared into the sky. Every time he swung, Shusui, that silver-white Zheng metal sword chi could cut through the glaciers Yamato created like tofu, instantly turning them into flying ice shards. The battlefield was completely transformed into a purgatory of ice, fire, and crisscrossing sword chi. Yamato's frost roars and Anaijsu's Zheng metal slashes collided frantically. Even the torrential rain falling from the sky was directly shredded in midair by these two forces. By the late night of the third day, the cruel war of attrition finally reached its end. Continuous high-intensity fighting and haki output had exhausted both of their stamina to the limit. The recovery speed of their mythical Zoans could no longer keep up with the speed at which their bodies were being damaged. Both were covered in wounds of varying depths, supporting their broken bodies solely through a near-insane will. Every time Anaijsu swung his sword, he felt like his lungs were burning, but he still stared fixedly at Yamato's movements. Under this extreme pressure, he found that his originally violent conqueror's haki, which required deliberate guidance, had actually begun to spontaneously and instinctively compress onto the blade to adapt to this high-intensity life-and-death struggle. Huff, huff, Yamato was covered in blood, her white fur dyed dark red. She gripped her mace tightly with both hands, panting heavily, as she violently contracted the last trace of Heishoku in her body onto the mace. One last strike, Anaijsu, thunder. Anaijsu was also panting heavily, his vision even a bit blurred. Sweat mixed with blood flowed into his eyes, bringing a sting, but the smile at the corner of his mouth grew more arrogant at this moment. Every ounce of potential in his body was being completely activated and reshaped under this life-or-death pressure. Come on, Anaijsu let out a hoarse roar. Holding his sword with both hands, he smoothly pushed the now completely tamed Conqueror's Infusion and Ryu to their peak. Bagua, White Tiger, Army Breaker. Boomed. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar like the end of the world, the very foundation of Onigashima trembled violently. Blinding white light and black-red lightning intertwined and collapsed in the center of the basin, then shot into the sky like a supernova explosion, illuminating the night sky like day. When the world-destroying storm subsided and the dust slowly settled, Anaitsu knelt on one knee in the center of a huge crater dozens of meters deep. The black blade. Shusui was thrust deep into the shattered rock, supporting his swaying body. He was vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, his arms hanging weakly, having completely lost the strength to swing his sword. And less than half a meter in front of him, Yamato stood tall in the gale, holding her mace. Although she was also covered in wounds and panting so hard it seemed she would collapse the next second, the naturally terrifying endurance of the mythical Zoan. Great Mouth, True God, and the inhuman physique of the Oni race ultimately allowed her to gain a very slight upper hand in this unreserved war of attrition. Yamato, with the advantage of half a move, won this life-and-death sparring match that lasted 3 days and 3 nights. I lost. Anaitsu let go of the sword hilt and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his mud-stained hand. Although defeated and exhausted, without even the strength to stand up, a terrifyingly sharp light erupted from his tired eyes in the dark night. In this 3-day-and-night hellish fight, not only did he not feel any frustration, but he was excited to the extreme. Because he truly felt that the originally violent and hard-to-control Conqueror's Infusion was now like a part of his body, flowing docilely and lethally through his veins. 3 days later, Wano Country, a secret training ground on the outskirts of the flower capital. Under the repair of beast-heavy industries, top-tier medical pods, the injuries of Anaitsu and Yamato had completely healed. Anaitsu looked at his palm, which was wrapped in black-red lightning, and a satisfied cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The warm-up is over. Next, it's time to meet the man known as the world's strongest creature and use him as a true touchstone. Chapter 79, Challenging Kaido. Onigashima atop the Skull Dome. Howling winds and oppressive black clouds. The once bustling main base of the Beast's pirates was now plunged into an eerie, deathly silence. A terrifying pressure, potent enough to sink the entire island, completely enveloped the sky above. Yuo-ho-ho-ho-ho, finally ready to challenge me, brats, you damn kid and Yamato. Atop the dome, a colossal figure resembling a demon god loomed amidst the gale. The beast Kaido was not taking this lightly. Facing the two who had just completed their hellish training, he directly assumed his most formidable form, his human-beast hybrid. Azure dragon scales covered his explosive muscles, a thick draconic tail swished slowly behind him, and every breath exhaled scorching, sulfurous air. Directly opposite him stood Anaitsu and Yamato, side by side. Before Anaitsu could speak, Yamato could no longer contain the boiling battle intent within her. She let out a clear, sharp cry, directly transforming into the human-beast form of her mythical Zoan, the Great Mouth, True God. Pure white fur billowed in the wind, and extreme frost power frantically coalesced on the iron-spiked club Aiken in her hands. Anaitsu, let me go first. Yamato's eyes were crimson, her fighting spirit blazing. I want to test the limits I've squeezed out this past month thoroughly on the old man. Don't lose too badly, Yamato. Anaitsu retreated half a step, ceding the main battlefield, a flicker of anticipation in his silver eyes. This young master will definitely send him flying today. Ice slash. Boom. Yamato's legs shattered the rocky ground beneath her as she shot into the air like a cannonball. Gripping the club, now sheathed in ice and advanced armament haki, with both hands, she swung it down viciously towards Kaido's head. Kaido didn't dodge or evade. Laughing wildly, he swung his several-ton heavy 8 precepts with one hand. Dark red lightning crackled madly along the club's surface as he swept it upward to meet the blow. Clang! The two heavy weapons collided violently midair. A shockwave exploded outward from the point of impact, instantly blasting the entire roof of the dome clean off. The massive recoil threw Yamato off balance in midair, but she immediately opened her mouth. Muwubinya. A blast of absolute zero freezing air shot straight for Kaido's face. Kaido snorted coldly, his chest swelling high, burrow breath. Flames hot enough to melt mountains spewed forth, vaporizing the freezing air mid-flight and continuing unabated towards Yamato. Yamato forcibly twisted her waist midair, pushed off Kaido's club with one hand to leap away, narrowly avoiding the pillar of fire. Then, while still airborne, she delivered a whip-like kick that slammed heavily into the side of Kaido's neck. Kaido's head jerked slightly from the kick. He immediately countered with a backhanded elbow strike to Yamato's back, smashing her into the ground like a meteor. They fought from high noon until the moon hung in the night sky, then from deep night until dawn. A deep, bone-grazing gash had been torn into Yamato's left arm, her white fur long soaked in blood, yet she hadn't retreated a single step. She forced her way forward against the wind pressure of Kaido's descending blows. Even when her shoulder was smashed, bones cracking, she still frantically hammered Aiken into Kaido's chest. Thud, finally, at high noon the next day, seizing a moment of Yamato's waning stamina, Kaido's arm muscles bulged explosively. A powerful thunder bagua smashed squarely into Yamato's abdomen. Yamato vomited a torrent of blood, her entire body sent flying backward, plowing a 100-meter-long trench through the rubble. Yamato struggled to prop up her battered body with her club, coughing up mouthfuls of blood, yet a fanatical smile hung on her lips. Ha, ha, the old man's strength is just so-so. You've done more than enough, Yamato. Go rest. A figure clad in a black steel coat appeared before Yamato as if teleporting. Anaitsu gazed quietly at the distant Kaido, slowly drawing the black blade Shusui from his waist. After a day and night of observation, the conqueror's haki within him, stoked by the escalating battle, had reached a dangerously boiling critical point. Old man, it's my turn now, Anaitsu said, his silver hair whipping in the fierce wind. Yuohohoho, good. Let me see how much you've grown this month. Without the slightest hesitation, Anaitsu wrapped the conqueror's haki he had honed to perfection unreservedly around the edge of the black blade Shusui. The Jeng metal chi of the mythical Zoan, white tiger, the pitch-black Ryuo, and dark-red conqueror's haki lightning intertwined. Kaido roared, swinging the 8 precepts in a wide horizontal sweep, the gale force nearly tearing flesh. Anaitsu didn't meet it head-on. Instead, his toes lightly tapped the rubble, his body moving like a weightless black feather, skimming past the tip of the spiked club. In the instant he passed, Shusui flashed upward in a vicious silver arc, slicing sharply into the gap between the dragon scales on Kaido's wrist. Shrik? Sparks flew alongside drops of blood. Bellowing in pain, Kaido countered with a backfist wreathed in lightning aimed at Anaitsu's face. Anaitsu had already used the momentum to flip into the air, evading the heavy punch. Simultaneously, gripping his sword with both hands, he executed an inverted overhead slash from above, a black-red sword aura shooting straight for the crown of Kaido's head. Kaido raised the 8 precepts to block. Anaitsu used the club as a stepping stone, driving his knee towards Kaido's chin, then used the recoil to create distance. While still airborne, he unleashed dozens of sharp Jeng metal sword auras. Kaido's roars and the song of Anaitsu's blade intertwined once more, echoing through another full day and night. The flesh between Anaitsu's thumb and forefinger was a mangled mess, blood dripping continuously down the hilt, yet his slashes grew faster, their angles more treacherous. Dozens of Kaido's dragon scales had been forcibly pried loose, but Kaido's terrifying strength had also grazed Anaitsu's chest several times, breaking 3 of his ribs. The two madly exchanged injuries amidst the ruins, the battlefield beneath their feet looking as if it had been plowed over 100 times. Just as the dawn of the 3rd day began to pierce the dark horizon. Yuohohoho, take this, Anaitsu. Kaido concentrated all the haki within him into the 8 precepts. The dark red lightning distorted the very space around it. He leaped high, his arm muscles bulging, and brought the club down like a collapsing mountain. My thoughts exactly. Anaitsu gripped the hilt with all his might. An abyssal wave of Conqueror's haki surged forth, completely compressed onto the razor-sharp blade. Facing the descending behemoth, he swung upward with every ounce of his strength. Threefold divine departure, haki-infused smash, white tiger, star-shattering slash. Clangi. The moment the black blade clashed with dragon scales and spiked club, time seemed to freeze for a second. Then, an indescribably terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of impact, spreading outward in a ring in all directions. The 100-ton boulders atop the skull dome were instantly crushed like foam, reduced to dust before this force. Immediately after, the sky, perpetually shrouded in thick, unyielding black clouds, let out a sound like tearing cloth under the collision of the father and son's ultimate haki. Crack boom! The dense cloud layer split with extreme smoothness, centered on the skull dome, parting to either side. A brilliant morning light poured down through this massive, sky-spanning fissure, abruptly illuminating the gloomy Onigashima. Sky splitting. At the very center of the battlefield, Anaitsu's black blade Shusui was pressed firmly against Kaido's flank. On the supposedly hardest dragon scales of the creature known as the world's strongest, a clear, several-inch-deep cut was now visible, oozing fresh blood. Though the wound wasn't deep, this was a qualitative leap. Yuo-ho-ho-ho-ho, feeling the sting at his side, Kaido didn't fly into a rage. Instead, he erupted into a hearty, earth-shaking laugh that echoed across Wano Country. He abruptly retracted the 8 precepts, his massive body taking a step back, voluntarily ceasing the clash. Well done, you damn brats, both of you. Kaido looked at the two before him, panting heavily, bathed in blood, yet with eyes sharp as blades. His massive pupils were filled with undisguised pride. 2 more have joined the ranks of those who can leave a scar on me in these seas. You 2 have finally completely crossed that threshold. The fierce winds gradually subsided. Sunlight pierced the split clouds, shining down on Anaitsu. He slowly sheathed Shusui. Feeling the terrifying power within him, though greatly depleted, now moving as easily as his own limbs, the tension that had gripped Anaitsu finally released completely. The accumulation of capital, the overwhelming force of arms, the balance of politics. These methods, while powerful, were ultimately external. But now, with this absolute martial power, capable of tearing the heavens, fully integrated into his very flesh and blood. The schemes of politics and the suppression of violence had finally formed a perfect, closed loop within him. The final piece of his puzzle, his last shortcoming, had been completely filled. Chapter 80 Yixiao joins. Wano Country, flower capital. On the wide streets, traditional wooden machia houses and the towering steel chimneys of beast-heavy industries in the distance created a visually striking cyberpunk aesthetic. Anaitsu strolled idly, hands in his pockets, surveying the commercial empire he had personally built. Following him were the 2 current top figures of Wano Country, Fukurokuju, captain of the Intelligence Bureau's Action Squad, and Denjiro, director of the National Audit Office, who managed Wano Country's entire treasury. Young master, this is last month's financial report. Denjiro held a thick ledger, smoothed his distinctive pompadour, and spoke with barely concealed excitement. Since you secured the black gold shipping lane privilege at the Round Table Conference, our beast-heavy industries arms turnover has tripled. Now, the berries in the national treasury are almost overflowing the underground vault of the flower capital. I am planning to expand the scale of the armory and recruit another 20,000 civilian laborers. HMPH, a gangster full of nothing but the stench of money. Fukurokuju, walking with small steps, shook his distinctive long head slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Young master, our investigation shows that some people in the audit office have dirty hands. Lord Fukurokuju, not only is your head long, but your reach is quite long too. Kaishiro's eyes turned cold, and a dangerously smooth, cold smile played on his lips. Without the tireless work of our audit office day and night, you shady ninjas wouldn't even be able to afford the kunai you throw. And you dare to investigate our audit office. I'm merely following the young master's instructions. You should worry more about your own affairs. Fukurokuju's expression darkened slightly. Enough. Anaitsu, walking ahead, didn't even turn his head, merely uttering a few words. Go back and check your subordinates. Deal with anyone who actually has problems. Buzz, an extremely subtle, yet abyssal and terrifying Heishoku pressure, instantly swept over their hearts. Fukurokuju and Denjiro, who had just been at loggerheads, immediately bowed deeply, not even daring to breathe. Anything interesting happening in the flower capital recently? Anaijsu asked casually. Denjiro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly reported. To answer the young master, everything in the flower capital is operating normally. It's just a strange blind old man has been at the Golden Casino these past few days, and his luck is eerily good. He only plays high or low at the dice table and has won for 3 consecutive days, not only winning hundreds of millions of berries, but also scolding several dealers who tried to cheat. I was just about to send someone too. Blind old man? Anaijsu's steps paused slightly, a playful glint flashing in his silver eyes. He seemed to recall something, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No need to send anyone. Lead the way, I'll go meet this old acquaintance. Pushing open the luxurious doors of the Golden Casino, the clamor of voices mixed with the rattling of dice cups surged forth. At the roulette table in the center of the casino, sweat-soaked gamblers crowded around. Sitting opposite the dealer was the blind uncle in a pale purple kimono, with a distinctive cross-shaped scar on his forehead. His eyes were closed, he leaned on a cane sword, and mountains of chips were piled before him. This round I'm still betting high, Yixiao said with a gentle smile, pushing his chips forward. Just as the dealer, drenched in sweat, was about to open the dice cup. Tap, a slender, fair hand casually pressed down on the dice cup. The surrounding gang enforcers were about to react, but upon seeing the newcomer's face, they were instantly terrified, kneeling in unison in a large swath. Back in Grand Tesoro, I helped you disable the electromagnet under the dealer's table, allowing you to win a fortune. Why, now that you're on my turf, Mr. Yixiao, do you still want to win my money? Anaijsu pulled out a chair and sat opposite Yixiao, naturally pulling out a cigar. Fukuroku immediately stepped forward and respectfully lit it for him. Yixiao's ears twitched slightly. Although he couldn't see, the moment Anaijsu sat down, the hand holding his cane sword couldn't help but tighten slightly. In his observation haki perception, the aura of this young man had undergone an extremely terrifying qualitative change compared to their first meeting in Grand Tesoro. If Anaijsu was a sharp, smoke-scented cursed sword during their last encounter, now he was a bottomless, silent ocean capable of engulfing everything. Oh my, what a chilling rate of growth. Yixiao was not flustered by the presence of the surrounding gang members. Instead, he let out a hearty laugh. I've kept the eternal pose you gave me back then, sir. And now, with nothing much to do, I followed its guidance to your industrial utopia for a drink. Anaijsu waved his hand, signaling Denjiro and Fukurokuju to retreat 10 paces, then personally poured 2 cups of sake, pushing one towards Yixiao. Since you're here, have you seen it with your mind's eye? Is this Wano Country as I described it to you back in Grand Tesoro? Anaijsu exhaled a puff of smoke, getting straight to the point. Yixiao picked up his cup, silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh. These past few days, I've walked through the armories of Uzeland and visited the farmlands of Curie. I heard the roar of machines, but I also heard the laughter of commoners receiving generous wages after their labor. I didn't smell the stench of rotting corpses from those who couldn't pay the 10 rubido tribute. I only smelled the aroma of white rice wafting from the factory cafeterias. Yixiao drained his cup of sake, his face with the cross-shaped scar becoming more serious than ever. You didn't deceive me then, sir. You truly used what the world considers the most filthy arms and capital to establish an absolute order, free from hunger and arbitrary slaughter in this isolated land. Though this exploitation is cruel compared to the world government's utterly hypocritical justice, the people here, at least, live like humans. So, have you found the answer to your great justice? Anaijsu leaned forward slightly. You've walked through Wano Country's factories and farmlands, seeing how commoners earn their sustenance with their own hands. But what about other parts of the New World? Member nations drain the last drop of blood from their commoners to pay the 10 rubido tribute. Those who can't survive are forced to become pirates, and then the Marines, under the banner of justice, annihilate them. This is not justice at all. It's a meat-grinding vicious cycle. Anaijsu pointed to the mountains of chips on the table, his voice low and fervent. I want to use capital to completely smash this vicious cycle. When my factories are spread across the New World, when commoners can earn a living wage on my production lines, who will risk their lives to become pirates? I want to use the bonds of interest and global trade to completely undermine the privileged rule of the celestial dragons. I want all nations on this sea to understand that following beast-heavy industries brings prosperity, while serving merry GOIs only leads to ruin. But this is by no means easy. Yixiao's expression was grave, his hand gripping his cane sword tightening slightly, his weathered face filled with compassion for all beings. To touch the interests of the gods, to cut off their Tenryubito tribute, will surely invite devastating divine retribution. The world government and the marine will absolutely not stand idly by. Exactly. When they realize that capital is shaking their decaying aristocratic rule, they will tear off their masks of hypocrisy. They will launch a buster call, send admirals, and use the most extreme violence to destroy my factories, burn the commoners' farmlands, and slaughter all who dare to resist divine authority. That's why I need you, Yixiao. To ensure that all of this is not destroyed, I need more, stronger military might. Anaitsu extended his hand to Yixiao, his voice imbued with the charisma of a hegemon ruling the world. Your gravity blade doesn't need to cut down those small-time pirates forced into it by circumstance. I want you to use it to protect the commoners who have just eaten their fill under the gears of machines. When the world government's warships attempt to destroy the bread in the hands of the people, I want you to use meteors to smash those parasites who call themselves gods, along with their arrogance, into the abyss. To use capital to subvert the divine authority of the celestial dragons, and to use the most powerful military force to safeguard the people's livelihood. Yixiao, this game, capable of overturning the entire world, do you dare to join? The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The entire casino was deathly silent. After a long while, ha 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 ha, the blind swordsman let out a hearty laugh. He slowly stood up, sweeping away the hundreds of millions of berries worth of chips he had won. To give all beings in the world a full meal, yet to use this to directly confront the lofty merry GOIs. To forge a strong fortress to protect the weak with capital stained by the stench of money. Yixiao tightly grasped Anaitsu's outstretched hand. Although his eyes were closed, he seemed to see through to the future of this era. On his face, bearing the cross-shaped scar, was an unprecedented look of determination and exhilaration, since you possess such courage and righteousness to smash the old world. Then this old body and this cane sword, I'll stake them all on your capital. Chapter 81 Ace arrives. Outside the golden casino, the night breeze of the flower capital carried a hint of coolness, dispersing the intoxicating scent of money in the air. Anaitsu stepped over the threshold with a calm gait, while Yixiao followed closely at his side, leaning on his cane sword, unhurried. Speaking of which, Anaitsu paused, casually flicking his half-smoked cigar into a puddle on the street. He glanced back at the people behind him and asked offhandedly, "Why haven't I seen Yamato recently? I've been out of seclusion for 2 days, and knowing her personality, she should have come to find me with her wolf fang club for a spar by now." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding air went inexplicably quiet. Denjiro, who was following behind, kept his eyes forward, a faint, cold sweat seeping from his forehead as he seemed to be desperately trying to minimize his presence. The surrounding gangster thugs didn't even dare to breathe, each of them lowering their heads until they were almost touching their crotches. Watching the strange reaction of this group, Anaitsu raised his eyebrows slightly. In the end, it was Fukurokuju, being the intelligence chief, who had to bite the bullet and take a small step forward. His long head hung extremely low, and his tone carried a hint of indescribable awkwardness. Back to young master. Young Master Yamato didn't come to find you because, for the past few days, she has been staying in the ruins at the back of the mountain with a man who came from outside. Oh, Anaitsu's silver eyes narrowed slightly, and his originally lazy aura instantly gained a hint of oppressive coldness. A man from outside. Time rewinds to 3 days ago. Wano Country, the coast surrounding Onigashima. Rumble, accompanied by a pirate ship flying the spade Jolly Roger, crashing thrillingly up the waterfall and slamming heavily onto the inland sea. A group of panting, but wide-eyed, excited young pirates finally stepped onto this legendary land of extreme evil, ruled by the strongest creature. We finally made it. Wano Country. Standing at the bow was a black-haired young man wearing an orange cowboy hat, bare-chested, with some freckles on his face. In his unruly eyes burned ambition as hot as the scorching sun. Portgas D. Ace, a super rookie who became world-famous just 1 year after setting sail, a user of the Logiotype Mira Mira Nomi. Little ones, hide the ship. Today we are going to take down the 4 Emperors Kaido here and make the name of the Spade Pirates resound throughout the world. Ace laughed spiritedly, 2 extremely violent flames suddenly rising from his hands, as he took the lead and rushed towards the huge skull dome deep in Onigashima. However, Ace did not know that he had chosen an extremely coincidental time. At this moment, Kaido was out getting drunk, and Anaitsu was still finishing up his final seclusion. The huge Onigashima was currently being guarded by Yamato, who had just finished fighting Kaido and was bored out of her mind. "Who's there? How dare you trespass into the base of the beast's pirates?" A patrol of gifters discovered Ace's tracks and immediately raised their weapons and rushed up. "Tell Kaido to get out here and see me." Ace didn't even look at them, pulled his right fist back violently, and the hot flames compressed crazily on his knuckles. Fire fist. Boom! A terrifyingly huge pillar of fire pierced through the entire coastline, like a roaring fire dragon, instantly swallowing dozens of gifters along the way along with the hard rocks. The soaring flames and the roar of the explosion instantly broke the tranquility of Onigashima. Ha 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 ha, is this the strength of the 4 Emperor's subordinates? They're nothing much. Ace adjusted the brim of his hat, a confident smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, matchstick over there." Just as Ace was preparing to venture deeper, a crisp yet bored voice sounded extremely abruptly above the ruins above his head. Ace looked up sharply. He saw a tall, white-haired woman with a pair of crimson oni horns on her head, wearing a sleeveless kimono, carrying a cracked iron wolf fang club, looking down at him condescendingly. "Who are you, Kaido's subordinate?" Ace's whole body ignited with flames, and he entered a battle state. "I am Kazuki Odin." Yamato jumped down from the ruins, bang, crashing in front of Ace, making the ground tremble. She sized up the burning flames on Ace's body and curled her lips in boredom. "Are you the challenger from the outside? The temperature of this fire. It can't even compare to the magma at the back of the mountain." "Forget it, my bones have been itchy these past few days, so I'll just use you to loosen up." Arrogant, Ace was completely enraged by the other party's extremely dismissive attitude. He was a super rookie who had just rejected an invitation from the 7 warlords of the sea. Divine fire. Shiranui. Ace swung his hands forward violently, and 2 extremely high-temperature flames, solidified like spears, went straight for Yamato's face at a speed that tore through the air. Facing this high-temperature killing move that could melt steel in an instant, Yamato not only didn't dodge, she didn't even bother to activate her mythical Zoan form. "Too weak." Yamato swung her wolf fang club Aiken with one hand extremely casually. The moment the club swung out, an extremely condensed, ink-black high-level armament Haki Ryu instantly covered the entire club. She didn't use Heishoku, nor did she use her devil fruit ability. It was just pure, peak physical strength, combined with the absolute suppression of high-level armament Haki. Thunder Bagua. Clang's boom. Accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom that shattered eardrums, Yamato's wolf fang club drew a pitch-black crescent moon in midair. Ace's proud divine fire. Shiranui, under the suppression of this absolute violence, didn't even last for 0.1 seconds before being violently torn in half by the black-red air wave entwined with high-level Ryu. What? Ace's pupils shrank to the size of needle points. He discovered with horror that his proud Logiotype elementalization was as good as non-existent in front of that pitch-black wolf fang club. Bang! A terrifying giant force that couldn't be resisted by common sense slammed solidly into Ace's abdomen. Ace didn't even have time to scream, and his whole body flew backward like a cannonball fired from a chamber. He smashed through 5 sturdy stone towers one after another, and finally was firmly embedded in a cliff hundreds of meters away, smashing out a huge pit. The flames in the sky extinguished instantly. The once arrogant fire fist Ace rolled his eyes, sprayed blood wildly, and completely lost consciousness under this single basic attack. Yamato carried the wolf fang club, looked at the young man who had passed out in the deep pit in the distance, and scratched her head helplessly. Oops. I used a bit too much strength by accident. This guy, he clearly had quite an aura. Why is he so fragile? Chapter 82, Bonfire Banquet. Pain. It felt as if every bone in his body had been crushed and reassembled by a speeding sea train. The tearing, excruciating pain caused the unconscious Ace to gasp sharply, and he struggled to open his eyes. Cough, cough, he struggled to sit up, only to find that his Pride and Joy Logia-type body felt as heavy as lead right now. The last image frozen in his mind was that white-haired woman casually swinging a pitch-black wolf fang club wrapped in black and red energy waves. With just one blow, without even using her devil fruit ability, she had brutally shredded his flames. Is this a monster of the new world? Ace gritted his teeth, recalling that despairing gap in strength, his heart filled with unwillingness. Yo, you're finally awake, fire-playing guy. A crisp, somewhat heroic voice came from the side. Ace turned his head sharply, only then realizing he was lying on a flat boulder by the shore. Not far away, the woman who had one-shotted him with a club was sitting cross-legged by a campfire, holding a huge roasted beast leg in her hand, eating with grease all over her mouth. Beside the campfire, several Spade Pirates crew members were lying scattered about, all equally bruised and swollen. They had clearly been cleaned up as well. Ace endured the intense pain, a weak flame reigniting in his palms. Why didn't you kill me? Do you want to take my head to claim credit from Kaido? Claim credit? Yamato swallowed the roasted meat in her mouth, looked at Ace as if he were an idiot, and casually grabbed a wine gourd half the size of a person from beside her, taking a huge gulp. Father doesn't know where he went, and my younger brother is in seclusion, so I was bored to death staying on Onigashima alone. If you hadn't suddenly rushed up and started a fire, I would have almost forgotten how to swing my club. Although you're pitifully weak and don't even know how to use haki, I really like the look in your eyes when you punch. You don't look like a coward. As she spoke, Yamato accurately threw a large piece of roasted meat and a bowl of strong liquor into Ace's arms. It's the rule of Wano Country. A good fight is the best way to say hello. Eat. You need to be full to have the strength to heal. My name is Yamato. What's your name? Looking at the roasted meat exuding an alluring aroma in his arms, Ace's stomach let out a protest, much to his chagrin. He was stunned for a moment. The hostility that had filled his heart miraculously dissipated by more than half in the face of this woman's unpretentious, heroic smile. Portgas de Ace. Ace took a big bite of the roasted meat and mumbled his name. The strong liquor went down his throat, and the burning, stinging sensation woke him up completely. In the next few hours, this coastline, which had originally been tents with swords drawn, turned into a bizarre, small banquet. The huge sea beast was almost entirely devoured by people countless times smaller than it. After a few bowls of strong liquor, this group of young pirates yearning for freedom quickly hit it off with Yamato. Ace completely opened up, excitedly telling Yamato about his wonderful experiences since setting sail. The Grand Line has many incredible places. Have you been to Small Garden? Ace gestured excitedly. It's practically a ruin from the ancient era, filled with prehistoric dinosaurs. We even saw 2 living giant race warriors there. They've been dueling there for nearly 100 years for the honor of warriors. What's so rare about dinosaurs? They're everywhere in our beasts pirates, and those guys have terrible tempers. Yamato laughed loudly, then heroically slapped her thigh, her eyes shining with an incredibly broad perspective. But speaking of adventures, in the last few years, I've followed my younger brother's merchant fleet and measured this entire ocean. Have you ever seen a country that grows on the clouds? We rode the upstream current and went to the sky island 10,000 meters above. The sky there is golden. Not only that, Yamato took a big gulp of wine and continued talking incessantly. We also dived 10,000 meters into the deep sea and drank with the mermaid princess on the beautiful Fishman Island. We also saw those sea trains that can speed across the sea surface in Water 7, and the shipwrights there have incredible craftsmanship. Oh, by the way, not long ago we even went to the Underworld's round table meeting, and even that guy red-haired Shanks was sitting across from us. Sky Island, 10,000 meters under the sea train, and you've seen red hair? Ace was completely stunned, even dropping the roasted meat from his hand in shock. He had thought this woman in front of him was just a powerful thug for Kaido, but he hadn't expected her to be a super navigator who had set foot in the sky, the deep sea, and the peaks of the New World. This scope of vision and experience completely outclassed him, a super rookie, by 10 streets. Watching Yamato's spirited appearance, the shock in Ace's eyes gradually turned into an even hotter fighting spirit. He suddenly raised the wine gourd, took a big gulp of strong liquor, wiped his mouth hard, and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, hearing about your adventures really gets my blood boiling. However, I won't just admit defeat like this. I will also continue to try my hardest to become stronger. Whether it's the deep sea or the 4 emperors, sooner or later, I will surpass it all, because I am the man who is going to become the Pirate King. Ace confidently tipped his cowboy hat, and then his unruly eyes suddenly became extremely gentle and proud. Besides, I absolutely cannot stop. In fact, I'm trying so hard to set sail and make a name for myself to be a role model for someone. I have a stupid younger brother who is always a handful. The smile at the corner of Ace's mouth grew thicker. Although that guy always causes trouble and acts like an idiot, he is just like me in that he is also determined to become the Pirate King. As his big brother, I must make a name for myself in this most dangerous new world and pave the way for him ahead. Ftahahaha. After listening, Yamato directly hugged the wine gourd and laughed, rocking back and forth, a younger brother? That's too much of a coincidence. But your brother wants to be the Pirate King, my younger brother. He wants to buy the whole world. Yamato wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes, her gaze showing an extreme pride that she herself had not even noticed. My younger brother is a monster even crazier than father. He doesn't pursue anything like the Pirate King. What he pursues is rules and capital. He wants to promote his capital model on this entire ocean. Ace listened, cold sweat breaking out, and clicked his tongue inwardly. However, a trace of doubt flashed in Ace's eyes. He looked around at the desolate coastline and asked Yamato, before I set sail, I heard people say that Wano Country is an extremely closed and backward country. If your younger brother is really as amazing as you say, and can even sail merchant ships all over the world, then why turn his own country into this state? The smile on Yamato's face slightly faded. She wasn't angry, she just placed the wine gourd in her hand on the boulder and stood up. External rumors are always just blind men touching an elephant, unable to see the truth. Yamato walked in front of Ace, grabbed his back collar, and lifted him off the ground like a chick, a smile full of contrast curling at the corners of her mouth. Let's go, fire-playing Ace. You won't believe it just by me talking. Seeing is believing. I'll take you to see what this country, built by my younger brother's own hands, actually looks like right now. Chapter 83, The New Look of Wano Country. The night was deep, with a cold moon hanging high. Yamato held Portgas D. Ace by the back of his collar with one hand, speeding across the bridge connecting Onigashima to Wano Country. There's really no need to carry me like that. The wind howled in Portgas D. Ace's ears. When Yamato finally stopped on a towering cliff on the outskirts of the flower capital, Portgas D. Ace stood up with great difficulty, feeling as if his entire skeleton was about to fall apart. Looking in the direction Yamato pointed, in the next second, this super rookie who had only been at sea for a year and prided himself on having seen many storms, stood completely frozen in place. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, his pupils trembling violently. There were no desolate villages filled with the starving, nor scorched earth destroyed by a brutal ruler, as he had imagined. What appeared before his eyes was a massive city, illuminated by brilliant lights. Traditional wooden townhouses were perfectly intertwined, with steel buildings full of cyberpunk style. Broad, smooth asphalt roads ran through the entire capital. On both sides of the roads, bright streetlights powered by sea stone waste reactors lit up the night as if it were day. Looking further into the distance was the vast Uzel & Arms factory. 100-meter-tall steel chimneys were spewing white smoke, representing industrial civilization, while countless huge gears, tracks, and steam hammers emitted rhythmic, powerful roars into the night. This is Wano Country. Portgas D. Ace's voice was trembling. He grew up in the terminal garbage dump in the Goa Kingdom. He knew all too well what a true hell looked like. The nobles there lived in luxury, while the commoners could only fight with wild dogs for food in the trash heaps, and if they were careless, they would be burned to ashes along with the trash in a great fire. Don't just stand there staring like an idiot. Come on, I'll take you down for a tour. Yamato pulled out 2 hooded cloaks from somewhere and threw one to Portga's D-Ace. Then, the 2 leaped down, landing silently in the industrial living area on the outskirts of the flower capital. Portga's D-Ace followed closely behind Yamato. The deeper they went, the more his inner shock surged like a stormy sea. It was already late at night, but the streets were still bustling with activity. Accompanied by a long whistle, the gates of the distant arms factory opened, and teams of civilian workers who had just finished the night shift walked out. Portga's D-Ace hid in the shadows, staring at those workers. Their clothes were stained with machine oil and rust, and their faces showed fatigue, but Portga's D-Ace keenly noticed that they were all quite sturdy. There was no sallow, emaciated look, and no stumbling. The group of workers flocked in small groups to the brightly lit roadside stalls. "Uncle, give me 3 big bowls of Odin. Add 2 extra portions of konjac and beef tendon, and a pot of sake." A man with a face full of coal dust sat down boldly at the stall, slapping several salary vouchers stamped with the Beast Heavy Industries logo onto the table with great generosity. "All right, working overtime again today, Aken." The stall owner skillfully ladled out the steaming food. "You bet, I don't know what kind of big order the young master took from overseas recently, but the number 3 assembly line is running at full capacity. But the overtime pay is doubled too." The man gulped down a mouthful of sake and grinned. "The money I earned in the last half month is not only enough for my wife to have a good meal, but next month I can send my brat to the Heavy Industries Children's School in the flower capital to learn how to read. When he grows up, if he can get into the young master's R&D department, that would be a real honor for the family." The surrounding workers let out a burst of good-natured laughter, and the air was filled with the aroma of cheap sake and the thick, vibrant scent of hope for life. Portga's D-Ace stood in the shadows, listening to that laughter, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. "How can this be?" Portga's D-Ace murmured to himself, his hands clutching the edge of his hood tightly. Rumors from the outside say that Kaido and the mastermind behind the scenes turned Wano Country into a hell on earth that exploits commoners. But they are not only well-fed and have money, but they even have schools to attend. Where? Where does this look like hell? Because those so-called righteous people in the outside world simply don't understand my brother's capital. Yamato leaned against the wall of the alley, the wind blowing through her long white hair. She looked at the workers, her eyes revealing a pride she didn't even realize herself. Anaitsu said that pure killing and looting are the lowest forms of pirate games. He used weapons to trade for the world's wealth, and then turned that wealth into factories, farmland, and the white rice in these people's bowls. In this city, there are extremely strict labor laws and public security laws. Gangs can only manage public security, and samurai cannot randomly draw their swords to kill commoners. Although you have to do heavy work on the assembly line every day, and although most of the profits are taken by Beast Heavy Industries. As long as you are willing to work, my brother will absolutely not let you starve. Yamato turned her head, looking extremely seriously at Portga's D-Ace, whose worldview was collapsing and being rebuilt. Those Marines and the world government think this is hell because they are afraid. They are afraid that the commoners will discover that they don't need to pay those deadly Tenryubito tribute to the high and mighty celestial dragons, and that working for a wicked arms dealer can actually allow them to live more like human beings than the world government's member nations. Portga's D-Ace, what my brother is establishing is a brand new order that is enough to make the entire Mary G. Wise feel fear. The physical defeat, combined with the prosperous scene that overturned his cognition, brought Portga's D-Ace unprecedented shock. He recalled the hypocritical nobles of the Goa kingdom, and the fellow pirates on the sea who would slaughter commoners for a few tens of thousands of berries. He had to admit that Anaitsu's method of using the gears of capital to forcibly carve out a path of survival for the bottom-level commoners, and even establishing a whole new order, had an undeniable greatness and courage. But on this sea, every powerhouse with the bearing of a conqueror had absolute, unshakable beliefs and persistence. Portgas d'Ace did not feel his own dream was childish because of Anaijsu's grand vision. Instead, in this collision of completely different ideologies, it made the path he chose even clearer to him. Yamato, your brother is indeed an amazing monster. Portgas d'Ace took a deep breath, put his cowboy hat back on, and the corners of his mouth curled up again into that signature, rebellious smile. He stared intently at the brilliant industrial lights, his eyes rekindling with a fighting spirit as hot as the scorching sun. Binding everyone together with strict rules and gears in exchange for food and peace. This is indeed a great path that would make even the world government feel fear. But what I pursue is unfettered freedom. It is a life of satisfaction where I use these two fists to punch through the entire new world, unbound by any rules or any system. Portgas d'Ace turned his head, looking at Yamato with extreme seriousness and confidence. His order is impressive, but my Portgas d'Ace's freedom will absolutely not lose to him. Hearing Portgas d'Ace's words, Yamato was slightly stunned at first, and then her eyes erupted with extremely dazzling admiration. Ha 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 ha, well said. Yamato laughed heroically, patting Portgas d'Ace on the shoulder hard. If you had just said you wanted to give up your dream to work for my brother, I would have looked down on you instead. These are the words a man who can stir up waves on the sea should have. Portgas d'Ace also laughed. He reached out and tore off a special piece of paper from the inside of his clothes, carefully tearing it in half, and handed one half to Yamato. This is a vivre card. Yamato, I, Portgas d'Ace, will remember today's beating and everything you showed me. Portgas d'Ace held his hat brim, his cape flapping loudly in the wind behind him. When I become stronger, strong enough to stand in this new world. Let's meet again on the free sea. When that time comes, I will definitely use my freedom to win back fair and square. Chapter 84, End of Cultivation. A pirate ship flying the Spade Pirates Jolly Roger departed from the coastline of Wano Country in an extremely low-key manner, gradually blending into the end of the pitch-black horizon. In just less than half an hour after Ace had set foot on his journey, rumble, accompanied by the low roar of plasma engines, the mountain-like steel battleship disaster broke through the night and slowly docked at the exclusive port of Onigashima. Anaijsu, bringing along the newly joined blind swordsman Yixiao, stepped onto the soil of Onigashima via the gangway. Yo, Anaijsu, you guys are finally back. Yamato leaped down from the cliff in extreme excitement, landing heavily in front of the two with a thud that kicked up a cloud of dust. Her gaze fell upon the blind uncle leaning on his cane sword next to him. Yamato paused slightly, pointing at him in surprise as she said, isn't this the blind uncle we met at the casino in the Independent Gold City last time? Why did you abduct him back to Onigashima? However, Yamato's erratic train of thought clearly didn't linger on this profound question for long. Before Anaijsu or Yixiao could answer, she immediately pulled her attention back, leaning in front of Anaijsu with extreme excitement as if showing off a treasure, shouting excitedly. While you were away these past few days, some brat who plays with fire and doesn't know the heights of the heavens came to challenge the old man, and I one-shotted him with my club. But that guy was pretty interesting. We drank together, and I even took him to see the flower capital. When he left, he even gave me this. As she spoke, Yamato preciously handed the half-sheet of vivre card, which had some scorched marks on its edges, to Anaijsu. Look, this is the vivre card he left me. His name is Portgas d'Ace, a man with quite a bit of backbone. We've made a promise to meet again on the sea in the future. Portgas d'Ace? Hearing this name, Anaijsu's footsteps paused slightly, and an extremely sharp glint flashed deep within his silver eyes. However, he didn't immediately show the calculations behind this name. Instead, he swept his gaze strangely back and forth between Yamato's excited face and that half-sheet of vivre card. A lone man and woman, fighting for 3 days on a deserted coast, drinking, and even sightseeing the night view. Anaijsu rubbed his chin, the corner of his mouth suddenly curling into an extremely playful, even somewhat dangerous sneer like a father looking at a blonde-haired punk. Yamato, did you just say that when he left, he gave you the piece of paper representing his life and made a promise to meet you on the sea in the future? The air suddenly went silent for a second. Ha, Yamato was stunned, her cheeks turning visibly red, to the point where steam was almost rising from the two crimson oni horns on her head. You! What kind of nonsense are you talking about, you bastard? I am Kazuki Odin. Ours is the bond of sworn brothers. We are best friends. Best friends, do you understand? Oh, best friends, I see. Anaitsu drawled in an extremely perfunctory tone, his face practically screaming, I don't believe you. A little pirate who hasn't even held a girl's hand actually used such an old-fashioned method to trick away the vivre card of our Beast Heavy Industries security captain. It seems that spade ship I saw on the sea just now was his, right? Mr. Isho, is it too late to summon a meteorite to sink that ship now? You black-hearted capitalist whose head is only full of schemes. Apologize to our pure friendship. An embarrassed and angry Yamato completely broke down. She let out a crisp, long howl, her body erupting with extremely violent frost power. She swung her Wolf Fang Club Aiken with both hands, dark red Heishoku lightning instantly dancing wildly on the club as she smashed it down toward Anaitsu's head. Thunder Bagua. Facing this aggressive strike, Anaitsu not only didn't dodge, but instead let out a hearty laugh. Buzz, he gripped the hilt of the black blade. Shusui at his waist with one hand, not even fully drawing the blade from its scabbard. Extremely condensed black-red Ryuo and Heishoku infusion instantly coated the sheathed black blade, accurately meeting that massive wolf fang club. Clang! A deafening metallic explosion echoed through the clouds. Two forces of Conqueror's haki that had reached the threshold of an emperor collided without reservation in midair, instantly erupting in a visible black-red circular shockwave. The hard rocks of the surrounding port shattered inch by inch like tofu under this power, and the wild wind directly blew away several mafia thugs who had just disembarked. Standing in the center of the storm, Isho leaned on his cane sword. Although his eyes were closed, he felt an extremely warm family atmosphere within this violent clash of Heishoku, and couldn't help but let out a soft oh my chuckle. Clang, clang, clang. The two siblings exchanged over a dozen blows like lightning amidst the ruins of the port, finally ending with both retracting their haki and each taking half a step back. Hugh, I'm done fighting, Yamato huffed, shouldering her wolf fang club. Although she was still angry about the joke just now, her eyes were full of shock. How is your Heishoku infusion even more proficient than when you fought the old man last time? You're like a monster. Because I don't have time for romance. Anaitsu sheathed his blade, the playfulness on his face gradually fading, replaced by the coldness and majesty of a capitalist tyrant. He took the half-sheet of vivre card from Yamato's hand and solemnly placed it into the inner pocket of his suit. Ace's appearance made him clearly perceive that the countdown to the world's great change had begun. The time left for Beast Heavy Industries was not much. Order everyone to gather in the disaster's war room immediately. Anaitsu straightened his tie, which had been ruffled by the wind, and strode toward the battleship. After such a long special training, it's time to make a summary. Half an hour later, inside the core conference room of the disaster. Around the round table, the atmosphere was solemn and fanatic. Yamato still sat on the left, looking grumpy. Eneru floated in midair, his fingertips dancing with extremely violent black lightning fused with armament haki. Frankie was even more flashy, piloting the General 2 mecha reinforced with sea stone superalloy, occupying a huge space. And Isho, the blind swordsman sitting at the end, made everyone feel a deep, unfathomable gravity. Everyone. Anaitsu sat in the main seat, hands crossed under his chin, his silver eyes scanning this top-tier team capable of overturning the world. The special training is over. Everyone's strength has made significant progress. More importantly, Anaitsu glanced at Isho, who was drinking tea. We have welcomed the joining of the Scale-Bearer. The current Beast Heavy Industries is no longer that underground enterprise that only dared to sell arms in the shadows. We possess the qualification to set the rules of this world. Anaitsu suddenly stood up, slamming his hands heavily on the round table, his eyes burning with roaring ambition. Weigh anchor, raise the sails. Notify all munitions factories in Wano Country to operate at full capacity. The disaster will set sail immediately. It is time to go to the sea and use our cannons and capital to establish new rules for this decaying world. Super, yehahaha, let the mortals of the blue sea feel the wrath of God. Accompanied by the deafening roar of the disaster's 12 plasma engines tearing through the sky. This long-dormant steel beast, carrying a group of monsters with the foundations of emperors, crashed through the waves of Wano Country in an invincible posture, bearing its most lethal fangs toward the surging New World. Chapter 85 Zefa. The seas of the New World, the climate was as harsh as ever. They were already over 200 nautical miles away from the coastline of Wano Country. The disaster served as the flagship, sailing at the very front of the entire fleet. Behind it closely followed 6 heavy ocean-going merchant ships fully loaded with arms and industrial equipment. The hulls of these merchant ships were all covered with a layer of anti-corrosion alloy specially made by Beast Heavy Industries, and their wide decks were fitted with dense arrays of heavy artillery. Hanging from the mainmast of every ship was the bat emblem representing the status of the 7 warlords of the sea, as well as the crossed gear flag of Beast Heavy Industries. This was the first batch of super orders heading toward the core trading ports of the underworld, after Beast Heavy Industries had doubled its production capacity. On the wide deck of the disaster, Yamato was performing basic strength training with a custom-made barbell weighing 100 tons. Every time she completed a press, the alloy deck beneath her feet would let out a dull thud from the pressure. Eneru sat on the crossbar of the mainmast, playing with 2 clusters of high-intensity lightning in his hands, repeatedly testing the energy loss rate when injecting armament haki into the electric currents. Frankie stayed in the engine room at the bottom, closely monitoring the output power of those 12 plasma engines. The blind swordsman Yixiao sat cross-legged at the edge of the deck, a cup of hot tea placed before him. He closed his eyes, relying on his top-tier observation haki to quietly perceive every change in the ocean currents of the surrounding waters. Anaitsu wore a black custom-made suit, standing at the position of the figurehead. He wore no windproof gear, letting the strong sea breeze blow through his silver hair. His observation haki remained active as well, covering a range of dozens of nautical miles around them. Since completing a month of extreme special training in the active volcano of Onigashima and completely mastering the high-level infusion of Conqueror's haki, Anaitsu's control over his own power had achieved a substantial leap. He no longer needed to deliberately suppress that wild power within his body. All his martial reactions had become a part of his physical instinct. Just as the fleet was sailing smoothly, the radar inside the C***T emitted a rapid alarm. Young Master, a Pleasure's scout from the Beast's pirates, quickly ran onto the deck, kneeling on one knee to report. At the exit of the strait directly ahead, a large fleet has been discovered blocking our route. A total of 5 heavy warships. The other side is flying the seagull flag of Marineford. Anaitsu frowned slightly. He took a monocular telescope from his pocket and looked in the direction the scout pointed. On the sea less than 5 nautical miles away from them, 5 massive marine warships were lined up horizontally, completely sealing off the exit of the strait. The gun ports of the warships were all open, their dark muzzles emitting a cold metallic glint under the gloomy sky. On the bow of the large flagship in the center stood an extremely burly old man. The old man had short purple hair and wore a pair of sunglasses, with a wide marine officer's coat draped over his shoulders. Most striking was his right arm. It was an enormous mechanical arm crafted from high-density sea stone and special alloys. White high-pressure steam constantly billowed from the joints of the mechanical arm, while the gun barrels and crushing devices were in a preheated state, ready to be fired at any moment. Anaitsu lowered the telescope, a hint of coldness flashing in his silver eyes. He recognized that Marine general, the former Admiral of Marineford, the current chief instructor who had once trained countless high-ranking Marines like Akinu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, Black Arm Zephyr. After a series of tragedies, his family being murdered by pirates, followed by an attack on the training ship he led by a pirate with devil fruit abilities, which resulted in the tragic deaths of many students and the loss of his own right arm, Zephyr's hatred for pirates had reached its peak. Although he still remained within the Marine organization, leading recruits in practical training, his style of operation had become extremely radical. He hated all pirates, and loathed the 7 warlords of the sea system, established by the world government to balance the overall situation even more. Oh my, oh my. Yixiao, sitting at the edge of the deck, put down his teacup, his brow furrowed tightly. Such intense hatred and killing intent. The justice in the heart of that marine general leading the team seems to have reached a very prejudiced dead end. Try communicating first. Anaitsu straightened the cuffs of his suit, giving instructions to his subordinates in a flat tone. Beast Heavy Industries' primary task now is to deliver this batch of arms and expand our capital territory. Our current identity is that of legal Shichibukai and a multinational corporation. There is no need to waste ammunition on a high-ranking marine general in a place where there is no conflict of interest. The nearby communications officer immediately took out a specialized amplifying den mushi and adjusted the channel to the public frequency. Attention to the marine fleet ahead. This is the merchant fleet under the command of Lord Oni, the president of Beast Heavy Industries and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. We are conducting a legal transoceanic trade mission. The goods carried on board have all been registered with the world government and enjoy legal navigational immunity. Please clear the route immediately and cease your interception. The voice from the amplifying den mushi echoed across the open sea. On the marine flagship opposite them, Zefa heard the voice coming from the speaker. The muscles on his face contorted with extreme rage, his eyes behind the sunglasses were bloodshot, and his heavy breathing through his chest even carried a hint of wheezing. Ain, the young marine officer standing beside Zephyr, stepped forward and said with a solemn expression, "Teacher Zephyr, the opponent is Anaitsu, the one who stirred up the arms craze in the underworld. He possesses the Shichibukai privileges granted by the world government. If we start a war directly here, it might be difficult to explain to headquarters. Moreover, his fleet's firepower configuration is extremely high. Forcing a battle will inevitably cause massive casualties among the recruits." Explain? To whom does this old man need to explain? To those politicians in Mary GOIs who collude with pirates for profit. Zephyr turned his head sharply and rebuked sternly. The cannons and guns he sells create new orphans and widows in the New World every day. Can a pirate who treats war as a business sale right under the noses of our marines just by putting on a layer of legal merchant clothing? This is the greatest insult to the word justice. Zephyr strode to the communications console at the bow and grabbed the microphone of the communications den mushi. "Listen up, you scum of the beast's pirates. This old man doesn't care what Shichibukai title you have, nor does he care what dirty deals you're making with the world government. In my eyes, a pirate is a pirate. Every breath you take, every berry you earn, is a crime soaked in the blood of civilians." Zephyr's voice was transmitted clearly to the deck of the Disaster through the amplifying den mushi. "I am the chief instructor of Marineford Zephyr. Today, not a single ship of this fleet carrying wicked weapons shall leave these waters alive. All ships take orders. Prepare the cannons. Load the sea stone armor-piercing shells." With Zephyr's command, the gun ports on the sides of the 5 marine warships were all pushed out. Hundreds of heavy cannons were simultaneously aimed at the Disaster and the 6 merchant ships behind it. The well-trained marine soldiers quickly loaded the special sea stone warheads and adjusted their firing coordinates. On the Disaster, Yamato dropped the barbell in her hands and grabbed her Wolf Fang Club Aiken beside her muscles instantly tensing up. "Anaitsu, that old man has no intention of being reasonable. He's going to fire." Eneru on the mast also stood up, dazzling blue electric light beginning to surge on his body as he let out an extremely arrogant laugh. "Yahahaha, since the Marines of the Blue Sea are looking for death, then let me use my 200 million volt lightning judgment to roast them all, men and ships alike, into charcoal. Don't be in a hurry yet." Anaitsu raised his right hand, stopping the movements of the people behind him. He looked at the distant gun muzzles that were already lit with the sparks of gunpowder, and his eyes turned completely cold. He had originally intended to use the rules of capital and the regulations of the world government to handle this encounter. But since the other party had completely abandoned reason and insisted on using force to carry out personal prejudice, then he could only use purer physical means to shatter the other party's illusions. For those consumed by hatred, diplomatic rhetoric is useless. Anaitsu reached out his left hand and gripped the scabbard of the black blade, Shusui at his waist. Since he wants to see true evil, then I shall fulfill his wish. Chapter 86 Crushing, Fire. Zephyr let out a roar. 5 marine warships opened fire simultaneously. The massive recoil caused the ships to rock violently on the sea. Hundreds of heavy armor-piercing shells, laced with high-purity sea stone powder, tore through the air. With ear-piercing shrieks, they rained down upon the disaster's formation. These shells traveled at extreme speeds with immense kinetic energy, enough to instantly demolish the armor of any ordinary merchant ship. Just as the first volley of shells was about to strike the bow of the disaster, Anaitsu's right hand gripped the hilt of Shusui. He unreservedly poured his incredibly vast armament haki, specifically Ryuo, into the blade. The black blade was instantly enveloped in a dark red halo. He drew his sword. Clang! The crisp sound of metal unsheathing rang out. With a single hand, Anaitsu swung horizontally toward the sea directly ahead. A highly condensed mass of materialized haki followed the swing of the blade, forming a translucent high-pressure wall of air hundreds of meters long. This wall of air surged forward at a speed several times faster than the incoming shells. When those high-speed sea stone armor-piercing shells slammed into this haki wall, the powerful physical pressure acted directly on the shell's metal casings. Hundreds of shells were forcibly crushed, deformed, and shattered in midair by the haki. The gunpowder inside didn't even have time to detonate before the fuses were instantly severed, rendering them completely useless. Countless metal fragments and gunpowder dust lost their momentum and fell into the sea below, kicking up sprays of white water. With just one strike, an entire full-power volley from 5 warships was physically neutralized. On the marine flagship, all the soldiers were stunned. They stared at the scrap metal falling into the sea, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Such intense external projection of armament haki. Zephyr tightened his mechanical right arm, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As a former Marine admiral, his understanding of haki was profound. That strike just now wasn't a swordsman's flying slash. It was the use of sheer, overwhelming haki volume to forcibly negate all the shell's kinetic energy. In the single second, they spent in shock. Anaitsu sheathed his sword. His legs bent slightly, and then he suddenly exerted force with his feet. Boom! Anaitsu's body broke the sound barrier, trailing a black afterimage in the air. He crossed the 5 nautical mile distance across the sea, bypassing the marine warship's defensive line entirely. Thud! A heavy sound of landing followed. Anaitsu landed steadily in the center of the deck of the marine flagship, where Zephyr was stationed. The powerful impact caused the wooden deck beneath his feet to instantly fill with spiderweb-like cracks, and a dozen nearby marine recruits were blown away by the shockwave. Anaitsu slowly stood up straight, his hands tucked into his suit pockets. He looked levelly at Zephyr, who was less than 10 meters away, his silver eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. On my trade routes, there are only 2 kinds of people. Anaitsu landed steadily in the center of the deck of the marine flagship where Zephyr was stationed, looking levelly at Zephyr, who was less than 10 meters away. One kind is a business partner who brings me profit. The other is a dead man turned into sea trash. Marine Chief Instructor Zephyr, since you have rejected the first legal identity given to me by the world government, I can only personally deliver you into the second category. Arrogant pirate. Zephyr let out a roar. Without any nonsense, his extremely burly frame stomped violently on the deck. Saru. Explosive speed caused Zephyr to vanish instantly. In the next second, he appeared directly above Anaitsu. The multi-ton sea stone mechanical right arm, Smasher, was at full power, high-pressure steam erupting madly. Accompanied by extremely thick, pitch-black armament haki, it smashed down ruthlessly toward Anaitsu's head. Facing this mountain-collapsing blow, Anaitsu did not retreat. He gripped the black blade Shusui at his waist with one hand and blocked upward, scabbard and all. Clang! A deafening metallic collision exploded. An incredibly heavy force was transmitted through the scabbard into Anaitsu's arm, pressing down so hard that the deck beneath his feet crumbled inch by inch. However, What made Anaijsu frown slightly wasn't this physical force, but the intense feeling of weakness that rapidly spread through his body the moment the two weapons made contact. High-purity sea stone. Anaijsu felt his mythical Zoan, white tiger abilities, which were usually as natural as moving his own limbs, sink into complete silence under this close contact, as if a heavy shackle had been placed upon them. I know your type far too well, ability users who rely excessively on devil fruits. Once you touch sea stone, you're no different from a cripple. Zefa keenly sensed the momentary stagnation in Anaijsu's aura. This battle-hardened admiral of the old era didn't pause, his left hand clenched into a fist, coated in extremely hard armament haki. With a whistle that tore through the air, he smashed it ruthlessly toward Anaijsu's abdomen. Anaijsu could only quickly raise his left arm to block. Bam! A dull thud of flesh hitting flesh rang out. The suppression of his fruit ability caused a brief lag in Anaijsu's strength and reactions. This heavy punch sent Anaijsu sliding back several meters, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the deck. Before Anaijsu could steady himself, Zefa pressed the attack again. Smash, burst. Zefa suddenly pulled a trigger inside the mechanical right arm. The barrel spun rapidly, and dozens of specialized bullets laced with high-concentration sea stone powder blasted toward Anaijsu at point-blank range. Simultaneously, the armor at the front of the mechanical arm opened, and a violent explosion of fire completely swallowed Anaijsu. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and wooden splinters flew. The Marine soldiers let out an uncontrollable cheer. In their eyes, no matter how powerful an ability user was, they stood no chance against Chief Instructor Zefa's combo specifically developed to counter devil fruits and his high-purity sea stone. However, there wasn't a trace of joy on Zefa's face. His bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at the center of the explosion, his breathing becoming extremely heavy due to the intense exertion and his asthma. Cough, cough. A very practical and extremely lethal combo. Using sea stone to suppress fruit abilities, then coordinating with taijutsu and firepower for the kill. Truly worthy of the chief instructor who trained 3 Marine admirals. A low voice drifted out from the thick smoke. A gust of wind swept through, clearing the dust. Anaijsu was still standing in the same spot. His suit jacket had several holes torn in it from the explosion, and his left sleeve was scorched. But he was uninjured. His left arm was covered in a layer of pitch-black ryu, so deep it was absolute, having sturdily withstood all the explosions and sea stone bullets. Anaijsu slowly lowered his arm and cracked his neck, the bones making a series of sharp pops. But you seem to have misunderstood one thing, Zefa. The devil fruit is merely a tool I use to reshape this world, not my only trump card for standing upon the sea. Since you think sea stone can seal me, then let me show you the power that truly reigns supreme over all rules on this ocean. Buzz! With just the step Anaijsu took, a burst of violent black-and-red lightning abruptly exploded from within his body, instantly coiling around his right leg. This haki, oh no, feeling that pressure capable of tearing the soul, Zefa's pupils shrank suddenly. He immediately mobilized all his armament haki into his sea stone mechanical right arm, bracing the back of the mechanical arm with both hands in his strongest defensive posture. It's over. Anaijsu's figure flashed, instantly bridging the gap between them. Carrying that world-destroying black-and-red lightning, he delivered a domineering whip kick from below, slamming it ruthlessly into Zefa's massive sea stone mechanical right arm. While Anaijsu's toes were still several inches away from the mechanical arm. Boom! 2 terrifying forces collided in the air, erupting with an earth-shattering roar that shattered eardrums. The combination of high-level conquerors, haki infusion, and internal destruction ryu created a terrifying effect of absolute dimensional suppression. Anaijsu's attack didn't even need to touch the sea stone casing. That destructive power bypassed the hard armor and madly tore apart the mechanical arm's internal structure. Accompanied by the ear-grating sound of metal twisting and snapping, Zefa's pride and joy, the sea stone smasher, said to be able to crush any ability user, exploded from the middle after holding out for less than half a second. A massive amount of gears, wires, and high-pressure steam sprayed out in all directions. the powerful countershock slammed unreservedly into Zephyr's chest. The elderly admiral of the old era spat out a mouthful of blood. His tall frame could no longer support itself, and he flew backward like a kite with its string cut. He crashed through 3 wooden cabins on the deck before slamming heavily into the steel guardrail at the stern, collapsing completely. Chapter 87: Kizaru's Reinforcements. Master Zephyr. On the deathly silent deck, a desperate scream erupted. The female swordsman Ain's eyes were bloodshot as tears streamed down her face. She abruptly drew the 2 sabers at her waist and charged recklessly toward Anaitsu. Several nearby marine officers, having regained their senses, also roared and launched a suicidal charge with their weapons raised. Anaitsu didn't even turn his head to look at them. V-Woom, that black and red conqueror's haki, which had just shattered the mechanical arm, swept across the entire flagship like a hurricane in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The marine officers, who had only taken a few steps, collapsed onto the deck with whites in their eyes and foam at their mouths before they could even touch the hem of Anaitsu's clothes. Even Ain, with her decent strength, let out a muffled groan when she rushed within 2 meters of Anaitsu. Her legs went weak, her sabers slipped from her hands, and she fell heavily to her knees, unable to take another step forward. On the vast deck, besides Anaitsu, only Zephyr remained in the distance, still struggling. Cough, coughs, fall back, Ain. Zephyr struggled to prop himself up on the ruined deck with his remaining left hand, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Engine oil continuously leaked from the stump of his shattered right arm, and his weakened respiratory system triggered a severe asthma attack. With every breath, his chest made a piercing, rasping sound like a broken bellows. A remnant of the old era, your justice, couldn't even withstand a single kick from me. Anaitsu stepped over the shattered wooden planks on the ground and slowly walked up to Zephyr. He raised his right hand, and a strand of extremely sharp Jeng metal chi reconsolidated at his fingertip, transforming into a physical silver blade of light that slowly aimed at Zephyr's heart. Obstacles hindering the flow of capital must be eliminated. In that briefest of moments, just as the light blade was about to strike down. In the originally gloomy sky, an extremely dazzling golden cross-shaped flash of light suddenly erupted.
Whoosh.
The speed of light. A golden pillar of light pierced straight down from the clouds, landing with extreme precision on the deck between Anaitsu and Zephyr. Boom, a powerful explosion accompanied by an intensely blinding light instantly engulfed the entire stern. Anaitsu's reaction was lightning fast. The moment the flash appeared, he immediately dispersed the light blade at his fingertip and crossed his arms in front of his chest. High-level Ryu instantly formed an indestructible black defensive wall on his body's surface. The powerful impact pushed Anaitsu's body back more than 10 meters until his feet plowed 2 deep furrows into the deck. As the blinding golden light and dust gradually dissipated, standing in front of Zephyr was an extremely tall and thin man. He wore a yellow-striped suit with the Justice Mantle, symbolizing Marineford's highest combat power, draped over his shoulders. Marineford Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. At this moment, Kizaru did not show his signature lewd smile. He supported the heavily injured and gasping Master Zephyr with one hand, while his other hand hung naturally, with scorching golden light particles still lingering on his fingertips. Beneath his sunglasses, those eyes that were always nonchalant were now deadlocked on Anaitsu, with an unprecedented and extremely intense look of solemnity and wariness deep within them. How scary. Kizaru spoke slowly, his tone devoid of any ease. I thought this was just a simple escort mission. I didn't expect to run into a little monster like you here. Not only did you withstand the suppression of Sea Stone, but you also managed to shatter Master Zephyr's smasher in one hit. An extremely intense golden light began to radiate from Kizaru's body, and the surrounding air began to warp due to the extreme heat. Wano Country's disaster Anaitsu. You dangerous monster, you really are a massive headache. Anaitsu slowly lowered his arms from his chest. Looking at the wary Kizaru, a cold smirk gradually curled on his lips. Admiral Kizaru. Anaitsu's eyes held a domineering arrogance that looked down upon the world. The world government's nanny arrived quite quickly. Since you've personally entered the fray, it seems we'll have to settle this account differently today. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru's eyes hidden behind his sunglasses suddenly narrowed. Ama no Murakumo? Without a word of nonsense, Kizaru decisively raised his right hand. Countless dazzling golden light particles rapidly gathered and compressed in his palm, instantly elongating into a sword of light radiating extreme heat. He kicked off the ground with force, transforming into a golden stream of light, and slashed at Anaijsu's throat at a speed exceeding the limits of the naked eye. A light speed raid was enough to instantly kill most pirates in the New World. However, Anaijsu stood in place, his hands still in his pockets, not even lifting an eyelid.
Ziza boom.
Just as the light sword was less than half a foot from Anaijsu's throat, a thick bolt of azure lightning abruptly descended from the sky and struck Kizaru's blade with extreme precision. The blinding blue-white electricity and the golden flash collided violently in midair, erupting with a thunderous roar that shattered the clouds. The extreme heat instantly vaporized the surrounding wooden deck, forming a massive charred crater. Yahahaha, the speed of light? Marines of the blue sea, don't be too full of yourselves. The speed of lightning is not a single bit slower than yours. Accompanied by extremely arrogant laughter, a man with a bare upper body and drums on his back descended from the mast of the disaster like a celestial god, bathed in 200 million volts of lightning. Holding a golden trident condensed from high-voltage current, the tip of which was covered in a layer of extremely deep black armament haki, Eneru firmly blocked Kizaru's Ama no Murakumo. Oh, Kizaru's wrist sank slightly. He clearly felt that the man in front of him who manipulated lightning not only possessed terrifying Logia-type destructive power, but the hardness of his armament haki was actually enough to block his own attack. Oh, the speed of the rumble fruit! In midair, Kizaru reverted from his light particle state to human form. He abruptly raised his right leg, and blinding golden light, accompanied by extremely thick pitch-black armament haki, instantly covered his lower leg. Light speed kick. Bang, striking second but arriving first. Kizaru's right leg kicked the side of Eneru's trident with extreme precision. The terrifying kinetic energy instantly overwhelmed Eneru's lightning impact. Eneru felt an irresistible force transmit through the weapon to his entire body, and he was kicked away at a speed even faster than when he arrived, crashing heavily into the ruined mainmast of the marine flagship, snapping the thick solid wood mast. Although lightning is fast, compared to light, it's still a little bit lacking. Kizaru spoke lazily, then made a hand seal with one hand. An extremely dazzling golden beam shot out from his palm, refracting into a complex light path leading high into the sky. Immediately after, he grabbed Zephyr and Ain on the ground, and his entire body instantly transformed into countless golden light particles, shooting rapidly upward along the light path. You think you can just leave? Yamato roared in midair like a frenzied beast, stepping through the air with moonwalk. She tightly gripped her iron wolf fang club Aiken as dark red Heishoku lightning crackled wildly on the club. Thunder Bagua. Facing this strike infused with high-level Conqueror's haki infusion, Kizaru didn't dare to take it head-on. Carrying the two people, his body bent backward at an exaggerated right angle in midair in an extremely bizarre manner, narrowly avoiding the pitch-black wolf fang club that carried a sonic boom. Having missed her strike, Yamato immediately twisted her waist and unleashed dozens of extremely violent ryuk slashes in midair, completely sealing off all the space above Kizaru. What a troublesome youngster! A dazzling cross-shaped starlight lit up at Kizaru's fingertip. Yasukani no Magatama. Countless extremely dense golden light bullets poured out from his fingertips like a rainstorm, covering all the space where Yamato was, attempting to use high-intensity area of effect fire to force her down. However, Yamato had no intention of dodging. Her muscles were tense, and armament haki covered her entire body. She brandished her wolf fang club and charged directly into the sky full of light bullets. Bang, 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 bang. Every swing of the wolf fang club was accompanied by the release of haki. Those light bullets, which possessed extreme penetration and explosive power, were crudely smashed to pieces in the air by Yamato, unable to hinder her charge at all. Super, target locked, general cannon. Just as Kizaru was entangled by Yamato's brute force, the Frankie Shogun's arms in the distance lit up with a faint blue light. Two high-intensity compressed plasma energy shells streaked through the sky, following an extremely precise predictive trajectory to seal off Kizaru's evasion routes to the left and right. But the Admiral's observation haki and speed showed a despairing upper limit. In an extremely narrow space, Kizaru's body instantly decomposed into 3 beams of light, weaving with extreme precision through the gap between the 2 plasma shells and the Wolf Fang Club, reconsolidating in a safe airspace dozens of meters away. All physical attacks and energy bombardments missed. Hugh, that was close, that was close. Chapter 88 Ceasefire Agreement. However, just as Kizaru was preparing to transform into a beam of light once again to escape completely,
Aviwum.
an extremely heavy, unannounced invisible force pressed down firmly on the entire airspace where Kizaru was. On the distant deck, the blind swordsman Yixiao had unsheathed half of his cane sword at some point. That terrifying gravity field, powerful enough to pull down meteors, instantly magnified the gravity around Kizaru by countless times. Gravity severely distorted space. Kizaru's body, which was just about to elementalize, suddenly sank. The originally straight flight path of the light particles actually showed a clear downward curve and lag under the pull of gravity. This really is a terrible restrictive ability. Kizaru's body was forced out of light speed, resisting the pressure of gravity, his figure swaying in midair. And at this moment, when his speed was severely reduced by gravity, Anaitsu moved. Bang! The deck beneath his feet was instantly covered in cracks. Anaitsu appeared directly in front of Kizaru as if teleporting, the black blade, Shusui at his waist already unsheathed. Pitch-black Ryu and dark red Heishoku lightning were tightly coiled around the blade. Holding the sword with one hand, Anaitsu slashed violently at Kizaru's chest. Ama no Murakumo. At the critical moment of life and death, Kizaru pushed his limits to condense a light sword in one hand and blocked upwards. Clang! The moment the black blade and the light sword collided, a terrifying circular shockwave erupted. Under the pressure of this force, the sea surface below was instantly pushed aside, creating a massive depression dozens of meters deep. Kizaru felt a terrifying force, strong enough to split the heavens, conduct through the light sword into his entire body. He was already suppressed by the gravity field, and now, taking Anaitsu's strike imbued with high-level Heishoku head-on, a trace of blood immediately spilled from the corner of his mouth. But he didn't choose to fight to the death. Instead, he used the counterforce from Anaitsu's blade to glide backward at high speed, quickly widening the distance. At this point, Kizaru was completely locked in midair. Above him was Eneru regathering lightning. To his left was the watchful Yamato. To his right was the heavy-armored Frankie. Below was Yixiao wielding gravity, and directly in front was Anaitsu, whose every breath was entwined with Heishoku. With the speed of light, he might have been able to leave on his own, but carrying 2 seriously injured people, he could never make a clean getaway under the siege of these monsters. Buru buru buru, buru buru buru. In this suffocating, brief stalemate, where a second round of lethal strikes could erupt at any moment, an extremely urgent ringtone from a dedicated Den Den Mushi suddenly rang from the inside pocket of Kizaru's suit. Calling at a time like this, you really know how to pick your moments. Amidst the suffocating high-altitude battle, Kizaru did something perfectly in character. Struggling against the gravity in midair, he supported Zefa and Ain with one hand while calmly pulling out the Den Den Mushi with the other and pressing the answer button. Moshi Moshi tilde, this is Borsalino tilde. From the other end of the Den Den Mushi came the furious roar of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, loud enough for even the distant Anaitsu to hear clearly. Borsalino, what on earth is going on over there? Why did the scout ship report that you've engaged in combat with the Beast Heavy Industries fleet? I told you to stop Zefa, not to go and provoke Anaitsu. Sengoku's fury almost sprayed out through the radio waves. I didn't want this either, Sengoku-san. Kizaru looked at the monsters surrounding him, his tone filled with great helplessness. But Teacher Zefa has already opened fire, and these monsters, their coordination and power have me completely trapped now. If you had called even a minute later, I might have sunk to the bottom of the sea along with teacher Zephyr Tilda. Hearing Kizaru's words, Sengoku on the other end of the phone gasped. Even an admiral like Kizaru had been pushed to the point of being unable to escape. The combat power of beast-heavy industries had actually expanded to such a desperate level. Turn on the Den Mushi speaker. Sengoku gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the humiliation in his heart. Kizaru cooperatively pressed the speaker button and pointed the Den Mushi toward Anaijsu. Anaijsu calmly sheathed the black blade. Shusui. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Eneru and Yamato stopped their attacks in perfect sync, but still firmly blocked all escape routes. Anaijsu put his hands in his pockets and looked at the Den Mushi in Kizaru's hand, a cold sneer curling on his lips. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Anaijsu's voice was icy. Do the officers of your Marineford not understand the laws of the world government, or do they treat the Shichibukai Agreement as waste paper? My fleet is conducting legal international trade, yet former Admiral Zephyr led a fleet to subject me to indiscriminate artillery fire. What? Does the Marine intend to unilaterally tear up the agreement and go to full-scale war with beast-heavy industries? As soon as the words, "start a war," were spoken, a tangible killing intent directly enveloped the entire sea area. Sengoku on the other end of the line gripped the receiver tightly, veins popping on the back of his hand. Weighing the pros and cons, the great strategist Fleet Admiral helplessly swallowed this bitter pill. This is a misunderstanding, Anaijsu. Sengoku's voice sounded as if it had aged 10 years in an instant. Due to past experiences, Zephyr's mental state is extremely unstable. This action was a personal act of unauthorized departure from headquarters instructions and in no way represents the position of Marineford. Misunderstanding? Anaijsu sneered. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, a businessman's time is money. The wear and tear of these over 100 sea stone cannonballs, as well as the mental shock my employees suffered. A mere misunderstanding probably isn't enough, is it? Extortion. Right in front of a Marine Admiral, he was brazenly blackmailing the Fleet Admiral. Sengoku took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to smash his desk. Marineford acknowledges this debt. As compensation, the world government will waive all customs duties for beast-heavy industries passing through the Sabyeti Archipelago and Anai's lobby for the next 3 years. Furthermore, the Marine Science Unit will provide you with 3 batches of high-purity, Wapple metal as compensation for the shock. Is this condition enough to clear up this misunderstanding? Of course, Fleet Admiral Sengoku is indeed a wise man who focuses on the big picture. Anaijsu knew when to stop. He looked decisively at Kizaru ahead. I've received the Fleet Admiral's ransom. Admiral Kizaru, take that trash discarded by the old era and get out of my shipping lane. If I see the Marine flag again before my merchant ships deliver their cargo. Killing intent overflowed from Anaijsu's silver eyes. It won't be as simple as this time. Kizaru sensibly put away the Den Mushi. He didn't say any more unnecessary words and gave Anaijsu a deep look. Swish, an extremely dazzling golden light flashed again. This time, there was no lightning interception or gravitational restraint. Kizaru, carrying Zephyr and Ain, turned into an unobstructed pillar of light and disappeared over the horizon at the highest possible speed. The battered Marine fleet also dejectedly turned their bows and retreated in a panic. A conflict capable of triggering a world war was forcefully brought to a close by Anaijsu through a combination of violent martial confrontation and the political maneuvering of capital. Anaijsu turned and strode toward the command room of the disaster. Full fleet, full speed ahead. From today on, the rules of this sea are decided by us, beast-heavy industries. Chapter 89, The Navy's Plans. Marine Headquarters, Marineford Fleet Admiral's Office. Bang! Fleet Admiral Sengoku slammed his palm heavily onto the desk, causing the teacup at the corner to shake violently. Borsellino actually had his retreat cut off. Sengoku's face was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead as he stared intently at Great Staff Officer Tsuru sitting opposite him. 3 top-tier combatants with admiral potential, plus heavy weaponry capable of tearing through a warship's defenses. If I had called even a minute later, headquarters might have lost one of its highest combat assets today. Vice Admiral Tsuru sat with her hands crossed on her knees, her expression extremely grave. The speed at which Beast Heavy Industries' military power is expanding has far exceeded headquarters' expectations. That young man named Anaijsu is already a great pirate worthy of being called an emperor of the sea. This is a disgrace to Marine headquarters. Sengoku stood up abruptly and paced back and forth in the office. The 7 warlords of the sea system is nothing but a complete joke. Those politicians in the world government thought that by giving these most evil pirates a legal status, they could make them act like dogs to keep the 4 emperors in check. And the result? Sengoku pointed at Anaijsu's bounty poster on the desk, gritting his teeth. Under the umbrella of the Shichibukai, he has bypassed all route inspections and is openly trafficking arms across the world. Now, he even dares to directly blackmail me, the fleet admiral, over a den mushi. He has absolutely no respect for the Marines or the world government. But he does have us by the throat right now. Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly pointed out the facts. The pirate forces are immense. Maintaining the current situation is already a favorable outcome. If we forcibly strip him of his Shichibukai title and wage war now, the Marines will be in an extremely passive position. Sengoku stopped in his tracks, leaning his hands on the desk. He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming cold and resolute. Therefore, that plan must be moved forward. Sengoku lowered his voice. We can't delay any longer. We must eliminate that true emperor of the sea for the scales of victory to truly tip in our favor. Tsuru watched Sengoku quietly and nodded slightly. As the great staff officer, she knew this was the best strategic move given the current situation. An extremely oppressive silence fell over the office. After a moment, Sengoku's gaze involuntarily drifted toward a solid wood door on the side of the office. Looking at that door, the coldness in his eyes faded slightly, replaced by an extremely complex sense of guilt. To execute this advanced plan, Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose, his voice turning somewhat raspy. I truly feel a bit sorry for that old comrade of mine. Vice Admiral Tsuru followed Sengoku's gaze and remained silent for a long time. In the adjacent lounge, the marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, was sprawled out unceremoniously on a large leather sofa. Munch, munch, snore. Garp had his eyes closed, snoring while mechanically stuffing donuts into his mouth. New world, a certain nameless stretch of sea. The massive iron warship disaster was sailing smoothly. They had just completed a massive arms deal at a hidden underground port. The accompanying cargo ships had already departed in other directions. Anaijsu stood on the bow deck, watching the churning black waves ahead, mentally calculating the next steps for his production capacity expansion plan. Lord Anaijsu, the blind swordsman Issho, sitting on the edge of the deck, suddenly turned his head. Though his eyes were closed, his observation haki had already locked onto the sea ahead. On the horizon directly ahead, there is an extremely large wooden sailing ship. A multitude of incredibly powerful presences are gathered upon it. That's the border of the Whitebeard pirates' territory. Anaijsu was not surprised. He straightened the cuffs of his suit and calmly ordered, no need to change course, sail straight ahead. Since we're passing by, we might as well pay a visit to the strongest man of the old era. But why does Ace's life card point to the Moby D **K? Has he already become Whitebeard's son this early? Half an hour later, the disaster's massive iron bow slowly approached the giant Moby D **K. On the deck of the Moby D **K, the division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates stood fully armed by the gunwale. First Division Commander Marco was wreathed in blue flames of regeneration, and 3rd Division Commander Jazu's arms had turned into incredibly hard diamond. They stared with extreme vigilance at this iron warship belonging to Beast Heavy Industries. The moment the gangplank between the two ships was connected, whoosh, Yamato, extremely excited, leaped directly from the deck of the disaster and landed heavily in the center of the Moby D **K's deck. Paying no mind to the Whitebeard pirates' commanders who were at each other's throats, she locked her gaze onto a familiar figure in the crowd. Ace, you're really here, Yamato shouted happily, shouldering her wolf fang club. From the crowd, Portgas D. Ace turned around. Ace was currently shirtless, with the Whitebeard pirate's purple cross and skull emblem prominently tattooed on his back. Seeing Yamato, a flash of surprise crossed Ace's eyes, which was immediately replaced by a brilliant smile as he strode forward to meet her. "Yamato, what are you doing here? Did you set out to sea with your brother again?" Ace bumped fists with Yamato with great familiarity. This lord is currently following the disaster to inspect the shipping routes." Yamato patted her chest proudly, then raised an eyebrow at the tattoo on Ace's back. "Looks like you finally gave up on challenging Kaido and chose to join Pop's Whitebeard's crew, huh?" "Yeah, a lot has happened. But right now, I feel that becoming Pop's son is the luckiest thing that's happened to me since setting out to sea." Ace laughed openly, then immediately pulled Yamato down to sit on the deck. "Quick, tell me, what have you seen at sea this past month? Did you run into any powerful guys?" "So many. We even had a fight with Marine Admiral Kizaru a few days ago." The two young monsters, both famous in the New World, simply ignored the tense atmosphere and began chatting enthusiastically under the watchful eyes of both factions. On the disaster's side, Anaijsu, accompanied by Issho and Eneru, slowly walked across the gangplank and stepped onto the deck of the Moby D****K. The Whitebeard pirates' commanders immediately gripped their weapons and blocked Anaijsu's path. "Stand down, Marco." An extremely coarse and deep voice drifted from the deepest part of the deck. The commanders stepped aside. Anaijsu looked up and saw Edward Newgate sitting on that massive throne. Whitebeard had several IV tubes attached to him, yet his colossal frame still radiated an incredibly terrifying pressure. He held a giant sake bowl in his hand, looking at Anaijsu calmly. Anaijsu, with his hands in his pockets, walked to a spot 10 paces away from Whitebeard and stopped. "I just finished delivering a batch of arms and happened to be passing through this sea." Anaijsu didn't bother with pleasantries, stating his purpose bluntly. He then glanced at Ace, who was chatting animatedly with Yamato. It seems Captain Whitebeard has recently recruited quite an impressive young combatant. "Gyururara?" Whitebeard let out a low laugh and took a large gulp of sake, his gaze fixed on Anaijsu. "Brat from the Beast family, you've been making quite a stir on the sea lately. Those guys at Marine headquarters probably dream of tearing down your weapons factory. They'd need the spare capacity for that first." Anaijsu sneered, his sharp gaze meeting Whitebeard's. "Before they can free up their hands to deal with me, Captain Whitebeard, you'd better keep a close eye on your family on this ship. The Marine's patience is running thin." The two leaders, each representing different rules of the New World, engaged in a calm yet undercurrent-filled stare-down on the deck of the Moby D***K. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.